That's what I do. That's why I bust my ass. I mean, I know I make dick jokes and I burp into the microphone. What's ligma? Ligma balls. But ultimately, you know, there is a reason for all of this. Socialism, Marxism. I have a lot of money. Blam capitalism. Blammo. Booyah. This is how women make me feel. Oh, I got your nose. Lick mich im Arsch. What about me? Me. I'm manifesting it. I got crystals shoved up my blammo. Yes, mama. I'm doing Scorpio behavior. Awooga. My Virgo is in rising. Honk. Humana. My Mercury is in Gatorade. My mouth opens up all the way to the ground. My tongue rolls out like the red carpet. There's steam coming out of my nose like this. You know what I'm saying? Just be normal. Okay, little bro. Fight. Boop, boop. Wah. Gatekeep, girl boss, slay queen. I'm an old person in China. Direkt olarak yani. Yok abi zevk alıyorum ben. Dude, once America is destroyed, I mean, the opportunities are endless. That's crazy. That's crazy. I'm losing brain power. Obama! I'm a sheep. Faded in a hoe. You know what I'm saying? That is insane. Oh. Blammo. What's going on, everybody? I'm Sean Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from another sunny day here in sunny Los Angeles, California, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today is a beautiful day. Today is a wonderful day. Today is a Monday. It's 59 degrees and sunny here in one of the greatest states in the world, one of the greatest states in the greatest nation of all time. That's right. I'm talking Los Angeles, California, United States of America, baby. And I'm feeling pretty goddamn good right now. You might be wondering, holy shit, Hasan, you're in a cheery ass mood. And that's because, guess what? Took a day off. That's why I'm in a cheery ass mood, baby, because I took a goddamn day off. Woo! This is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news. And honestly, there's a lot going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker. Okay? That's right. First things first, military commentary from military YouTuber. No thanks. No thanks. I do not want to hear about how J-Lots won't work in Gaza, but the Sons of Palestine might. I have no idea what this is. 14 minutes long. Some of you guys subscribe to me just to send me videos right off the jump. Anyway, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news. Now you might be thinking, wow, Hasan, you look healthy. You look like you're glowing. You look like you got some sun. And to them, I say, that's because I did. Yesterday was a self-care day, folks. It was a self-care Sunday. And let me tell you, it's all the freaking rave. So I ended the broadcast on Saturday, as you guys know, Saturday night. I went out on Saturday night with some friends. I know it's crazy. It was a dude's, it was a guy in the hospitality industry's birthday. First, I went to SVB with the boys, hung out with some friends, saw some old friends I hadn't seen before. A lot of them have like finally moved up in the world. They're becoming producers and stuff in Hollywood. Had myself a big old Hollywood ball. You know, it's Oscars weekend. SVB's popping. It's called San Vicente Bungalow, for those of you who don't know. Anyway, are you fasting, Hasan? No, I'm not. I am the worst Muslim of all time. Don't ask me if I'm fasting. Obviously, I'm not going to be fasting. I haven't fasted since that one time I fasted when I was like 14, I think. Anyway, Ramadan MUBAREK, of course. Happy Ramadan to all. But yeah, Sean King, better Muslim. Yeah, I heard that Sean King has found the light of Allah, which is pretty cool. Good for him. Is that part of your new merch line? Yes, it is. I'm wearing my new merch line right now. White dude is suing our local uni on the Texas-Mexico border for demotion and shaming it was racially motivated. White war summer's on the way. Love that. Anyway, when is it dropping? Any idea? Soon. You know I never tell you because I don't know. If I knew, I would. But and they tell me all the time. I just don't know. Anyway, yesterday was supposed to be a Kaya birthday party situation, but Cutie Cinderella thought it better to move it to next week, which is why we're gonna do it next Sunday. But anyway, so yeah, Saturday night, as I was saying, Saturday night, I'm at San Vicente Bungalow. I'm wheeling and dealing. Okay, I'm linking up. I'm building. I'm meeting the Hollywood people, right? Met a bunch of cool people, hung out with them a little bit, ate the most mid food. Unfortunately, San Vicente Bungalow has the worst food. Oh my god. Had the grilled chicken because I wanted to like keep my shit locked down. You know, the diet's going pretty good, right? So I went and got the goddamn grilled chicken, and it is the worst. I mean, the grilled chicken is already pretty bad anywhere you go, right? It's like if you're a loser and you're like, oh, I really want to eat something healthy, like you get the grilled chicken there. And god damn it, dude, the food already is like kind of mid. The grilled chicken was like really bad. The chicken paillard is what I had. Never order the chicken at any restaurant is what I mean, chat. Okay, don't. Just make your own chicken at home. It's so much better. It's very, very annoying. Like automatically everybody knows what you're doing and the chef will spit in it. Probably not, but it just like sucks. Why am I so early? Joel Seaver, thank you for the 521 give the subs. Why am I early? Because I was excited. Dude, why am I early? Because I'm excited. Okay. I took 24 hours off my stream and I was like elated. I was trying to get back. I was trying to get back to the stream. Like I actually missed you guys, which is weird. Oh, daylight savings. Oh, I think it's also daylight savings. I'm not an hour early. It's daylight savings here, baby. That's why. Oh my God. I didn't even realize that that's probably your EU's like, I don't understand it, mate. What's going on then? Indian restaurant chicken is goated though. Yes, 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 yes. I'm talking about like when you go. Yeah, no, Indian restaurant chicken is very different. I'm talking about like the chicken that they offer at every like steakhouse, every fancy restaurant. Oftentimes that is just like literally the most most basic ass thing you can get at the restaurant. It's like a fuck you to the chef. Anyway, whatever. Yeah, your boy went to the birthday party, didn't even say hi to the dude whose birthday party I was at, immediately left the birthday party. I was like, because SVB is fine because that's like more of a club. It's like Soho House, but actually exclusive. You know what I mean? So there's more of a chill vibe there. And as a 32-year-old man who feels like he's 75 years old, it basically bricks my brain, like I've talked about before, when I try to socialize after 9 hours or 8 hours of streaming. And I'm just like, I'm dying, but at least like chill place, I could get away with it a little bit because it's just like a dinner spot. But then when we went to the actual like lounge club area, I was like, nope, I'm out. I fucking pieced out so quick out of there. I was just like, no shot, no fucking shot, dude. Hardest worker in the game is out. You know what I mean? Like, is there a dude who works at an oil rig here? I'm gonna go yell at them and tell them I have a harder job than you, because that's what people think I said. Anyway, so what was I going to say? You gonna talk about the director of the Oscars that called out Israel and all the Zionist freaks are saying he's a self-hating Jewish person? Yes, I will be talking about Zone of Interest and Jonathan Glazer. Obviously, it was a huge moment in the Oscars history, and yeah, I don't care what people say about him. They're fucking freaks. They're losers. They're insane. So yeah, good. Keep being a psycho. Okay, you're doing horrible for your cause, which is genocide anyway. So I'm glad that you are being an absolute out and about freakazoid, like that everyone can see. And we'll go, okay, I don't want to associate with this guy's cause. It seems like maybe I didn't have an opinion on genocide beforehand, but now your vibes are really fucked. So maybe I'm anti-genocide is what I assume people will say. Anyway, Zone of Interest, I haven't watched yet. I really want to watch. Anyway, Ryan Gosling's program is great. We're going to talk about the Oscars. Hold on. Let me go through it. So Saturday night's over. The next day, yesterday, Self-Care Sunday is what people are calling it. Many people are saying it is the greatest self-care ever examined, ever experienced. Okay. And to them, I say that is correct. I did a lot of self-care yesterday. And I hung out with Kaya a lot yesterday. First and foremost, took Kaya out, made her run, wrestled with her in the sun, played a lot of basketball, was very tired. Kaya was sleeping the whole day. That's how hard. Played a lot of Yakuza, Infinite Wealth, watched the Oscars, had to get YouTube TV just so I can watch the Oscars. Stood out in the sun a lot. I feel like I got a little bit of a tan on me. That was good. And I used a mud mask and a hair mask, which I didn't even know was a thing, and I bubble maxed. Okay, and that's why I'm kind of glistening right now, you know. It was on NBC, dog. What do you mean? I think it was ABC, right? Or was it NBC? It doesn't matter. I was watching on YouTube TV, which has all of the channels. I don't have cable. Can I borrow some of that Sheen, bro? You're sparkling. Yeah, that's why my hair might look like a little weird because of I assume there's a thing called hair masking. I use the hair mask. I guess it's just like a really heavy, conditioner. Non-Muslims participating in Ramadan and you're not. What? Yeah. Well, I am Muslim, so I don't have to do this stuff, okay? Like, no, I've already been through this. No, thank you. To all the whites out there who want to fucking do the Ramadan thing, congratulations. I love that. I'm totally on board, okay? I already did my part by being born as a Muslim, okay? So I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. The whites probably think the fasting is just like you can drink water and stuff. You can't, just so you know. You can't even drink water from sun up to sundown with crazy stuff. Anyway. Support bees, Onra, charity stream. He's going for 30K and is already 22K in under an hour. Yes. We'll do that later. Compulsory Ramadan meme. Okay, here. Yes. Ramadan Mubarak, by the way. Ken Klippenstein mentioned you in the article, bro. He didn't mention me in the article. He interviewed me for the article. I know. He asked me for a quote, which I gave him, which is in the article. It's so funny. You're like, wow, Ken Klippenstein mentioned you in the article. It's like, no, man. This is called a quote. Okay, I said, all I can think of is the awful track record for the FBI when it comes to identifying extremism. Hassan Piker, popular streamer who often streams while playing video games under the handle HasanAbi, says of the mechanisms. They're much better at finding vulnerable teenagers with mental disabilities to take advantage of. Yeah. Hit him with that. Hit him with that sauce. Often in video games, why you lie to him? That's what Ken wrote about me, which is funny. Ken's journalistic integrity is called into question after writing a lie that HasanAbi Piker plays video games often. Fake news media. Anyway, so what was I gonna say? Yeah, I guess that's all. That's like I had a day to myself and I feel pretty good. I guess the one thing is, like, this was the first day I've taken off in months. When is the last time I took a day off? Like, it's been a couple weeks. Like, I've been just going 7 days. I think it might have been like a month, maybe. Super Bowl, true. Yeah, that's right. Super Bowl. Last time I took a day off was the Super Bowl. And it's like, and I just keep doing 7 days nonstop. You literally work a 9 to 5. I work an 11 to 7, and I do it 7 days a week. So yeah, we're gonna talk about Kate Middleton too. Don't worry. Did you take a day off just to dodge watching the hot score TikToks? No, of course not. Anyway, so yeah, that's it. That's what's popping. Oil rig 24.5 365. Wait, what? I thought oil rigging was literally like 3 months in, 3 months out. The fuck? I mean, I guess that guy's memeing. Anyway, did you hear about Alperen Şengün? I hope he makes a speedy recovery. I did. I did hear about it. It makes me very sad. That's offshore rigs? True, true, true. The video of the dog actor got our episode copyright strike. Wait, what? So we don't fuck with him anymore? If I see that dumbass dog, it's on site? No. It was January 27th. That's the last day I took off. Last time I took off a day. I mean, I did technically. Did I stream before the Super Bowl? I can't remember. Hasan, are you fasting all? No, of course I'm not fasting. Is Kaya afraid of the bed and not scared of the bed? No, she still is. I just forced her on there. I forced her ass on there. I realized that personally I was letting her lay on the ground, which is fine normally, and I thought it was fine. But actually, because she's such a big girl, laying on the ground all the time, her elbows actually like cause issues with her skin. They like her bones are touching the ground basically. So then that's how you get soft sore spots, like hot spots that she licks over and over again. So I need her to be on like something more comfortable so she doesn't get that dryness, the elbow dryness. Is Kaya fasting for Ramadan? No, she is not. I am so mad about the Oscars. Poor Things was disgusting. Justice for Lily Gladstone. That's crazy. So, yeah, let's get twisted. Let's get it twisted. Let's get it popping. I will tweet out that I'm live and alive. Okay. Ramadan Mubarak. Ramadan Mubarak to Sean King. Biden puts forward red lines that Bibi immediately says he'll cross. Oscars drama. Zone of interest. Director draws parallel between Holocaust and Gaza. Y'all, she literally was a child in an adult body getting taken advantage of and raped. Wait, what? Dude, I have not watched Poor Things, and honestly, any single time someone tells me what is going on about Poor Things, I am further confused by it. Like, my first introduction to this fucking movie was my friend being like, I just watched Poor Things last night, and like, you know me, I'm very like a liberal guy sexually, and even I was like, I could not believe it. Like, the second half of it is just like insane. I would consider it pornographic even. And this dude is like a very open-minded guy, right? And I was like, okay, fine, that seems cool. And then he was like, Emma Stone fucks an apple. And I was like, what do you mean she fucks an apple? How is that possible to fuck an apple? Like, does she put a strap on? She's like, no, she like puts the apple inside of her. And I'm like, oh my God, that sounds insane. And since then, anyone that tells me anything about this fucking movie in like short increments has made me so much more confused. I have like, you know how you can kind of pick things up about a movie from like 3 to 4 different points of reference from 3 to 4 different people? Okay. And you're like, okay, I kind of get what's going on here. Poor Things is like anytime I learn something new, it literally causes me to further be confused about the movie. Like Zone of Interest. Great example. People are like, it's a Holocaust movie, but not in the cliche way. Okay. They don't show you what you normally would see in the Holocaust movie. It's about the banality of evil and how middle managers like would love to elevate themselves no matter what the human cost of that is. And I'm like, I get that. That sounds sick. I want to watch that. That sounds like that is right in my fucking wheelhouse. Okay. But then with like Poor Things, it's like, it is insane. It's like Emma Stone is a woman, but child brain. She has a child's brain and she's having sex with an apple. And I'm like, that's crazy. That is, what are you saying? It's actually in a different dimension. I'm like, stop. Shh. Don't do it. Don't do it. I don't know. I don't know what's happening. I don't want to know what the fuck is going on. To me, it was like, I'm already talking about the Oscars. You see, this is crazy. I haven't even blasted off yet. Anyway, Ramadan Mubarak to Sean King. Biden puts forward red lines. Biden, Gaza, red lines that Bibi immediately says he'll cross. Oscars drama zone of interest director draws parallel between Holocaust and Gaza. And then real Uncle Sam Seder is on later. Get in now. It's just a weird movie. Not to have a deep meaning. Wait, what? Are you going to cover the conservative civil war over whether or not it's gay to find Southern tomboys attractive? Yeah, that sounds like it's in my wheel. I know what you're talking about. I've seen conservatives like negatively polarize themselves against like women who love doing fun shit like mudding and like catfishing, catfish hunting. Like these are conservative staples that used to be, you know, important. And I think like noodling, sorry, not catfish hunting, noodling. Yeah, that's the proper term for it. And I guess like conservatives now think that that's gay. If you like a woman who likes the same shit that you're into, like that must mean it's gay. Which, you know, cool. More for everybody else, right? So yeah, we're back. We're freaking back. Thank you, Themasius. Seriously, what's up with Chuz? Like, why are they into now disliking everything? Recapping Hollywood's biggest night, Jonathan Glazer. I think, honestly, so much love and so much respect for Jonathan Glazer. Straight up. I tweeted about it immediately after, but like, you know, as far as the, oh yeah, Kate Middleton conspiracy, I'm going to talk about that too. Shit. There's so much news. There's so much news going on. But yeah, let's get started with the Oscars, okay? First and foremost, massive protests outside of where it was supposed to take place, which apparently caused some of the glitz and glamorous Hollywood stars to actually walk the streets in their outfits, in their little outfits, because there was, you know, they shut down access to it. So let's
took over multiple intersections in Hollywood, calling for a ceasefire in the Israel-Hamas war, causing some stars to show up late to the 96th Academy Awards. At least one protester was arrested. The red carpet leading into the Dolby Theater was cordoned off for several blocks in every direction, with a security checkpoint on Hollywood Boulevard.
This is just such like police state shit, honestly. Such police state shit. Straight up. Gay sex is least harmful for the environment as you have 0% chance of producing a kid. Suck a cock for future generations. Thank you. Why haven't you talked about Joe Rogan guest who cut up a whole body and hid him in his freezer? I don't know. What? That sounds insane. I think probably because I don't really care about who Joe Rogan has on as a guest. Because who cares? Yeah, all right. This is cool. This is fun. Big Oscar year for the whites. Dude, I'm sorry. It's a good year for movies, and it was a good year for fucking for the Oscars. Stop. I hate that like conservatives have now become the most annoying fucking guys out there, who they always were, obviously, but now they're doing the exact same thing that like annoying liberals were doing, but this time from the conservative side. So it's doubly annoying because at least the liberals had like empathy and morality on their side. Conservatives are just as smarmy and just as annoying in their identity politics, and it's also immoral. So shut the fuck up. It's just like doubly shitty. It's doubly shitty. How did you do this? How did you arrive at the worst possible fucking position on this issue? Like, they went from Oscars so white, Oscars so woke, to like, Oscars literally so white and it's awesome. Shut the fuck up. Just make movies, watch movies, enjoy movies. I'm sick and tired of this fucking nonsense. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. They are the rad libs now. Just fucking enjoy shit. Why can you not have fun at all? Why? Why is it like impossible to have fun? Movies bad though? No, they're not. Movies very good. This year, great year for movies, even though there was massive fucking strikes happening. And this upcoming year now, 2024, already started out with a goddamn banger with Dune 2, okay? Movies are back, and everyone is saying it. Everyone is saying it. Once I saw Barbenheimer double feature, I was like, that's it. Movies are fucking back, baby. They're back. They are. Whether you like it or not, they are so back, okay, in a big way. Doing two bitches at the same damn time, that's what I'm talking about, dude. I love that they're erasing the historic and well-deserved win of Davine Rudolph from the holdovers. Yeah. It's just like, it's lame. Please talk about Al Pacino announcing Best Picture like he was reading a menu. Yeah, I know. Well, he's Al Pacino, so he can do whatever the freak he wants. But anyway, let's do the recap real quick, and then I'll get to the conservatives fucking complaining and being like, oh, wokeness is dead. I saw Sydney Sweeney's titties. It's like, dude. None of the things that you are mentioning are political, okay? The Oscars is still incredibly fucking libbed up. It was always libbed up as an institution. And obviously, as a liberal institution, it has some conservative reactionary values, right? That's the reason why you see like open applause for 20 Days of Mariupol, which it deserves for the record. But then like it's relatively controversial to talk about Gaza in similar terms. Like there's obviously like some reactionary shit, some liberal shit, some things that are permissible, some things that are not. The notion that like you know, Cillian Murphy winning Best Actor is somehow woke or not woke is idiotic. It was stupid when the fucking Radlibs were talking about it under similar terms as well, by the way, to be like, oh wow, this is really messed up. I can't believe like they're not celebrating any they're not celebrating enough like people of color as actors. Like it was dumb. But they were right. Morally they were right, because you know, an argument is to be made about more diversity, more representation, which makes better cinema overall. So on that front, there's at least a little bit of a crumb of like truth to the argument on there's a what? Why are you a rape apologist? Bro, what is happening, my boy? What the fuck? Where is this guy coming from? I'm talking about the Oscars. This motherfucker said, why are you a rape apologist? Are you okay? Dude's been following since 2021. Previously 1 month subscriber. Are you all right? Take your medication, dog. Take your medication, homie. Big homie, take your medication. You need your medication. Anyway. This is what happens when you start dodging the free subs. This is why you shouldn't watch Poor Things. It's the New York Times article thing. Are they saying that white people are better? Everything by default and should always get the awards? Aren't they just admitting to be racist? I mean, they are always admitting that they're racist. You know where he came from? I don't know where he came from. Anyway. I genuinely don't know, because I don't have Twitter anymore on my phone. So I literally just like post, and then like yesterday when I was watching the Oscars, I saw the zone of interest speech and I was like, oh, I want to tweet about this. I literally ran upstairs, grabbed my laptop, tweeted, and then closed the laptop, never looked at it again. I only have Twitter on my desktop and my laptop. I don't have it on my phone anymore. You still have it on your phone? Now it's another app with an X for an icon. Yeah, good one. Yeah. Why not? Because it's just like an incredibly right-wing shitty space, and I feel like it makes me feel bad. That's it. That's literally it. I constantly am seeing awfulness all the time. And like, as a part of my job, I already have to read a lot of awful shit anyway. And I was thinking like, God damn, why am I so like, I don't think it's good for my brain to constantly see like right-wing propaganda all the time from like the stupidest people. Why do you use it at all? Because it's still, there's still a lot going on there. There's still a lot of discourse on there. There's still journalists on there. I still rely on it. Like, there's a level of usefulness still to Twitter. It's just that it's not useful for me to be on it all the time. In the past, I felt like it was useful for me to be on it all the time, but I can live without the constant, like, Nazi propaganda. What? Everything now show. Just a fan of yours from 2010's comedy Tumblr and Twitter. Andrea Streeter. Cheers. The fuck's going on? Chatters are talking to one another. Shouts out Andrea Streeter. What is happening here? Stop talking to one another. This is I feel like when the class is talking to each other, calling everyone Nazi. Of course, yeah, I know. I can't believe I'm doing that. Like, what's next, dude? Are you gonna say VDare is a white nationalist institution? Wow, dude. They're just national socialist, okay? Except they're not even socialist at all. They're just nationalist and just want to restrict immigration to whites only. What do you mean? That's like perfectly valid position, I think. Anyway, how do you say teacher in Turkish? It's a hard one. Öğretmen. There's like 4 letters in there that you don't have in the English language. Move over to Blue Sky to get inundated with drama posts and dick pics? No, I hate Blue Sky too, because Blue Sky also has the same... Blue Sky is like the mentally ill leftists who are like all radlibs who say stuff like, you know, it's ableist to talk about Gaza or some shit. I don't fuck it. I can't even come up with something clever. Okay? No, it's just... I don't care. I don't want to hear about like blue sky liberals either. Blue skies for the 37-year-olds who everyone else muted in 2018. Yeah. So. Anatomy of a Fall cast wearing Palestine pins. Yes, everybody was wearing Palestine pins. They were wearing Artists for Ceasefire pins. Like, there was a lot of pro-Palestine messaging, which was genuinely shocking to me, I think. Because, like, let's be real, dude. Oscars is like one of those institutions that's ride or die, okay? Not for Israel in general. I'm talking like whatever the American State Department says goes. After all, these are institutions that literally work with the military, right? Like, and do a lot of promotion for the military. So seeing a lot of the actors beyond like the Mark Ruffalos of the world, who you expect to be like woke, it was cool. It was really interesting. It was cool. It was cool to see. I think it speaks to how unimaginably cruel the situation is, that like you have more people now demonstrating the bravery of taking on a position that is like anti-Israel and pro-Palestinian. This is, I think a lot of people were afraid after October 7 to say anything for understandable reasons, because, you know, it was very brutal. It was violent, and it was something that shocked people to the core. But seeing, what? Wearing a ceasefire pin but not saying the actual word is the same equivalent as when celebrities were posting black squares on Instagram worthless? No, it is not the same of wearing black squares on Instagram. No, I don't think so at all. No, I think it's a pretty fucking solid statement. At this point, it's not even anti-Israel to say ceasefire. It's not, but pro-Israel people do regard it as anti-Israel because fucking it's insane. Yeah, they're saying like Billie Eilish is a dude. I'm telling you, she's wearing an anti-Semitic Hamas supporting red button. She's a bigot. Like, that's what I mean. There is a lot of like psycho shit that we're gonna talk about in a second. Let me just go through this.
Inside the theater, Al Pacino made everyone nervous with the way he casually mentioned Oppenheimer while announcing Best Picture.
Here it comes. And my eyes see Oppenheimer. Yes.
The biopic about the father of the atomic bomb also won Best Actor, Best Cinematographer.
Let me tell you something, okay? You know who I actually was shocked by? What I was expecting more from? Cillian Murphy. When he said, I'm Irish to the bone, I was like, oh my God, he's doing it. He's going to say free Palestine. And then he capped it off with, shouts out to all the peacemakers around the world. We're living in a post-Oppenheimer world. Shouts out to all the peacemakers around the world. I was like, come on, bro. Come on. You're literally Irish. Your existence there on stage is like, this is the most pro-Palestinian country on the fucking planet in the Western Hemisphere. What are we talking about right now? The global North. When someone says, I'm Irish to the bone, I immediately assume, okay, you know, he's about to say some shit about Palestine. That's what I think. Anyway, Irish people aren't that left-wing law. Look at the history of the Irish Free State. Irish people, left-wing, right-wing, doesn't matter, have historically been in support of Palestine. Like, it doesn't matter. You can be like homophobic and anti-abortion, right? And still be pro-Palestine, which I just described like half of the Irish government's position. Well, not the government, but like the Irish population's position just now. Like they've always seen Palestinian oppression as a dual struggle, like in a similar vein to the oppression that they faced from the British. That's it. Nah, Quebec is the most free Palestine country in the West. Maybe because of Denis Villeneuve. So, anyway, do you think, and forgive me if I missed it, but I feel the Finns are more performative, specifically in Billie Eilish's case, where she won, had a pin and a platform to say something she already has, and was still silent. I'm not saying it's their job, but I don't know the pins really mean anything. I mean, it's the least. There's a reason why many people don't do it, because it is like, it's still a statement. Hollywood is, and as we know, as I've covered extensively, allergic to any mention of like Palestine. Hollywood across the board is very reactionary towards Palestinian struggle. Look at what fucking happened to Melissa Barrera. They made an example out of her. Okay? I've already told you, like, listen, I have experienced it myself personally from people who have literally been like, yeah, you got to fucking dial it back, big dog, on the Israel-Gaza stuff. You know, it's a little too hot for us. You know, I've told you this. Yeah, people get blacklisted and shit. Anyway. So where was I? No Hasan biopic coming anytime soon? Yeah. I think it's a good thing overall. I do definitely wish that more people would speak out. I wish everyone had like a zone of interest type speech ready to go, locked in the chamber. Don't even try it. Down. Good girl. They gave one of the worst movies the most overt forms of propaganda Best Picture, The Hurt Locker. Exactly. Like, Hollywood isn't like pro-Israel in the anti-Semitic conspiracy way either, by the way. It's like pro-Israel in the most like State Department propaganda ways possible. There are certainly a lot of people who are hyper-Zionist, like ultra-Zionist across the board. And then there are woke kings like the guy heading the agency that I'm with, who are liberal Zionists, like Ari Emanuel. It's true. Very much anti-Netanyahu. That's right. Ari is anti-Netanyahu. So just remember that. Anyway. Maybe that's why I haven't been dropped. But yeah, the Ukrainian documentary speech was very tense. I thought it was very good. I mean, I get what he was saying. He said that I wish I didn't have to make this movie. I wish I never got this Oscar. I would trade it for Russia not invading Ukraine in a heartbeat, which makes total sense. Killian's politics have been well known for many years to those who just learned his name because of Oppenheimer. I get it. No, that's why I said, that's why I'm shocked, because of his politics. That's why I'm shocked that he didn't say anything. And he went with the cowardly route by being like, I'm Irish. Shouts out to the peacemakers. Anyway. Yeah.
Best score and best director. And Robert Downey Jr.
By the way, Oppenheimer deserved it. Anybody that says it didn't is a fucking liar, okay?
Won Best Supporting Actor for his role in the film. It's his first Oscar. His
goat.
career has included a series of arrests for drug-related charges and a year in prison.
Okay, everybody needs to fucking dial it back, dog. Jesus Christ, dude. That's a crazy way to approach the story. I know that they're trying to say like, oh, okay, rehabilitation works, like, but goddamn, dude, just let the man fucking.
He thanked his wife for helping him turn his life around.
I'd like to thank I'm a veterinarian. I meant wife, Susan Downey over there. She found me a snarling rescue pet, and you love me back to life. That's why I'm here.
A stunned Emma Stone won Best Actress for Poor Things, her second career win in the category. And Barbie, the highest grossing film last year, took home 1 Oscar.
Dude, I think I'm Just Ken got robbed on this, straight up. I think I'm Just Ken was such... I'm a loyalist of I'm Just Ken. I think that's a great song. Unironically, such a good song.
Billie Eilish and her brother Phineas won for their song What Was I Made For? Eilish is now the youngest 2-time Oscar winner ever at 22.
We won 2 years ago, and that still hasn't like
sunken in or
gotten
normal.
It doesn't make sense.
Later, Ryan Gosling, who played Ken, performed the movie's other nominated song, I'm Just Ken.
Dude, Ryan Gosling is crazy, dude. He is so fucking... This performance was phenomenal. There was a lot of like mid performances, I think, of that night. I really thought this performance was great. He is very talented. He is.
The performance included
guy.
3 dozen backup Kens.
I'm just Ken, anywhere else I could be.
And an appearance by Slash from Guns N' Roses.
Yeah, it really was a good show. And one of those Ken backup dancers says that the group practiced for 2 days in the theater lobby, sometimes until 10 o'clock at night.
It's wild. Yeah, you're right. Well, he's not even a singer primarily is not true. I think he was in like an indie band or something, right? Early on in his career. So he definitely has like, he has that dog in him. He certainly has that background. But Man's Bones, is that what it's called? Killers of the Flower song nom was good as well. He was literally in the Mickey Mouse Club. Lamau, not a singer, my ass. Yeah, he definitely is like a very talented guy. He definitely is a very talented dude. So it's not shocking to me that he just kind of clapped up. He was not, I guess the point is he was not like a 100% singer-songwriter. And there were 100% down singer-songwriters there that actually didn't do as good of a job as him. All right, let's get to this. I think this is the most important part of the night, from my perspective at least. Like, I thought the John Cena naked stuff was funny, but I'm going to talk about Jonathan Glazer. Jonathan Glazer is the director and now Oscar Award winner for Zone of Interest. I have not seen Zone of Interest yet. I really, really want to watch it, but I understand it. I get it. I've seen Zone of Interest type movies at the very least a million times over, even though this movie in and of itself does not go the played out cliche route of the Holocaust movies, some of which are phenomenal and obviously masterpieces. Others are basically just fucking, you know, just rehashing the same like Oscar bait stuff. Jonathan Glazer wrote a movie or made a movie about off a book about the banality of evil and also the interest that the self-interest that people demonstrate even in times of like intense cruelty. Tragedy Oscar bait is the normal trope, yes, but I think that it takes a very interesting, very different look talking about the normalization of cruelty. Exactly, like how normal people operate next to fucking Auschwitz, right? And I think that that is obviously a very important story and a very important framework, especially considering the parallels between what is going on in Gaza, right? The normalization of cruelty that comes with a fascist government. And we are there. We're there. This is like what's going on, and what's going on in Israel is a great parallel. And I would have been shocked, like I said, like I tweeted yesterday, I would have been shocked if he didn't actually bring that up, but he did. And for that, a lot of people are yelling at him, as a matter of fact. By the way, thank you, Majority Report, for the raid. Hope to see Sam Cedar, Uncle Sam, soon. Okay. I'm going to have him on the broadcast in a little bit. I said, Glazer made a movie about the banality of evil during the Holocaust. It would have been odd if he didn't mention the parallels to Gaza. Respect for saying something to an otherwise hostile room. Remember, they booed Michael Moore's speech for criticizing the Iraq War. Jonathan Glazer calls for a ceasefire, highlights the importance of separating political conflicts from the shared humanity and suffering experienced by all involved parties. So, you mean the Nazis are shouting at him? Jonathan can glaze my zone of interest anytime. Okay. Jonathan Glazer's speech was blacklisted from the Oscars YouTube account, Lamau. Yes. Yes. Here's the thing, okay? And look, let's just hear what his speech is, and then I'll go through it.
Thank you to the Academy for this honor, and to our partners A24, Film 4 Access, and the Polish Film Institute, to the Auschwitz-Birkenau State Museum for their trust and guidance, to my producers, actors, collaborators. All our choices were made to reflect and confront us in the present, not to say, look what they did then, rather look what we do now. Our film shows where dehumanization leads at its worst. It shaped all of our past and present. Right now, we stand here as men who refute their Jewishness and the Holocaust being hijacked by an occupation which has led to conflict for so many innocent people. Whether the victims of October the 7th in Israel or the ongoing attack on Gaza, all are victims of this dehumanization. How do we resist? Alexandra Bistron Kaladziejczak, the girl who glows in the film as she did in life, chose to. I dedicate this to her memory and her resistance. Thank you.
I mean, why is saying it on the stage so important? The people that watch this shit are sheep anyways? Dude, what are you talking about? First of all, that's like the majority of the planet. Everyone is a sheep, okay? The entire point is waking up sheep. The people cheering and clapping aren't the Americans. Let me out. Yeah. So I think that was a massive deal. Okay, that was a massive deal. It's the biggest stage. His movie directly talks about it. He openly says using Judaism and the Holocaust in the name of like contributing to atrocities that people face, akin to like the similarities are there, the mechanized version of death that befalls upon a largely civilian population. Like it's a perfect take. Okay. It was a very brave thing for him to say. And the reason why it's a very brave thing for him to say, obviously, like a lot of you are brain broken from hearing me constantly fucking talk about this, but there's a very big difference between me talking about this on my stream versus saying it at the fucking Oscars after winning as a Jewish man, winning a award for your movie that literally talked about the Holocaust. The fact that you're bringing that up there, he is the perfect person to talk about this, okay? The perfect person, the singular perfect person to talk about this on that stage was him. And he did it. He used the moment. So, I mean, it's just like he has literally all the backing and all the credibility. And guess what, dude? The ADL is fucking big mad, of course. So many ultra-Zionists are so unimaginably ass-pained over this shit, okay? There was, what is that? Noah Tishby lady was like, I cannot believe how fucking anti-Jewish the Hollywood liberals have become. And it's like, dude, what the fuck are you saying? You are the most delusional person on the fucking planet, dude. They are all Hamas supporters. Like, fuck you. Anyway, ADL, Times of Israel, accepting Oscar. Glazer says, don't use our Jewishness and Holocaust to justify Gaza war. Director of award-winning The Zone of Interest Holocaust movie laments occupation, dehumanization in Israel and Gaza. Several celeb wear pins calling for ceasefire. As widely predicted, Oppenheimer, the biopic of Jewish nuclear scientist J. Robert Oppenheimer, swept a number of categories at Sunday's Oscars, including Best Picture, in a year unusually heavy with Jewish nominees. But the most talked about Jewish moment of the night came courtesy of Jonathan Glazer, writer-director of the cerebral Holocaust drama. Dude, it's kind of funny. I just realized that, like, two dudes that were up for Best Male Actor were two Gentiles that were portraying themselves as Jewish men. I didn't even put that together. That's crazy. You had fucking Bradley Cooper and Cillian Murphy. That's wild. Anyway, there was an end Jewish hate commercial during the Oscars too. Yeah, exactly. There was like there was a literal like anti-Semitism ad and everything. Standing alongside producer James Wilson and Len Blavatnik during his acceptance speech for the Best International Feature, Glazer, who is Jewish and came to Israel on a 5-month program with a student at London Jewish Free School, denounced Israel's occupation of Palestinian territory, which he said had led to dehumanization that had affected both Israelis and Palestinians. Our film shows where dehumanization leads at its worst. It's all shaped all of our past and present. Right now, we stand here as men who refute their Jewishness and the Holocaust being hijacked by an occupation, which has led to conflict for so many innocent people, whether the victims of October 7th in Israel or the ongoing attack in Gaza. He added to the applause and cheers. This part is really important, okay? He is directly pointing out the atrocities of October 7 and laying the blame in the hands of the Israeli occupation where it fucking belongs. He is right to say this. This is the correct take. This is a take that would get you fucking blasted a couple months ago. Okay? This is a take that I've had since day fucking one that like the Harvard student coalitions had as well and got punished for it, like aggressively punished for it. Did you see all the lying monsters intentionally cutting the quota? We denounced our Jewishness. Yeah, I don't know what happened. I don't know what they were. saying, but Jonathan Glazer, you hijacked the Oscars for a naive, selfish, and vile narrative blaming the victim. Gaza was not occupied on October 7. Yes, it was. Yes, it was. Glazer's reference to Israel's war in Gaza came after pro-Palestinian protesters snarled traffic around the Dolby Theater as Oscars kicked off. In a previous acceptance speech last month, Wilson criticized innocent people being killed in Gaza as something people should face head-on rather than from behind. The walls we construct in our lives, which we choose not to look behind, in an allusion to the film's depiction of Nazis and their families as willfully ignorant of the murder of Jews just beyond their gardens. So the entire fucking point of like Zone of Interest is literally you can smell the crematoriums in Auschwitz. You can smell it. Some people know what it's about. Other people don't. But you should be fucking curious as to what's going on. And many people just know. They know. Deep down inside, they know. They hear the screams. That's the whole point. Okay? That's the whole fucking point. Variety should really correct this. This is not at all what Jonathan Glazer said. It's missing some key words. Right now, we stand here as men who refute their Jewishness, whether the victims of... Yeah, what the fuck? They misquoted them? Jesus Christ. This hard? They purposely misread his speech, basically this. I simply cannot fathom the moral rot in someone's soul that leads them to win an award for a movie about the Holocaust, and with the platform given to them to accept that award by saying, we stand here as men who refute their Jewishness. This is a good fucking... What the fuck? The full quote, we stand here as men who refute their Jewishness and the Holocaust being hijacked by an occupation which has led to a conflict for so many innocent people. Ben is so mad about it. Of course he is. In Jonathan Glazer's Zone of Interest, you don't see one Jew. Those are the best Jews, according to Glazer. The faceless victim screaming in the distance. Ironically, he's the villain, picking up awards from the bodies of these anonymous dead Jews while ignoring the living ones getting slaughtered in Gaza envelope by genocidal murderers. Bro, that's crazy. Ben is the most Israel-coded American Jewish man I've ever seen. Like, down to the fucking wire of, like, just the aggressive militant attitude. Like, how did you develop this, dog? You grew up in Los Angeles. If you say stuff like this, you have to be wearing capri pants and DJing, okay? Like, this is, I'm wearing capri pants and I'm DJing and I'm saying Hamas terror babies energy. You grew up in LA. What the fuck? It doesn't make any fucking sense. Where did you develop this? You don't even listen to techno music. You are not allowed. If you don't listen to the worst techno you've ever fucking seen, you can't have this energy, bro. He went to Walter Reed Middle School and a Jewish high school. That's where he got it. No, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. This energy is like, this energy is straight up like a very right-wing Israeli energy that Ben should not have at all. Okay, that's my point. Like, this is like learned behavior. Anyway. You are surprised to learn that the world has more sympathy for the victims of a genocide, the Palestinians, rather than its perpetrators, Israelis. I heard from many people you are the best the right has to offer, but this tweet suggests you are an incomplete Israel apologist. I mean, he is, yes. I'm a little confused what he means by refute his Jewishness. Can you explain what he was saying a little? Yes, he's saying we refute our Jewishness and the Holocaust being used by Israel. He's not saying he refutes his Jewishness. He's saying he refutes Israel's utilization of Judaism and the memory of the Holocaust to do a genocide. That's crazy, dude. Did you see the guy who tried to dedicate Glazer's Oscar to Israel himself? I dedicate Jonathan Glazer's Oscar to the brave and brilliant men and women of the IDF and the state of Israel. Don't stop till the enemy is defeated. Zionists undefeated and finding new unique things to steal. Like, what do you mean? Nah, I don't care. I don't care what the movie's about. Nah. La 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 la. I can't hear you. It's actually about. I've decided it's actually good. The movie is not telling me what I think it's telling me. I will refuse to learn. It's my Oscar now. E Fartlow came out hot. I woke up this morning and felt unbelievable despair about Hollywood. For years, I felt it is a bad place. Okay, I'm doing her accent correctly because remember, she is Scottish, okay? She's Scottish. Eve Fartlow is Scottish. I have witnessed firsthand several times how this epicenter of popularity treats people with courage. Last night, it rewarded people with cowardice. Jews who refute their identity were applauded on the Oscars podium. Non-Jews who wore red pin badges celebrating Jewish lynchings in the name of peace were photographed having the night of their lives. Hours later at Vanity Fair, Mark Ruffalo said humanity is winning. No, Mark, humanity is not winning. Ego, money, and power is. Oh, Jesus Christ, dude. Yeah, that's what she sounds like. Look it up. That's literally, yeah. Another banger from Eve Fartlow. Remember that former banger from Eve Fartlow where she said, just left a massage therapist, saw a free parking sign, thought that the sign said free Palestine. Us Jews are tired. Free parking. Jews are tired. Yeah, Amber Heard's bestie. Oh, yeah. Anyway. You have Brianna Wu falling for Hasbara stickers. Babies are occupiers too. Free Palestine by any means necessary. There is no fucking way this is real, man. Oh, God, she's so stupid. It's crazy how stupid she is. Wait, what? I don't want to go after him publicly, but the concept of baby settlers recently popularized by the #1 Twitch streamer. Then that person ever been in Twitch? Wait, what? Yeah! Yeah! That's right. That's me. Classic. Thank you for acknowledging that I'm the #1 Twitch streamer on the planet. Everybody stop saying Kai Cenat. Guys, stop saying Kai Cenat. No, she means me because I'm the #1 Twitch streamer. I sent another one of those earlier. It's so fucked. How do people not see this as fake? Yeah, dude, because okay, how much you want to fucking bet this is literally a Black's Rule moment from some Hasbara operation? You only fall for this if you are A, the dumbest person on the fucking planet, like literally just like barely kept alive by modern medicine, or B, you have a lot of motivated reasoning to feel like it. Okay, like you feel like that is exactly what Hamas is all about. That is exactly what the Palestinian struggle is all about, and therefore this is just like reinforcing your fucking biases. That's it. Is Brianna subsentient or evil? I think she is literally a unique case where she has a little bit of both. I do personally think she's a little bit of both. Like on the one hand, I think she's very, very, very dumb, considering some of the things that she said, including, but not limited to, talking about Moses parting the Red Sea as though it was a real historical event. She did that. That was crazy. Right? So stuff like that leads me to believe that she actually is kind of dumb and not actually, or Houthini's, that was another good one. Like, stuff like that makes me feel like she's not acting, right? Like, she is actually kind of very stupid. But I do think that it's, you know, there's a level of like, there is a level of clout engineering that plays a role in her behavior as well, considering that like she didn't have any positions at all on this stuff until recently and realized like this will give me an opportunity with like, I don't know, maybe like DNC staffers or some shit for Rebellion Pack. So I do think that it's like a careerist moment for her too. Anyway. It did happen. He did it with a Beyblade. Yeah. She gets too much credit for people, even though her entire career was making one of the ugliest games ever made. Got famous for being yelled at by guys like Quarter Pounder and Milo, and she looks like Marilyn Manson during his court appearances. Oh my God. Jesus Christ, M-Hud. Yeah, this was pretty funny. I said Biden's take on Palestinian lives are disgusting. No other words. He mentions the 30K killed by the IDF as though they're victims of a natural disaster. To which Brianna quote tweeted me, apparently. I didn't even know. Yeah, I was absolutely disgusted by his plans to literally build oceanic infrastructure to ensure steady supply of food gets to the Palestinian refugees. Oceanic infrastructure. What ocean? Does Israel have an ocean near it? Why do these people... Here's a very cool way to like recognize that someone is stupid, but portraying themselves as like intelligent, okay? Trying to present themselves as intelligent, okay? It's a sea. It's not an ocean. But she said oceanic because in her fucking mind, it comes across as like intelligent to say oceanic. Just say build a fucking port. That's it. But she don't want to say that because she wants to like genuinely elevate. Like for a lot of dumb people on Twitter, she wants to come across like more intelligent than she actually is. Anyway, it's fine. It's besides the point. Oceanic infrastructure. To ensure a steady supply of food gets to the Palestinian refugees, no matter what Netanyahu decides. What an asshole. To which Talia Jane absolutely fucking cooked her ass. Talia said, I remember years and years ago when you didn't bootlick for genocide or proudly carry water for meager half measures that could easily be resolved by forcing fascist freaks to stop blocking existing aid. You at least tried briefly to be for the people. I am for the people. The difference between us is I think Jews are also people. The difference between us is that I'm an actual Jew telling you you're on some fascist dog shit. You're a Shonda Goy selling yourself out to chase temporary approval by whoever will give it. For now, ethno-supremacist extremists, knowing deep down inside, none of them will have your back when you need someone to defend your rights. When they're on the chopping block, you will not be remembered. You sold your soul. You're an empty, a tool, a replaceable glass gleefully being filled by arbiters of hate on the comical delusion you're doing anything remarkable, a paragon of uselessness. Why did you block me, Brianna? I thought you said you believe Jews are people. Am I not a person? If you prick me, do I not bleed? Holy fuck. God damn. Talia fucking absolutely destroyed her. Talia, for the record, was the one who exposed the Tyler Oliveira shit early on. Remember Tyler Oliveira, the YouTuber that we looked at who was like talking about how he was interviewing random New Yorkers about the Jewish tunnels and also immigrants somehow that are connected. Okay. But yeah, it was great. And she toasted Brianna pretty aptly. She might be in here right now. She's great. She broke the Aaron Bushnell story as well. Yes, that's right. And also did a really good job with that as well. She was very careful and considerate, got consent from Aaron's family before revealing the footage and literally said that like Aaron wanted this footage to be out there and Aaron's family wanted this footage to be out there as well. She's great. Quiet. So yeah. Okay. We're gonna move on from this. Fucking Ben, dude. I don't know. I just like it's so ridiculous, dude. Anyway, much respect to Jonathan Glazer, like I said. What a fucking G. What an absolute G for openly coming out there and being like, listen, not in our name. This is bullshit. Okay. I have so much respect for a dude who was the most qualified to talk about this on stage. And now everybody's yelling at him. The ADL, which is a fraudulent institution at this point, okay, ultimately, in its inception, it was for a very good cause. Obviously, anti-Semitism is horrible and should be stopped. ADL is now Apartheid Defense League through and through, okay? Apartheid Defense League to the goddamn bone, okay? Holy shit. She's in here. Law, hi again, Hasan. Hope you're having a lovely day. What is this? Brianna is on some straight Nazi shit. What is this? Good morning, trans Twitter screaming at me for... I don't care. Don't show me any more stuff of Brianna Wu, okay? It's irrelevant. Like, even when she says dumb shit, it is irrelevant, okay? Hi, Talia. It is irrelevant. Brianna does this thing where, like, she's just farming. She's farming the other fucking dumbasses on Twitter. That's it. Twitter is now, like, unfortunately, a right-wing shithole full of the dumbest people you've ever fucking seen. And you can get hugboxed by them if you agree with them. That's it. And that's what Brianna is doing. What is this? Michael Rappaport? Let's go. My goat.
Why do you weak ass as a Jews have Jewish in your profile?
Yeah, tell it to him. Tell it to him, Michael. He's the beacon, the paragon of strength, dude. Yeah. God, I love him. At least he's like, out of all of the Hasbara ultra nationalists out there, I think Michael is the most tolerable. He sucks so bad, but like at least he's watchable. You know what I mean? Brett Gelman, unwatchable in my opinion. Amy Schumer, unwatchable. But when Michael goes off, I'm like, that's my guy.
File or Jew for ceasefire. I'm a Jew for...
Like, he always seems like he's going to do a rap battle for defending Israel. It's like, any one of you that wants to take it up, I will fucking put the mic on and do a rap battle for Israel. Do you understand? Yeah. They call it a genocide. But the real genocide was October 7th. Recognize. If you don't like techno music, you can fuck off.
Palestine in your profile, huh? Why do you feel the need to explain that? You think you get good guy points for that bullshit? It shows how much you care.
No, dude. No, it's because people genuinely have, like... I know this is really hard, okay? I know this is really hard for you to comprehend because you're a piece of shit. But people, okay? But other people legitimately look at that and go, that's fucking insane, okay? That's really bad. And they probably have a real distaste in Israel doing all of this stuff while simultaneously saying that they're doing it for Judaism when it is so far removed, okay? That's the difference.
Or how evolved you are from all the other Jewish people.
Yeah. Hamas is being a sucker MC. Yo.
You weak ass self-hating. You have no knowledge of self. You could post as many watermelons and flags and explain this, that, and the third. But know this.
Okay.
If you were in Israel on October 7th, you would be raped, kidnapped, murdered, and had your homes burnt down with you and all your Jewish family in them, just like all the other Jews. If they had a chance, those radical jihadists, to get...
So like when on October 8th, victims, survivors from Kibbutz Be'eri, when they were saying that this is a direct consequence of Israel's apartheid, Israel's occupation, okay? Is Michael Rappaport owning them in the marketplace of ideas as well? He's like, you're a fake Jew, unlike me in New York. Safe and sound, right? Like they were saying it too. It's just so, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Glazer is a descendant of survivors of the Kishinev pogrom, which was one of the major justifications used for the Zionist movement and the need for a Jewish state in the early 1900s.
Get their hands on you. Never, ever, 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 ever forget. You could post all you want, but if they had a chance, they would treat you as a Jew, you weak ass, embarrassing.
I think that like the notion, and this is like very real in ultra Zionist circles, like if you criticize Israel, you're just like anti-Semitic, is just so damaging to the discourse. And it's completely shut off some people from like from basically seeing the light in this situation. It's just like there are a lot of people who saw the atrocities on October 7. It broke their brains and they were just like, I'm done. No. It's over. I'm looking for only people who agree with me, and anyone who disagrees with me on this issue it must be straight up an anti-Semite. And it's like, no matter how many Israelis, Jews, Holocaust historians, like no matter who is like, hey dog, this is an apartheid, he doesn't want to listen to it. Okay? That's it. That's it. No more information can come in. Exactly. It's just I'm shutting out anyone that opposes this take. Anyone and everyone. All right, let's listen to the Jimmy Kimmel monologue, opening monologue, briefly. Not even other Jewish people. Yeah, don't. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Like, I see it. Like, I've heard it. I've heard it myself. Like the treatment of anti-Zionist Jews as though they're like self-hating Jews is an inherently anti-Semitic thing to say. Like calling them capos and shit. And it's crazy. Anyway. What is this? To be honest, I think Dan is only seeing half the picture. Okay, that's a good one. Bars. Dan is always seeing half the picture. I hate Jimmy Kimmel. Did you see Emma Stone call him a prick? Emma Stone should be celebrated and defended and cherished. She's incredible. She must be protected at all costs. Anyone that hurts her, anyone that hurts her, I will stand in their way. No, she stole Lily's Oscar. Honestly, I think like, dude, I'm saying this partially because of her speech. Like, I thought she was being very real. She was fucking bawling her eyes out, trying to hold her tears back from all the emotions. Don't forget, you'll always be Jewish. The world will never let you forget. So support the genocidal state. Is that what Michael Rappaport said? I don't know. Anyway, here. Also, I forgot to run the top of the hour ad break, so I'm running it now. And you can subscribe to avoid seeing those ads. The 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour.
You're so beautiful.
I know. I was just thinking that. I haven't eaten in 3 weeks.
Emma Stone disrespected people struggling with anxiety disorders. Fuck her. That's awesome.
I'm so hungry. I have to go host the Oscars.
Live from the Dolby Theater at Ovation Hollywood, please welcome tonight's host, Jimmy Kimmel.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. Well, it's very kind. Thank you. Thank
Thank you for that partial standing ovation. And welcome to the 96th Oscars, everybody. Look at these beautiful human actors. What an honor it is to be here. Thank you for having me back, and congratulations to each and every one of you for making it to the Academy Awards and for making it on time. The show, as you know, is starting an hour early this year, but don't worry, it will still end very, very late. In fact, we're already 5 minutes over, and I am not joking. I'm not gonna lie, it's gonna be a long night after what was a long year. It was a hard year, but it was also a great year for movies, despite the fact that everything stopped. The people in this room somehow managed to come up with so many excellent films and so many memorable performances. This night is full of enormous talent and untold potential, but so was Madam Web, so who knows? Are we off to a bumpy start? Okay. This is a meaningful occasion for most of you, I know that. And I know that winning an Oscar is something you dreamed about since you were a kid. And now here we are, all dressed up, celebrating the best of the best, beginning with the biggest movie of the year, Barbie. Barbie was a monster hit. What a thing, what an achievement to take a plastic doll nobody even liked anymore. I mean, my wife, before this movie, you'd have had a better chance of getting my wife to buy our daughter a pack of Marlboro Reds than a Barbie doll. Now Barbie's a feminist icon thanks to Greta Gerwig, who many believe deserved to be nominated for Best Director. Hold on a second. I know you're clapping, but you're the ones.
To clarify what Cheddar was talking about with Emma, Emma made a statement about people turning situations not about themselves into situations about themselves, i.e. exactly what that chatter did, and something you say all the time. She even clarifies it's not meant to insult them. Oh yeah, she was talking about her anxiety. She was talking about her she was talking about her anxiety and saying that, like, she had a conversation and it was like, this is not about you, this is about a larger thing, this is about the entire body of work.
Who didn't vote for her, by the way. Don't act like you had nothing to do with this. And I don't want to leave out Margot Robbie. Margot put this giant hit together. She did. Margot Robbie and Ryan Gosling are here.
Emma Stone did Yellowface. I don't care. Yeah, okay. Cancel it.
Tonight. Look, kids, it's Barbie and Ken sitting just near each other. Ryan and Margot, I want you to know that even if neither one of you wins an Oscar tonight, you both already won something much more important, the genetic lottery.
Okay, I think we'll skip it. This was the only line that was like very libbed up, and it was conservabate. And I don't even think the conservatives ate this. Do leftists ever enjoy things? No, they don't. Leftism is about being permanently unable to enjoy things, because enjoying things, depending on what kind of leftist you are, is either bourgeois decadence or morally degenerate. Okay? Well, the morally degenerate part is like the same as the conservative saying it too. Anyway, it's just it's jokes are morally abhorrent because you are laughing, and laughter in a world that is succumbed to so much inequality and injustice means that you're basically laughing at the victims. You are laughing in a world where no one is, right? In a world where the lesser fortunate do not have the capacity to laugh. So if you have fun, if you enjoy things, you are basically enjoying the death and destruction all around you. That's how I see it. That's what being a leftist is all about. Yeah, the more we suffer, the better we are.
Can we talk about the Oscars? The 96th annual Oscars were held last night in Hollywood. If you couldn't stay up that late, Oppenheimer came into the night with 13 nominations. And
if you couldn't stay up that late, fuck you mean? It started at goddamn 4 p.m., dude. The fuck? It started at 4 p.m., 7 p.m., okay? 7 p.m. Eastern. Who can't stay up past 7 p.m. Eastern? What the fuck?
Ended up with the most wins, including Best Picture.
Morning Joe is talking to an audience of one. Joe Brandon is talking to an audience that woke up. This is at 4 a.m. Okay, 4 a.m. Mountain Time, I guess. So what is that? What would that be?
Best Actor for Cillian Murphy. Best Supporting Actor for Robert Downey Jr.
Americans think there's only one time zone. My friends, this is MSNBC. Okay? It's not like this is CNN International. It's not like this is the BBC. Okay? This is a East Coast television program speaking to a broadly American audience. So the notion that like this was too late for the East Coast is hilarious. They specifically made it earlier, I think.
Emma Stone won Best Actress for her role in Poor Things, and Best Supporting Actress went to Divine Joy Randolph for her role in The Holdover.
Damn, she did a great job with that name.
That was amazing. The Oscars also featured show-stopping performances from singer Billie Eilish and actor Ryan Gosling, both performing songs from the Barbie soundtrack. And at the end of the night, Jimmy Kimmel took a minute to read former President Trump's reaction to his hosting.
I just got a review, and
I think there's something to be said about Donald Trump's poetic writing being funnier inherently than Jimmy Kimmel trying to make a joke out of it.
Has there ever been...
One's a natural, the other one's trying too hard, is what I mean.
...been a worse host than Jimmy Kimmel at the Oscars? His opening was that of a less-than-average person trying too hard to be something which he is not and never can be. Get rid of Kimmel and perhaps replace him with another washed-up but cheap ABC talent. See if you can guess which former president just posted that on Truth. Anyone? No? Well, thank you, President Trump. Thank you for watching. I'm surprised you're still... Isn't it past your jail time?
Okay, and here we go.
That's the thing. He just does. I guess he doesn't understand. He just keeps walking into traps. He keeps, you know, again, it's like an old fighter that's past his prime. The things that may have worked, that may have been disruptive 2016, everybody knows what's coming. So he's the butt of the joke for, you know, millions and millions of people last night.
Well, two things can be...
Yeah, Oscars never famously made fun of Trump before. This is the first time.
True, because while he keeps losing and having problems along the way, especially legal problems, he's developing a whole new bench, a whole generation of young, I would say Republicans, but I think it's safer to call them Trumpers, who lie like he does, and they don't care.
And who will lose.
Like Katie Britt.
Who will lose. Well, we'll get to that in a minute.
Yeah. What actually pissed off right-wingers was the joke Kimmel made about RDJ's former drug use. PBD tweeted about it. It's all very silly. Conservatives are desperately looking for things to get angry at. And I think that, like... and I think they're failing to find stuff. And that's what's going on here. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But they'll lose too. I mean, this is the pathway to loserdom. And we've been seeing that over the weekend. You've been seeing the reaction to Biden's State of the Union address. You've been seeing really stupid reactions from people that said he was going to be asleep. Now it's like, oh, he's too jacked up. And, oh, he's like, that's all
what is it?
certain
Which
networks
do you want?
had. Yeah, exactly.
Do you want him to be...
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good cut. All right, let's get to some serious news in the next 30 minutes. Well, actually, you know what? Let me see if I can have Sam on right now. Let's see. Uncle Sammy. Hold on. All you need... They're saying John Cena was going through a humiliation ritual to join the Illuminati. Oh, that's funny. I love that.
Tension between President Biden and Israel's Benjamin Netanyahu over the war in Gaza. The Israeli prime minister is pushing back against the president's comments last week when Biden said Netanyahu is hurting Israel more than he's helping. Chris Lipset.
Yeah, we're going to be talking about Biden's interview. Okay. This is the RDJ clip while we wait. Wait, okay.
And congratulations to Cillian's co-star, Robert Downey Jr., who is, this night this is the highest point of Robert Downey Jr.'s long and illustrious career. Well, one of the highest points. But Robert has been was that 2 on the nose, or was that a drug motion you made? But look at him. I mean, look at this guy. He's so handsome, so talented. He's won every award there is to win. Is that an acceptance speech in your pocket, or do you just have a very rectangular penis? What is...
Ugh. A qualified dirtbag joke that wasn't even funny. Jimmy Kimmel does this on the night Downey wins his first Academy. It's people like Jimmy Kimmel that turn people off from watching this garbage. It's as if Kimmel is envious of how much RDJ is loved. Yeah, I think it's like a whack ass joke, but who gives a shit ultimately? He was being a decent sport about it. It's a bad joke in general, but like, I don't know, getting fucking this mad about it is like pretty funny. As you say, everyone is a lib. Exactly. Every single person is a liberal at the end of the day. My uncle smoked crack with him in MacArthur Park. That's awesome. Did you see Mulaney cooking his bit? I did. John Mulaney did a pretty funny bit. Even made fun of Madam Web. And then the John Cena joke was like pretty funny as well. It's like a classic overall. Yeah, I mean it was fine. It was fine. The one redeeming quality theater kids have is their ability to not be themselves, and these award shows are them being their hollow selves, which is why it's so cringe and terrible to watch. I like the glitz and glamour and the celebration of cherished artists and art in general. I do think cinema is art. I do think movies are art, and it's a pretty valid form of art. So, you know, it's fine. I don't really give a shit. I have not personally seen, Nolan's, speaking of art, Nolan's bit about it was pretty good too, saying that this is a 100-year-old medium, and the fact that like they are cherishing, like he said he doesn't know where it's going to go. Like imagine theater or painting 100 years in. Who knows where this will go, but the fact that you think I have played a significant role in this process is phenomenal. And I thought that was really cool. Like that was a great testament. That was a great statement in general. Oppenheimer has really made me forget that he made Tenet is what I mean. It's just great movie overall. Totally made me forget that he made Tenet and is secretly trying to make everyone as deaf as he is. Personally. Oh, Tenet is great. You are just wrong. Yes, dude. It's so great. It's so sick. I love watching Memento with worse and increasingly worse audio. I love watching a phenomenal movie and in worse versions of the same movie that is phenomenal. Nolan's legacy on audio makes being awful. I mean, that part is true. Unlimited budget after a banger is a Hollywood trope. Yeah. Instead of the story moving backward, the audio does. Dude, listen. I 100% believe that, oh yeah, thinking must hurt. Sorry, you're a himbo. Yeah, dude. It's so, Tenet. It makes you question everything. Yeah, it did. It made me question why it is so hard to hear the characters. Okay. On OTT platform, the audio is good, but I don't know why in cinema the audio is pretty messed up. No, it wasn't pretty good. I watched it OTT platform. Here are the pins for Palestine.
Artists for ceasefire.
Guys, in the center, in the center. Straight ahead right here, please. Thank you. Straight ahead, straight ahead. And Billy right here, Billy. Guys, together, straight ahead. And looking right here. Straight ahead. Smart, right here. Yo, bro.
This pin?
I watched Tenet's IMAX reissue. It was just as bad in the theater. Yeah. Anyway. What? Seen people reacting to the pins because of this? Is this accurate? I'm out of touch. What? Blood of butchered Israelis is on their hands, literally. Apparently, people don't realize that's where the Oscar red pin comes from. I'm floored. How could they not? What? Dude, this has 37 likes. What do you mean? Like, you saw a tweet with 37 likes and you were like, this is discourse? They're saying the pin is actually butchered. The bloody hands in the pin are actually not Palestinian hands, but instead Israeli hands. Is that what you're saying? Most celebrities wearing red pins don't know that the image of the red hands is associated with one horrific event imprinted in the minds of Israelis and Palestinians. The 2000 Ramallah lynching of Israelis. This symbolism isn't a coincidence. Yeah. That's, I mean, dude, it's not that shocking. Yeah, dude. Yeah. Israel invented, blood on your hands. That's right. Just like it invented falafel, just like Israel invented shawarma, just like Israel invented hummus, Israel also famously invented, you have blood on your hands. The statement. Yeah. Yeah, it's just, you know. Israel invented feta cheese, coffee, baklava, and also the blood on your hands. You have blood on your hands. The way they're scrambling for PR points is insane. Like, that's not what this pin means at all. Yeah. Yeah, before the year 2000, when Israel invented you have blood on your hands, no one ever said it. Chad is asking where Sam Seder is. He's currently about 11 miles away. He's live streaming his rollerblading to Hasan's at rumble.com/themajority report/live. Yeah. Yeah. Israel also invented civilization in the Middle East, invented democracy also. Yes. 1948. The year that democracy was invented. They invented Qaddaif too. Yes, of course. And also another thing that Israel invented was the keffiyeh. Just a lot of stuff. All right. Speaking of the last bit of the insanity and the conservative reception to the Oscars. Wokeness is dead. Well, that was surprising, says Elon Musk. Best picture, all white cast. Best supporting actor, white guy. Best actor, white guy. Best actress, white chick. Best director, white guy. How fucking desperate are you to turn around and utilize Oscars so white, but then say it's like a positive? Winning an Oscar now just means you won the woke contest. Guess I was wrong. And then, of course, you have the John Cena was actually doing a humiliation ritual for the Illuminati takes. Twitter is just insane now. It's just insane. Winning an Oscar now just means you won the woke contest. They should rename it as Wokewood or Holly Woke. Yes. Just the greatest discourse, dude. Just the greatest fucking... just a bunch of like very dumb people who are only creative when it comes to like being incredibly mentally unwell. Elon caught workshopping that tweet. The genius gears turn. Winning an Oscar now just means you won the woke contest. Winning an Oscar now just means you were the best Quisling. What? Ugh. Okay. I think it's worth noting that I have not sent you an Elon link in several months now, by the way. I know, it's pretty funny that it's not even Megaphonics anymore. It's everyone else has become Megaphonics. RD hates people talking about his past. I get it, dude. He's like moved on. I understand it. I think it's like lame as hell to just constantly reducing a man to what he once was is a really shitty thing to do, especially when he's like overcome great odds, right? Addiction is a thing that you carry for the rest of your life. It's a great burden, and it is very, very, very difficult to overcome. And people just like bringing up RDJ's past like that over and over again for like a shitty joke is pretty lame. Robert Downey Jr. is who we're talking about. Also, Godzilla -1 won, and their cast had Godzilla -1 heels that they were all wearing, which I thought was pretty sick.
The Palestinian protest shut down the Oscars tonight. Humanity wins. One question about Gaza. Yes, we have to
His publicist is like, dude, shut the fuck up. Oh, Jesus. Mark Ruffalo, I mean, is classic. The heels are made by a Japanese brand named Hazama. Their designer is Matsurosuke. They'll be selling more of them soon. Yeah, I saw them. They were sick. Here are the heels made by Hazama. It is pretty cool that they did that. I still haven't watched Godzilla -1, and I do want to. See ScarJo on SNL? No, I did not watch SNL. These moments seem small and insignificant, but they matter more than people realize, where everyone chooses to be silent in the face of whipping people from their land. Yeah. Godzilla -1. Ben Shapiro Dune 2 is hilarious. He pretty much misses the whole point of the story. I wanted to react to that, but I feel like everyone is going to complain about spoilers if I react to it. And I just don't want the fucking onslaught of chat crying about how they still haven't seen Dune 2 as I lose my fucking mind and as I find myself in the throes of mental illness slowly but surely. It's a fucking book that is 60 years old. And multiple movies have been made about it. And it's just like... like, look at this. Do a VOD off stream talking about it if you're interested. Thanks, Chat Chan. Yeah, I think I'm not going to do that. I think I'm not going to spend like the 3 hours that I am not live making extra content so that the 300 people who haven't seen it that just want to be annoying will come in to yell about it. We're not going to do it. All right, we're moving on. I've already talked about Dune 2. So let's get to Israel. Joe Brandon had an interview where he talked about red lines. One of them being invading Rafah, where the remaining millions of Palestinians in Gaza are trapped inside of, basically, which was supposed to always be a safe zone, devoid of Israeli incursions. Turns out there are no safe zones in Gaza, which we already knew about. Netanyahu very openly making him look like a fucking bitch, by the way, making Brandon look like a bitch. Let's take a look.
Has the report.
Amid the mounting humanitarian crisis in Gaza, Israel plans to invade Rafah, a Hamas stronghold, but also a refuge to more than 1 million Palestinians. President Biden was asked if that would be a red line.
It is a red line, but I'm never going to leave Israel. The defense of Israel is still critical, so there's no red line. I'm going to cut off all weapons. But there's red lines that if he crosses, you cannot have 30.
He's like, there are red lines, but there is no red lines where I'm going to cut off weapons. Like, he can't even get himself to say, like, do not invade Rafah where all the civilians live, you fucking animal. Joe Biden, you old, demented, genocide-dare piece of shit. Oh, my Lord. What an awful way to try and communicate to the entire world that you are definitely not asleep at the wheel. Holy shit, 34MKD50. Thank you for the 50 gifted subs. Jesus Christ. 250, 100 gifted subs. I just don't understand. You are the United States of America. Check this post. I feel like libs can't maintain the bloodlust without backlash. Together we stand. I mean, this is the least shocking thing to see in Houston. Houston has more ultra-Zionists than New York, okay? I don't think people understand. Houston, Dallas, these are the real areas, hotbeds of ultra-Zionism. Evangelical Christians. You've never seen a televangelist church sermon if you do not understand this take. The entirety of the South of the United States of America, the Deep South, every fucking evangelical church is the most ardent supporters of the state of Israel. They are also the #1 supporters of the settlements in the West Bank. There is a theological justification from their perspective. We've talked about it a lot. It is not even remotely shocking to see Together We Stand posters out there by some of the most anti-Semitic people, by the way. Yes, I see the graffiti. It says Together We Stand in Genocide. I know. Yeah, this is something to remember. The two people I knew in college who were really pro-Israel were evangelicals with an Israeli flag and a poster of Reagan in their room. Yup. Biden, once again, doing the worst, trying to fucking communicate a position that is, comprehensible. And then Benjamin Netanyahu taking Biden's position that is already incomprehensible and making it comprehensible, claiming that Biden is actually offering a red line, and then saying, fuck your red line.
1,000 more Palestinians dead.
In response, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu vowed his military will go to Rafah regardless.
I have a red line. You know what the red
Joel Sivera, thank you for the 5 get the subs.
line is? That October 7th doesn't happen again. Never happens again.
This week.
Bro, you are responsible for October 7th more than anyone else, okay? You are. Like, oh my God. Okay.
Marks the start of Ramadan, the Islamic holy month, a time of prayer and fasting, but in recent years, violence as well, over Israeli restrictions on accessing Muslim holy sites in Jerusalem. Summer Sinajlawi is an activist with the Palestinian political party Fatah.
I wish the Americans will be able to put more pressure in the coming few days. It's a ticking bomb situation.
It's a ticking time bomb.
Nobody can tell you what could happen. Something will happen.
Now, President Biden continues to push for a ceasefire deal in exchange for dozens of Israeli hostages still in Hamas captivity for 5 months. But despite that punishing Israeli ground offensive and now the beginning of Ramadan, Hamas refuses to make a deal. Gail?
All right, Chris Livesay reporting from Israel. We thank you.
Fox News alert. President Biden calling out Prime Minister Netanyahu as Israel defends itself from Hamas terrorists who murdered more than 1,200 Israelis and still hold more than 100 hostages.
What is your red line with Prime Minister Netanyahu? For instance, would invasion of Rafah, which you have urged him not to do?
It is a red line, but I'm never going to leave Israel. The defense of Israel is still critical. So there's no red line. I'm going to cut off all weapons so they don't have the Iron Dome to protect.
Biden's line speech is okay. Oh, hold on. I'm waiting for the groomer, the dog groomer, to be here as well, but Sam Seder is landed. Let me see if I can find him real quick. I'm trying. Bro, you really not going to address that framing? Me? No, we're going to talk about all this in a second. I am trying currently to get Uncle Sam Seder on first and foremost. Okay? Sam Seder, what a fucking nightmare. Oh my God, Sam Seder, what a fucking nightmare. All right? That's what I'm trying to do right now. Unk. Here's something for Hogwatch later. Kansas Hogs beating on Biden in effigy. Yeah, we'll do that. Did you figure it out? Wait, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? I think we figured it out. All right. Wait, what? This might not be the correct one. I'm going to give a video call hoping that this is the correct one. Hello?
I do this?
Yes. Oh my God, it is the correct one. I was worried because it says you've been a Discord member since like 2021.
Oh yeah, man.
Yeah, you're
Are you kidding me?
Sam, you are hip as hell, okay? Let me just say. Here, I will turn on my camera so you can see me. Wait, oops, wrong one. Here it is.
There it is.
Okay.
What's up?
Oh my God, Sam Seder, what a fucking nightmare. Here he is, ladies and gentlemen. The real uncle, Uncle Sam, my real uncle. He's here with us on this joyous occasion. Well, not necessarily a joyous occasion, but it's a joyous occasion when you're on. But you know, the things that we will be talking about,
excited.
The things that we're going to be talking about are not so joyous overall. So Sam, for those of you who don't know, it has a show called The Majority Report. I love The Majority Report with Sam and Emma and everyone else. Great show. Watch it all the time. Big fan. And I wanted to have Uncle Sam on because people were saying he's a Zionist, which I thought was very funny. But that's not the real reason why I'm having you on. It's been a while since I've had you on, and I wanted to just check in, see how you guys are doing over there.
It's a shit show right now. It's really, I mean, we're all doing fine on our show, but it's a really ugly time, and to have to watch this, you know, every day, it's just it's painful to see this type of suffering that is, you know, that we, with our tax dollars, with our government, are enabling in many respects. And so that's difficult, but you know, all things considered, um, we're doing okay.
Yeah. Couple things I wanted to get started on. So given your background as a Jewish man who was an anti-Zionist himself, I wanted to ask you a couple things because I feel like you can speak to this issue as far as like the reception from the audience in a way that I cannot, given my background as someone who is Muslim. Like I feel like there are a lot of people who are going to be more receptive, considering your track record in the space, for how many years you've been engaging in commentary, and also being a professional speaker. I think that I just wanted to touch base on your perspective on some of these issues, starting off with Jonathan Glazer's speech. Did you watch Zone of Interest?
I did.
Yeah. He won I think best foreign film.
Yeah, I think Best International.
Best International.
I mean, I don't watch the Oscars as a rule, but I did see his speech. Obviously, the you know, it's clipped, and I mean, I certainly, you know, the big part of his statement, which was, I think by some people misconstrued, and other instances like purposefully misconstrued, was that he had said, and I'm sort of paraphrasing, but he said, "We stand here." Now, of course, the guy, you know, he's just done. I think it was like a 7-8 year long project for him. Don't eventually could have even been 10, about Rudolf Hess's, based upon a novel about Rudolf Hess, who was the commandant of the death camp Auschwitz, and his family lived right next door to Auschwitz. And the film is really like a commentary on sort of the banality of evil, to use Hannah Arendt's title when she wrote about Eichmann, but about, like, you know, the living next there, and how that's how they just sort of live their lives,
Yeah.
you know, without. And so the guy's, you know, is he's steeped in this, and he said, "We stand up here." I think he was talking for his producers, um, and, and refute our Jewishness and the Holocaust. And that's where, like, apparently some reporting put a period.
Yeah,
But he said,
the
"We
Hollywood
refute."
Reporter, I think, or no, Variety did that, which is insane. Like, this
Insane.
is a premier establishment journalistic outlet for all things Hollywood. The fact that they would flub this quote, I don't think it's a mistake. I just, like, I can't chalk this up as like a simple mistake. I think that they wanted to draw that out. Like, this is a trade publication. That is what they wanted to draw out of that speech.
I mean, whether it was just like incredible incompetence or nefarious, regardless, people ran with that. And the actual statement was, "We stand up here and refute our Judaism and the Holocaust being used as a shield or a justification for, you know, the onslaught." I don't know how he phrased it, in Gaza.
Yeah.
And so the idea, and that's a sentiment. I mean, um, I think that, frankly, a lot of Jews in this country and around the world feel. I mean, you hear a lot of the protesters yelling "not in our name." That's what they're talking about. Is that the idea of of killing civilians and and what Israel is doing is really fundamentally contrary to, I think, a lot of people's perceived ideas of Judaism.
Yeah.
Aside, and certainly to see the Holocaust, which is, I went to Hebrew school 3 times a week as a kid, but Hebrew was about like number 3 or 4 on what we learned. We learned about the Holocaust. We learned about Israel. Then cultural things about Judaism. And when I went to Hebrew school, it was only 30 years out from the Holocaust. I mean, I was 10 in 1975, and so I had teachers, Hebrew school teachers, with a number tattooed to their arm, and the message of the Holocaust, at least that we were taught, was never again. But it wasn't just about Jews. It was supposed to be, never this type of wholesale slaughter. And so to see these things invoked as a defense or a justification for this genocide in Gaza is beyond the just sort of, I think, you don't need to be Jewish or religious or anything to find what's going on there abhorrent, but it's one more sort of indignity.
Yeah. I wanted to show you another thing from Variety. I'm going to share my screen with you right now so you can see it. You can see what I'm seeing, at least. Here it is. Hold on, let's put you back up top. This is the same Variety trade publication that claimed IDFA's artistic director apologized after protesters crash opening night with banner calling for destruction of Israel. Now, the banner that was calling for the destruction of Israel, of course, read, and this is back from November 10th, was, of course, "From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free." Now, obviously, discourse has changed from back then, but if you recall, this was around the same time when Rashida Tlaib was censured. But as a trade publication, they still went along with this narrative that, like, saying "from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free" is actually calling for the death and destruction of Israel at a time when this was the hot button issue. So. Right. Just some ways in which I think even areas that you would not expect being political while using neutral language and objective reporting from a trade publication that, like, is supposed to cover Hollywood, still making an assessment, making a statement, and showing bias, in my opinion.
Oh yeah, I mean, without a doubt, I mean, you don't need it to see it just in the context of Hollywood. I think particularly, there may be a slight change in tone in some of the news media, I think, as of late. But certainly at the beginning, and there's always been this sort of deference to Israel. And, as someone who was steeped in this as a kid, it took a long time, I think, for me to um, to be fully conscious of that, of just how, steeped it is. I mean, I always knew there was a bias, but I think, like, you're really seeing in this conflict, because everybody seems to be weighing in. I mean, you know, uh, you mentioned I've been doing this for a while. It's actually going to be the 20th anniversary of the Majority Report in like 2 or 3 weeks.
Wow.
And when we started it on radio, Janine Garofalo and I co-hosted the show, and I think we were one of the few. I mean, it's certainly even on the network, without a doubt, but anywhere on commercial media, I think we were one of the few outlets where we would regularly criticize Israel. It was not necessarily
in vogue.
No, it definitely wasn't in vogue. But my critique, I think, has gotten more sophisticated over the years. But we got a call the day after we said anything negative about Israel from the Israeli embassy, and they wanted to send the ambassador onto the show. Guy named, I think it was Pincus, And I think he ultimately did come on to the show and listen to our critique. I mean, um, I was very critical of Sharon and uh, at that time and the occupation, broadly speaking. But I don't know that I had as much clarity on the history. I mean, I had a good friend who did a documentary about.
To be fair, I will say this. What you're talking about is a time that literally predates the new historian era of Israeli history, I feel like, or was like right around the time when
Oh
the
no,
new
that happened around in the 80s and 90s. But I wasn't, at that age, 80s and 90s. I'm still in my teens, early 20s, and I wasn't. But it was there. I had a friend, a guy named Benny Bruner, and you can see his documentary he did. He was Israeli. I want to say Dutch, and he did the documentary that is available. Or he's done many, but one which really struck me was called "The Great Book Robbery," and it's a documentary about trying to establish that there was, in fact, a Palestinian. The land was not empty. There was no. There was a Palestinian culture. There was a Palestinian civilization. They had, and he makes that case through all the books, Palestinian books that were stolen and are actually stored in a subterranean level in the Israeli National Library that you really can't go in and see. And it was very enlightening to me, and being aware of, like, because as a kid you're taught, like, the land was empty, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, for a what is it, for a land without, for a people without land, for a land without people, or land without people, for a people without land.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And so, my critique has evolved over the time. Like, I don't, I mean, I think you saw this exchange I had the other day on my show. I never labeled myself a Zionist, although I think, maybe, I don't know that I was ever a Zionist, different people had maybe draw the distinctions at different points. But I never labeled myself an anti-Zionist, because I don't feel like I have to participate in the this concept. I believe in democracy, and I believe in human rights, and I believe that if you're occupying land illegal, it's illegal, and I believe in the concept of settler colonialism, and can make an assessment. I think to the extent that I've been called an anti-Zionist, it's more by people who call themselves Zionists. But I don't have a problem with it being called an anti-Zionist. But it's not something that I spend time identifying myself with, because, frankly, rhetorically, I don't find it particularly effective. And if it's not effective in me helping change people's minds, then I don't employ that type of stuff. But it's been a very clarifying time where people stand, and surprising in some instances too, to be honest with you.
So, do you mind elaborating on your own personal journey? I've talked about mine as far as, like, overcoming national mythology and nationalistic myths that you learn from an early age, as someone who's Turkish, who grew up in Turkey, who was a product of both the private and public education system in Turkey. Like, I have talked about my understanding of the Armenian genocide and what was taught to me, and how I was, how my opinion on it evolved from an early age, despite the attempts of indoctrination. And I was wondering if you, because I think there's a very good parallel there with respect to the Nakba, and also Israel's ongoing occupation as an apartheid regime, and the way that this has evolved into full-blown fascism, in my opinion, in the words not just of mine, but also a friend of both of our shows, Dr. Ofer Kasif. I think that it could be illuminating for people who are on their own journey of self-reflection and education, for those who are maybe on like the precipice of understanding, despite indoctrination from their schooling.
Sure. Yeah. Like I said, I'm 57, so
it doesn't show.
When I well, thank you, I appreciate that. But when I was in elementary school, I mean, I went for Hebrew education 3 days a week after regular public school, and until probably I think I was like I think I went through most of high school even, and Reform Jew, and the people 30 years out. I mean, we're still very much steeped in the Holocaust, and the idea of Israel that I was taught was a plucky sort of like David and Goliath story, and Israel surrounded on all sides by its enemies, and how much the Arabs hated the Israelis and the Jews, and it was presented as if this was a sort of like an eternal struggle of religion, and that the only thing that really saved the Israelis was their sort of like their superior will, and they were lucky because their enemies were not terribly smart. Like I just remember being taught this story about the Golan Heights, about how like the Israelis had spies who convinced the Syrians to grow trees on the Golan Heights because it would provide shade when they were fighting. And so the Israelis knew where to fire their weapons. I don't know how that story worked, but this is, you hear it as a child.
Mm-hmm.
And the idea of questioning, like, wait, how did the Jews get there? Or like, how many, like, it was all just the Holocaust happened. The UN said, here's Israel. And then the Arabs were mad because they don't like Jews. There was no sort of material analysis of like, hey, wait a second, how did they, we were told it was just a desert. And they came in and they created irrigation, they grew stuff, and
turned the desert into a fertile land or whatever.
Exactly. And I was 15 or 16 and went with my Hebrew class for the summer to Israel, which is like a confirmation class program. And we traveled up and down the country. We worked at a kibbutz for a period of time. And we were it was in 1982. And at one point, and I feel like it was early on, I can't remember exactly, but I feel like it was early on in the summer. We were up in Caesarea, and we were in the ruins of this like Colosseum, and we saw dozens of attack helicopters going low across the Mediterranean north. And we're like, what's going on? I mean, it looked like something was going on. I mean, because Israel, everybody, you had soldiers, everybody, they carry their guns around, and you get used to that, after a while. But like this was something different. And within, I don't know how much time it was, not long. Maybe we got into the bus, or I can't remember. We found out that Israel had attacked Beirut. And I just remember, I mean, I was crying about it. I got into an argument with my rabbi because prior to then, it was a preemptive war in '67, but it was being sold like it was imminent, and the Israelis just got the jump. The idea was that it's the Israeli Defense Forces. They don't start wars of choice. That's not what Israel does. And that, that was my whole sense. And I think that was probably the beginning of me becoming, increasingly more skeptical and curious as to like, how did this form? And, I went to college and there was really not much, you know, for whatever reason, I don't know, it was not, I didn't, I don't remember studying much about it in college, but I was aware, I think, through the first Intifada that this was, I mean, things felt like they were changing maybe a little at that time, and then I remember when Sharon went on the Temple Mount and basically lifted, basically lit a fire, and became increasingly critical of Israel during that time. And I think the Bush administration was the first administration where I became aware that they were, and probably through interviews I was doing with people on the show, that they were not fulfilling the role that the U.S. had in the past, which was to sort of like pull Israel's worst inclinations back from the brink. But we're instead sort of like pushing them, like giving your, not just pulling the keys away from your drunk friend, but, handing them the keys, despite the fact that you bought the car for them in the first place. And for, by, the Obama era, it was, I would talk about Israel to some extent. To some extent, it was farmed out to Michael Brooks, who was, by the time we got into like the end of the Obama administration, was hosting the show once a week, and he was, had studied foreign policy and was much more, I think, sort of engaged in it. And I think to a certain extent, I had just basically given up on Israel, and my disposition was basically, I mean, I remember distinctly having, arguments about this with, because among Jews and on like, email groups I'm on, this would come up. This is sometimes the biggest like political difference I would have with people who in many other ways were, progressives or, liberals or
progressive
whatever.
except Palestine.
Yeah. And, I mean, I distinctly remember the argument I would take with some of these people is like, you're the one who's endangering Israel, the existence of Israel, because this cannot go on. The Democratic Party, it was clear, like to me, like when Tim Kaine, refused to go see Netanyahu speak in Congress, I was like, if Tim Kaine's doing this, you guys have a problem. And because Israel is going to become increasingly isolated. And, 10, 15 years from now, you're going to have the Christian Zionists in this country. But if a Democrat is in power, they're going to lose their funding. And they're going to get increasingly isolated. And it's going to be like a South Africa type of situation, except for they won't take that off ramp.
Well, it turns out they showed you by being like, nope, unconditionally in support of Israel, actually, as the Democratic Party.
I think that we are now at the apex of that support.
Yeah.
Yes.
No,
I
absolutely.
think we will never have a Democratic administration that will even come remotely close to how the Biden administration is acting. I think, Biden, I think I don't know why, but has some unique, I mean, you saw that story in The Internationalist. It's written in this book by Alex Ward, maybe. Have you heard the story?
Menachem Begin?
Yeah, that
Yeah.
Begin and you've probably recounted it, but it was, when Begin has to be the one saying to Joe Biden, like, "Hey, take it easy. We don't do that." Even though you're saying it's okay for us to kill women and children, we don't do that. When Begin has to be, and this is the guy who was participated in the blowing up of the Hotel David
Yeah.
in 1948. I mean, if that guy has to be the voice of reason, you know that Biden's got some particular, like, I don't know, bloodlust. I don't know what it is, but I think
Ryan's assessment on your show was actually pretty interesting, where Biden is known as a cipher, right? Like, he always finds the middle ground on every issue, and he's just like a perfect political machine in many ways, whether it was busing and segregation, desegregation back in the day, all the way to, super predators, crime bill, noticing that, like, learning a lesson from the opposition that he had to Afghanistan and not repeating it with Iraq, like all of this stuff. I think all of this stuff played a role in him developing his positions, but Israel was never really an issue that the Democratic Party had even shown a little bit of criticism on, with, I guess, like Obama being, ironically, Obama being considered the exception almost. But like, even then, Barack Obama, obviously on his way out, gave $30 billion in a 10-year aid package to Israel for the Iron Dome and numerous other instances. So, like, I think he never had like a reason to develop a middle of the ground approach. So that just kind of stuck with him.
Yeah, maybe in, like, again, that story about Begin, where you get admonished by the leader of the country to be like, no, we're not going to be that vicious. We don't want to associate that. There's something else going on there. And I know Peter Beinart came on the program and he had a good explanation. He's like, if you want to know, you want a sense of like where people stand on this, the 1619 Project is a good sort of surrogate in which to assess. Like, if somebody fundamentally cannot believe that the United States was founded appreciate the sort of like settler colonial origins of the United States, and that it's built on the genocide of the indigenous people here, they will not be able to get it with Israel either. They're just too invested in the sort of like that myth. They can't give it up.
They're just riding for all settler colonial genocidal states.
I mean, if you're going to do for one, you might as well do for all.
He loves Australia. He loves it all. He doesn't care. He's like, it's great.
It's the best we could do at the time.
He needs that Neil Gorsuch approach, and just like being the one pet issue that he cares about that is the exact opposite of what you would think from him. But it is interesting because like he claims to be Irish, he claims to be Catholic, and these are like currently with the Pope and also with Ireland being historically an ally to the Palestinian plight. It is very odd that he would take such a staunch ultra nationalist approach to the matter.
And the thing is like, it is, I mean, I don't think donors explains it. I mean, I know that he's got some big, Haim Sibin or Sibin or whatever that guy's
but that's
name
consistent.
is. But it's very hard to understand, because from a U.S. national security standpoint, there really is not a sense that this is in any way helpful whatsoever.
Oh, yeah.
Ilan Pappy we had on the show, he's like, when has Israel ever been helpful from a U.S. national security standpoint in terms of like in practice, right? Its existence, there's an argument, maybe there's a beachhead there within, and one more opportunity to control the oil of the neighboring countries. But I mean, I don't think he would have paid any type of like political price if in November 15th he had said we're calling for a ceasefire. I don't think he would have paid a political price. We're going to start to pull back on aid, or we're not even going to put an aid package on the table. I mean, it really is hard to understand, and it is, just from a political standpoint.
Yeah, I mean, I think that like the Lloyd Austins in his corner, I think are like genuinely warning him of the backlash and the destabilization that Israel's actions are causing, because it is like Israel's aggressive ethnic cleansing campaign is now far beyond the point of maintenance and avoidance. We've now gotten to a point where it's like it's an issue that you have to tackle head on. But beyond the lack of like Israel's position as an apartheid ethno-state is actually helping America with a beachhead or a forward operating base with like its own espionage tools and whatnot, the destabilization it's causing is obviously far outweighing the benefits that you get from like the Pegasus program or whatever, right? But beyond that, and this is something that you and I 100% agree on, it is horrible domestically. It is playing so poorly because every single instance where Joseph Robinette Brandon goes on stage and says there are red lines, but there are actually no red lines, like he did on this MSNBC interview, the Saturday show with Jonathan Capehart. When he says that, it shows incompetence. It looks like he's an old man asleep at the wheel, which is why someone like Donald Trump, who also obviously benefits from not being the president while this is going on, still is like outperforming Biden by 10 points on the issue of Israel, because at least he has consistency in the eyes of those who are being polled on the matter, where like Trump is consistently bad on Israel, but at least he's consistent. He's showing strength and support for Israel. Biden, on the other hand, is losing the demographics that he obviously needs for re-election, whether it be the Arab vote in key states, whether it be the pro-Palestinian vote, as a younger demographic is clearly overwhelmingly in support of Palestinians now. He's losing out on these key demographics in all states, but especially so in places like Michigan, obviously, and even Minnesota. And it is entirely, in my opinion, due to the fact that he looks weak and he looks like he's asleep at the wheel, because what he's saying does not match what people are seeing. Every time he says, "Oh, Israel, I called him a son of a bitch," or whenever you see a leak in the news about how like he's really gonna change pace on Netanyahu's actions in Gaza, and then you see more children being slaughtered, you see more women and children being ruthlessly massacred, you see the flower massacre that occurred at the humanitarian aid convoy. People are like, well, what the fuck is this guy doing? You're losing out on both ends at that point. The other thing I wanted to say, there's another thing I wanted to mention. Oh, Benjamin Netanyahu's reaction also consistently undermining him makes him look, even on the international stage, it makes him look like we can't even control our attack dog at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I think, I've been saying for a while that I think like even the age stuff with Biden is fundamentally the subtext there is leadership, right? Yeah. Like, look, if I think somebody can do the job, I don't care if they're 110. It's a leadership question. And so, he botched this in my estimation with the immigration thing too, because he was out there saying like, I wanted them, like I was willing to do what they wanted to do, but I couldn't convince Congress to do it because the guy who's not president is in charge of them. And it's like, well, wait a second, dude. All you're saying is, if we want action on this, hire the leader who has control of Congress.
Yeah.
And this whole thing with Netanyahu, it plays into that same thing where it's like, you say they shouldn't do this, they do it, and you're just like, they shouldn't do it. All you're, putting aside all the sort of like, the
immorality.
yeah, in the concrete aspects of this, the subtext is I have control of this situation. I'm not a leadership position, and I think that's I would say that from a general the general electorate, even if they don't care about the Palestinians, they're seeing somebody who is somewhat feckless, or the news media is seeing someone who's feckless, and this basically becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy, right?
Yeah.
Like you that narrative gets established, and they start to apply it to everything. And then the other thing is, you said, like, how it's hurting him electorally. I think it's hurting him electorally in that way, in terms of that the sort of subtext narrative. I think it's hurting him, and I think it's, who knows how many actual votes he's losing for this. But I do know that in talking to, sort of like more or less normie to progressive Democrats who are in the sort of like organizing space, it's depressing them. And so, like, even if you don't lose all of these votes directly, the second order issue is that the people you need to go out and inspire people to vote for you are just feeling like, my stomach's churning, because, and these are the people who are paying the most attention to what's going on.
Yeah, that's why the Vote Uncommitted campaign is so significant, in my opinion, which the media is now like no longer covering as much, in my opinion, after Michigan, which I suspect could be deliberate, because it is the exact type of drama that they love, that brings in ratings and like shows a little bit of chaos going on. But these are not uncommitted voters, uncommitted to the Democratic Party. I mean, these are voters who are committed to the Democratic Party, because the real uncommitted voters just don't even go out and vote in the primaries, and there are many of them, right? That's the average voter. That's the reason why the primaries are not attended as broadly as the general election. And these are the people who lead the activist base, the progressive base of the Democratic Party, who are likely Democratic Party voters, in my opinion. And regardless of our opinion on this matter, that assessment has also clearly been made by the Biden administration as well. Like, I think they are genuinely seeing that, and it is definitely causing a little bit more chaos and a little bit more fear, even though it seems like Biden personally is like a very vindictive and very stubborn person. If we're going to get into the palace intrigue of it all. And I think that is what's motivating him, given the New Yorker magazine piece that came out like last week, where he openly said, well, I don't care about the polls, because guess what? They were wrong in 2022, which they really weren't. And that they and they were wrong in 2020. So why should I listen to them now? I don't know. It's just, it is very terrifying that they're banking on people just simply forgetting what is going on in Gaza by the time November comes around.
Yeah, I'm with you 100% on that. I mean, I think, like, having, I know guys like Biden, in that age bracket, maybe related to some, and there is a quality of like, hey, maybe you don't need to drive at night as far as you're driving or attempting to drive. It's not a problem for me. Look, the problem, the dent on that car is because they're making parking spots, smaller. They're making them narrower. That's the problem, not my driving. And there's a real quality to Biden about that. Like, the guy is, I don't know if he's ever been particularly flexible, but in this instance, there is a certain, I don't know. I mean, there's a certain, I think, delusion. Maybe you see a little bit of like, they feel like they need to pay a little lip service. But the amazing thing is, too, is that, like, well, what makes them think this is going to end? Like, they can't have thought in November that, okay, this is going to go until next November and we'll just deal with it. Like, they had to have thought, like, at one point they were like, this is going to wrap up by January. This is going to wrap up by March. I mean, I think there's reporting that said that was their belief. And it's quite clear that Netanyahu has absolutely zero incentive to do anything of the sort. And here's the thing that really scares me too.
Netanyahu also likes Trump. Like Netanyahu would benefit from a Trump re-election.
100%. 100%.
And he's I think he's open about that too. Like, I think the reason why he keeps saying no two states immediately after Biden says there will be a two-state solution, which in and of itself is already like a contested concept at this point because of, you know, what the two-state solution in theory versus what it looks like in practice is very different. It's just been a continuation of settlement expansion under the guise of like a potential two-state. But, you know, beyond that, it's just very obvious that I think Benjamin Netanyahu comes out and says the things that he said yesterday, specifically because he wants to undermine Biden.
Oh, I mean, look, I think it's a huge twofer for him to embarrass Biden in this way. Huge twofer. And I think he probably calculates the longer I hang in here, the better. The better for Trump, and then ultimately the better for me. And I'm not convinced that whatever force helped Hamas to make this attack and this timing, knew that this was also going to put the United States in a difficult position and put Biden in a tough position. I can't imagine they ever thought that he would be this sort of like all in, but there's no doubt about where Netanyahu is on that. And it seems like the Biden administration just had they did not calculate this. And they didn't even appreciate the situation. I think Biden walked back from this red line thing, my understanding, a little bit later today, or at least the administration did. But
I mean, he walked back on it in the interview where he says there are red lines, and then he goes, but there are no red lines for weapons delivery. So there are no red lines then.
Technically, he said no red lines for defensive weapon. He said like the Iron Dome. And so I don't know. Maybe I was parsing that too.
I think that is that is the legalese. That is the legalese that they engage in an effort to say, oh, we're sending Israel, and you've talked about this before, we're sending Israel defensive weapons, actually, only defensive weapons, and not offensive weapons. We're just like replenishing their munitions that are depleted in defense of Israel. Why are those munitions being depleted? Well, because they're using those weapons in a forward posture in their illegal occupation and further ethnic cleansing in Gaza. I think that's like a way to get around.
There are specific armaments for Iron Dome, right? Because I'm looking down the line when somebody in the Senate is going to raise this bill. I don't know when it's going to be, but they're going to say, we're cutting off all weapon sales except for these specific armaments.
The Tamir interceptors, I think they are specifically.
Yeah. And so, something to that effect. Now, do I think that Biden is sincere with this? I doubt it. But the fact that he's having to articulate this stuff and try and put himself in a position where, because they must be looking at this going like, we've underestimated this on some level. And what are we going to do if this is happening in June? What are we going to do if this is happening in September? Like, where do we go? What is our fallback? And but here's my big fear too, is we're going to put within a month or two, we're going to have this temporary pier built so that U.S. ships can come and offload aid. It's unclear to me how that aid's going to get off that temporary pier and get distributed, but it seems to me that both Israel and Hamas have great incentive to mess with that, to involve U.S. Military personnel, to blame the other side, it is like the idea that we are actually, you know, I remember when Reagan sent peacekeepers into Lebanon and 250, I think it was, Marines got blown up. Reagan could get away with something like that, but and leave. But Biden, he may have to go the other direction. Like, you know, the idea that we're even coming even remotely close, never mind what we're doing with the Houthis, but the idea that we come even remotely close to getting involved in an armed conflict because of this is just, it's mind-blowing. It's mind-blowing that there would be this level of risk taken on by the United States when the alternate is we cut your weapons, send the trucks.
Exactly. It's just like it's taken a long way to grab your ear grab your left ear with your right hand. It's just like there is no reason to get into all of this and basically make this process infinitely harder for yourself and convoluted and potentially really devastating when. And this is the fundamental question that really frustrates me when no one asks this question to Biden directly in media, which is, why is there need for a peer to begin with? Are there no humanitarian aid convoys that are waiting? Why is there even a need for aid in Palestine? Let's ask that question. Is this a natural disaster? Is this, is this a byproduct of a typhoon? Did an earthquake happen there? Or is it actually our ally engaging in a deliberate, calculated ethnic cleansing and ethnic displacement campaign? Oh, shit. I think my dog groomer is here. 1 second.
Sorry. Good. I mean, dog groomer aside.
He just knocked like the cops for a second. Hold on. I'm going to run this video and hear Biden's thoughts real quick. You can see it as well. And
Prime Minister Netanyahu, as Israel defends itself from Hamas terrorists who murdered more than 1,200 Israelis and still hold more than 100 hostages.
What is your red line with Prime Minister Netanyahu? For instance, would invasion of Rafah, which you have urged him not to do?
It is a red line, but I'm never going to leave Israel. The defense of Israel is still critical. So there's no red line. I'm going to cut off all weapons so they don't have the Iron Dome to protect them. There's other ways to deal with the trauma caused by Hamas.
But the red line is Rafah. Israel Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu joins us live from Jerusalem. We don't have to give you the news. You follow American news as if you're still here, Prime Minister. His red line is Rafah. Don't go into Rafah. What's your response?
Look, the president and I have agreed that we have to destroy Hamas. We can't leave a quarter of the Hamas terror army in place. They're there in Rafah. This would be equivalent to saying, after the Allies fought back, gone through Normandy, went through Germany, and you'd say, well, we'll leave a quarter of the Nazi army in place and we won't go into Berlin, the last stronghold. So I think that if the president means by that we should first enable the safe departure of the civilian population from Rafah before we go in, we agree with that. We don't need any prompting.
That's not what he said.
Let's make sure that
that's not what he said. He doesn't want you to go in.
I think you have to ask him what he said, because he agrees. He said that he agrees that we have to destroy Hamas as a fighting organization. That's what we intend to do. Look, it's either Israel or Hamas. There's no middle way. I mean, we have to have that victory. We can't have 3/4 of a victory. We can't have 2/3 of a victory, because Hamas will reconstitute itself with these 4 battalions in Rafah, reconquer the Gaza Strip, and do the October 7th massacre over and over and over again. And for us in Israel, not merely for me,
Mr. Prime
but
Minister,
for the people of Israel, that's a red line. We can't let Hamas survive.
Mr. Prime Minister, we don't want to put you in a difficult position, because we know that you have to work with the U.S. I know we're still strong allies. But there's been multiple comments, whether it was a red line from the President of the United States or Kamala Harris saying that we need a ceasefire now. I know there's been conversations in the press about a fractured relationship. Can you tell us about what's going on between you and the president? Because right now, what I'm hearing from the IDF and some of my friends that are going out there to battle Hamas is that they don't have the support truly of the United States right now, and that you guys are being pressured to come off the gas a little bit. Is that true?
Look, we have our agreements on the basic goals, but we also have disagreements on how to achieve them. Ultimately, it's Israel that has to decide. Our neck is on the line.
Are they encouraging you to get off the gas, though, Prime Minister?
Well, I'm telling you that we're not getting off the gas. I'm telling you that we have to take care of Israel's security and our future, and that requires eliminating the terrorist army. That's a prerequisite for victory. That victory is important not only for us, it's important for the civilized world as we're fighting these barbarians. And let me tell you something. You know, I've seen these recent polls where 82% of Americans support Israel in its battle against Hamas. 82%. That's been constant over the last 5 months. So they recognize that our battle is your battle and our victory is your victory. And I'm sure that deep down, everyone in Washington understands that. And that's what we're going to do. We're going to defeat Hamas. We're going to do what is necessary to minimize civilian casualties, do the humanitarian aid, something that we believe in. But we have to destroy this terrorist Nazi army. Otherwise, there's no future.
It's crazy that they just have direct line to Benjamin Netanyahu. Like,
oh yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if he's actually just in an office at Fox. But what's also really telling about this is his analogy as to why they have to keep going into Rafah is as if the United States, left 1/4 of the German army, operating, or wouldn't go into Berlin. And I hear this quite a bit when people justify like how much destruction Israel has wrought in Gaza. They'll cite Dresden or they'll cite Nagasaki, Hiroshima, and the idea that you can justify this carnage by comparing the threat between Hamas and Germany and the Imperial Japan is just absurd. It's just absurd, and they've got to make that leap to justify it. But it doesn't work. I'm sorry, it just doesn't work. It's not the same.
Yeah, it's just it's wild for a couple different reasons, including something that Biden himself mentioned, which is that we wrote rules after, like he literally said that in an interview, if I recall, where he was talking about the Dresden comparisons ahead of time. Like he was getting ahead of that narrative because he's heard it so many times probably. That like, one, we did write rules, new rules of engagement after that. And two, this is one thing that always frustrates me about the comparisons to the Holocaust, which Benjamin Netanyahu, as I'm sure you know, is a Holocaust revisionist himself. So this is something that he likes doing regardless, is that if there is a group, if there is a militarized state that is like engaging in ethnic cleansing and ethnic slaughter, the comparison falls not on the hands of a resistance group that will take it to violent means, built originally by like fundamentalist guys as well, for sure. It's the other side. It's Israel. Like Israel is infinitely closer to the mechanized slaughter than Hamas is. Neither of which is, I'm saying, identical, obviously, to the atrocities of the Holocaust. But like one side is clearly closer to the Nazi regime than the other side.
Power differential. You look at the power differential.
Yeah.
I mean that's just what it comes down to. I mean, you just look at the power differential, and who has control of their territory and who does not, and who, where the mass starvation is happening and where it's not. I mean, the power differential is quite obvious. This is not, a world war. This is a highly sophisticated country with far more advanced weaponry than maybe anyone else around, frankly, in that neighborhood. And certainly, more so than Hamas. And again, you're not going to completely eradicate them. And the idea that like that Hamas is some type of sort of like alien force that can be, Israel, it is almost impossible to imagine that Israel hasn't created 5 different variants of Hamas in what they have done to the population. It would be astonishing.
Yeah,
Israel
Hamas
continues
itself.
to think.
Hamas itself
Israel-
is an evolution. Hamas's tactics itself has become an evolution due to Israel's increased violent actions. Like, I think Zach Foster. I don't know if you've ever had him on your stream or not, but he is a Zachary Foster is a professor. He's a PhD at Princeton, a historian of Palestine, and he has like documented each step and the evolution of Hamas all the way from the Islamic Charity, which it began as a Muslim Brotherhood cutout, all the way into like the old charter, new charter, and how Hamas changed its tactics throughout time as a consequence, as a reaction to the Israeli negotiations, peace process, and the obvious continuation and the rapid expansion of the settlements, and also Israel's suppression of like religious freedom and whatnot in the West Bank, and how it became what it is. Everybody understands this. Like everyone in Israel understands this. Former Shin Bet officials understand this reality, and Israel itself understood this reality in its outward communication to the Trump administration. One key detail I bring up from time to time is that I believe in 2017, Donald Trump no longer was giving any aid, I think due to one of his campaign promises. They were going to completely shut off aid to Palestinians. Do you remember this?
They stopped funding UNRWA.
Yeah.
They cut off funding to UNRWA.
Yeah, and you know who was actually against that at the time? The Israeli government. The Israeli government itself had petitioned the Trump administration to not cut funding because they recognized that this would be a national security issue for Israel if the Palestinians were completely starved out, that it would become, the situation on the ground would get worse. So the fact that Israel in 2017 recognized this reality, and yet the outward communication coming from Benjamin Netanyahu and others within the Israeli government, including the defense minister, is the exact opposite now. Genuinely, I think shows that the situation has gotten worse and the fascism has completely taken hold.
If you can, I think if people can understand the concept of Donald Trump doing whatever he can to get elected president so that he can stay out of jail, which I think a lot of people can, then I think you can start to understand and doing whatever he can despite, what it means for the country, the future of the country, then I think you can begin to understand Bibi Netanyahu, because I think for him, the more turmoil, the better for his personal sort of lifelong trajectory. Like, I think he knows that the moment there is any type of calm, any type of peace, any type of argument that there is, no immediate threat, I think he knows that his chances of going to jail are, through the roof at that moment. And so I think he's going to maintain as much belligerence as possible. I don't know if Joe Biden can't see what just about every observer of, I'm talking Israeli.
Yeah.
The Israeli press knows this. Netanyahu is hated, but they're not going to get rid of him until this, war is over.
Yeah. And
so he is completely incentivized to make sure that never happens, regardless of whether it's in, whose best interest it's in. It's a disaster obviously for the Palestinian people, but it's gonna. I think it's a disaster for Israel, and it's a disaster for the U.S.
No, absolutely.
At the same level, but
I think here one last thing before I let you go. Thank you so much for coming on for as long as you have. One last thing I wanted to talk about is, I guess, like, liberal Zionism used to be the primary communication to the Western world, and I feel like post October 7, but even before October 7, like in the last couple of administrations, liberal Zionism kind of like went away as far as like a Hasbara mechanism. And I think it is that arrogance that was born out of the unconditional support that the Western world had shown Israel, and the nature of like reactionary fascist ideology constantly increasing the pressure points and squeezing as much as squeezing the Palestinian population as much as it can and also endlessly propagandizing that in a self-reinforcing mode of propaganda. I feel like this created an attitude that is also playing into Israel's demise, because like without Western support, obviously key Israeli officials understand without Western support, Israel does not exist in the way that it does. No way, no how. Whether it be political cover that America offers, more importantly than anything else, or whether it be the direct weapons shipments. People will say it's only 5% of the Israeli defense budget. Doesn't matter. It is far more important that America is always providing political cover for Israel and also offering weapons. And I think that the liberal Zionist exit ramp here is so clear to me. Lay the blame almost entirely on Benjamin Netanyahu and bring in Benny Gantz, which they're kind of doing now. I think they're positioning Benny Gantz as like the new leader because they had Benny here and talked to him directly, right? Kamala Harris met with him. And yet it's wild to me that Biden has not been pushing that exit ramp that has been given to him that allows Israel to continue being an apartheid state, that allows Israel to continue doing what it's been doing to the West Bank, which then, of course, invokes reaction, understandably, from the Palestinian resistance groups, both in the West Bank, but more importantly in Gaza. And then, you can go back to business as usual, but the bloodlust that you're seeing from Benjamin Netanyahu, and there is one part that he is right on. He might not be a popular figure, but his actions are popular, especially 100%. Amongst the Israeli Jewish demographic polled consistently on the matter. They want him to be doing ethnic cleansing. They think it's not hard enough. They think he should go even harder.
Yeah, so 80% of the Israeli population. I mean, that's the other thing is that like, Gantz is there, but like, what's the coalition they can put together? I mean, increasingly, Israel's Jewish population, that's it's
their demographic terms, not ours. Obviously, it is an ethno state, so
right. They has been more and more conservative, fasci, authoritarian. I mean, I think. Look, I think you had a huge influx of people who lived under the Soviet Union and were raised in that system, which is, basically a crash course in being authoritarian. And they're brought over into Israel, and I think that, like, I think that. Having a massive influx of folks like that into your body politic will have an impact. I think there was, tendencies amongst the Israeli population, as it were. Also, fundamentalists who've come, 15% maybe only from America, but a very loud and vocal and intense dynamic. Religious fanaticism breeds fanatics. And so all of these factors are working there. I'm not sure that, you would see any change of policy whatsoever with Benny Gantz. Like, I don't know if that's even an option that exists anymore, but it seems to me you could have the Biden administration could have definitely been more aggressive with Israel up to this point and not paid a political price. I don't know what they think they're doing from here on in. It's just it's a shit show, and I can't see how it gets better.
I don't know if I agree with you on the USSR take. I don't know if it was the Soviet migrants that came in, considering that there is a massive population of Mizrahi and Sephardi Jews in Israel that came from, like, Arab Jews specifically.
They came years and years ago.
No, I know, but I feel like in the indoctrination, especially as far as I've read into it, and you're very knowledgeable on this matter, maybe I'm misunderstanding something, but as far as I understand, their integration into Israeli society, in order to overcome, like, being second-class citizens, being regarded as, like, you know, the same barbaric scourge that the rest of the Arab Muslims and Christians are in the eyes of, like, the fascist mythology that they were developing in Israel, for it to be an ethno-state. I feel like that integration process caused many, like the Ben Gvirs of the world, to be infinitely more reactionary than, like, some of the older population of, like, Ashkenazi Jews even.
That may be the case. That may be the case to some degree. There may be like a, but I think the inclination of new immigrants, Avigdor Lieberman, and you got, and that whole sort of like influx of settlers, right? I mean, that was part of the project of putting boots on the ground. I would imagine.
Oh yeah,
a significant portion of those settlers.
It still continued to this day. Like the Russian, like, passport cycle is, like, still very much in existence. It's like a weird, like, white supremacist in the way that we understand white supremacy here in the Western world, here in America. Like, it's almost a continuation of similar policies to, like, make Israel more white, seemingly. I think that is definitely like a genuine interest by some in the Israeli government, like a deliberate attempt.
Yeah, no, I think so. I would like to see someone do a deeper dive into that. I've always been looking around for, like, how has these shifts in demographics impacted Israeli politics, and maybe someone in Israel has done it, but I haven't come across it in these parts. But dude, before I go, let me plug this GoFundMe. Would you? A friend of mine has been helping a family in Gaza, and we're starting to see more of this actually. But they're a family that have a child with Down syndrome, and we helped them raise some money to get them out of the country. I'm sure people know the dynamic that's associated with getting out through the Rafah gate.
Can you put that link in the Discord, if you don't mind, in the Discord chat, so I can present it here?
Yeah, I actually I got a bit.ly of it. Let's see. Where do I
just type it in the chat here.
See it?
Yep, there it is. Thank you.
And we got them. They just, like, literally just got footage of them at the Rafah gate, and almost the entire family is out. They're going into Egypt to, they have nothing. There's a video I have of that. Like, they have 6 bags. And they were in a tent in Rafah. And so it's a weird dynamic because there's so much pain and suffering there. And to focus attention or help on any individual family, it sort of cuts both ways. But I don't know. It's been at least gratifying to know that, like, you can directly help some people. If even a couple of bucks, help them get settled, and and know that you managed to save some of these people, and given them an opportunity to sort of, like, normalize and deal with the trauma that they've been going through.
Yeah.
I just saw some video of of their little girl, you know, and it really is, it's amazing, but it's so horrific. But if folks have the opportunity, please.
Yeah, mods are pumping the link in the chat as well. Well,
Great.
Sam, thank you so much for coming on. Always a
Ron,
pleasure
always a
having you
pleasure.
here.
Great to talk to you, and keep up the good work, man. I really appreciate what you've been doing.
All right, thank you.
Oh, for
Sam.
years now. So,
My real uncle.
Hopefully I'll get
cutting
out
off.
there soon.
Sorry, you're cutting off. Can you say that again?
Yeah, hopefully I'll get out there soon. I want to
hell yeah.
see your
That'd
place.
be great.
All right, man.
All right. Have a good one. Bye. That was Sam Seder, everybody. My real uncle, Sam Seder, and not my fake imposter uncle, Chunk Weigert. Doing the most. Very reasonable voice. I always appreciate Sam's commentary and takes on the matter because, like, I think he has a way, and he has the background of you know, doing this for many, many years. I think that you know, he has a way with his words, with his commentary that appeals to a lot of people, I think, that are maybe already negatively polarized to the things that I have to say. So, you know, great stuff. I'm glad that he, you know, talked about his own personal journey of moving away from, like, totally lapping up ultra-Zionist, ultra-nationalist propaganda, all the way to questioning it and then arriving at the position that he's arrived at. And I think him not wanting to be called, no, he didn't say he doesn't want to be called anti-Zionist. He said he'd never called himself anti-Zionist. And I think that that plays a role in exactly what I was talking about. Do you understand? Andrew Filer, thank you for the 20 community gifted subs, allowing 20 people to no longer see the ads at the top of the hour, by the way. Like, he does not care about being called that. He's just saying he never called himself that. People used to call him that already. I think it's more of a testament to that label being like that label immediately shutting you off for a lot of people who are positioned against it. Yeah. New polling thread, American politics is undergoing a significant realignment. I think this is simultaneously one of the most important. I don't know if this is like a great realignment in the way that people are telling it, but I think this is simultaneously one of the most important social trends in the U.S. today and one that is most poorly understood. Non-white voters shifting away from the Democrats towards the Republicans. Last week, a New York Times poll showed Biden leading Trump by less than 10 points among non-white Americans, a group he won by almost 50 points in 2020. Averaging all recent polls, the Democrats are losing more ground with non-white voters than any other demographic. This is true. People often respond to these figures with accusations of polling error, but this isn't just one rogue result. High-quality, long-running surveys like this from Gallup have been showing a steepening decline in Black and Latino voters identifying as Democrat for several years. I've said this already. I think it's a consequence of, like, in prior years, Latinos or Black voters that didn't vote for the Democratic Party just stopped voting. Nowadays, there are more and more people in said demographics that are voting in the opposite direction. That is the new. That is the new part. America's Gold Standard National Election Survey shows a similarly sharp decline, with non-white proximity to Democrats now at its lowest since the 1960s, before the Civil Rights Movement and the 1964 election, which aligned Black voters with the Dems and against the GOP. So the non-white shift away from them seems very real, but what's driving it? One factor is fading memories. The Civil Rights Movement and 1964 realignment formed very significant and very strong political bonds for the people who lived through it, but this is less true for more recent generations. The bond between young black Americans and Democrats is far weaker than among older cohorts. I don't think everyone appreciates that the familiar young favor Dems, old favor Republicans gradient we see in the U.S. population overall is inverted among the black population. The oldest black Americans whose political allegiances were formed in the 1960s and 70s identify as Dems over reps by a margin of 82%. Among the youngest black voters who have grown up in a very different socio-political environment, the Democratic advantage is just 33%. The changing image of the parties regarding class and income is also a factor. In 2020, the richest third of voters favored Dems for the first time. Yeah. And the Republicans improved with the poorest. The GOP now appeals to working and middle-class voters of all ethnicities. I think that not doing enough, specifically not doing enough for the working poor, for the working class in general from the Democratic Party is, and this same principle existed in the Texas GOP and how they were able to dominate the Latino voters in Texas in perpetuity. This very same principle exists nationally. Okay? Remember, one side offers nothing to you. The other side at least offers a solution and a fake problem. The same principles behind like showing yourself as a macho candidate. The same principles behind like all of the other forms of bigotry that definitely persist in every every subsect of the American population is absolutely, in my opinion, part of the reason. Democrats aren't giving you anything, but the Republicans are at least like preserving your guns, protecting you from, protecting you from having your guns be stolen from you, or, not letting your children get queer or whatever kind of fucking madness that they create. And also multiple decades of right-wing sentiment being expressed by both parties as it pertains to deregulation and tax cuts for the wealthy. Tax cuts in general. Obviously, tax cuts for the wealthy are not presented as tax cuts for the wealthy. Tax cuts for the wealthy are presented as tax cuts for the poor. It's sold to the American population as tax cuts for the poor. The starving the beast narrative that was born out of the Reagan years created a worse and worse government, increasingly worse government that was underfunded with a hyper focus on only funding one institution, the military. And that, in my opinion, plays a big role in why people are way more willing and able to not fucking want to fund the American government at all. They're like, why the fuck would I go on Bad Empanada's fundraiser stream? I cannot. Bad Empanada is unfortunately banned from Twitch. I cannot go on his stream. He is doing an UNRWA fundraiser right now. And it's great. And I highly recommend you go show support to it. I personally cannot go on his stream while I'm live, however. Okay? I don't know why people don't see that. My cat hates turfs. Thank you for the 5. Get the subs. So beyond that, but fading memories and increased competition for working class votes are fixable problems. So long as these voters' values remain fundamentally aligned with those in the Democratic Party, the right reason, policy, or rhetoric can win them back. However, much more ominous for the Democrats is a less widely understood dynamic. Large numbers of non-white Americans have long held much more conservative views than their voting patterns would suggest. Their values are very much not aligned with the party. Now, and this is why I think the Hispanic voting bloc, which is very diverse, obviously, especially with like very specific carve-outs for Cuban voters and Venezuelan voters in places like Florida, for example. The Hispanic voting bloc wants, across all demographics, more social spending. I would say that the black voting bloc also has similar inclinations. Social safety nets are very valuable and very important. These are voter blocs that have not gotten their fucking brains lasered with American austerity and neoliberal propaganda in perpetuity in a similar vein. They recognize the value in social safety nets. They still have somewhat of a belief in the government actually helping them. Not in the same way that like white voting blocs have completely lost sight of that reality. However, that principle is changing because the Democratic Party is also not doing anything on that front either. So when that happens and one side is not offering you anything and saying, no, things are fine, the other side is racist, and they are, by the way, make no mistake, they are fucking racist. If one party, the Democrats, keep consistently saying, you have to vote for us defensively, you have to vote for us defensively, you have to vote for us for harm reduction, you have to vote for us because if you don't, then the racists are going to come in and charge. Most Americans will do that for 2 election cycles, but then they're going to fucking tap out. And many had tapped out for a while. But the other side is at least offering them a clear-cut reason for why they're experiencing economic hardships and volatility, even if it is a red herring, even if it is a false reality. Why are you angry all the time? It's not because the wealthy are robbing you blind. As a matter of fact, it's because gay people. It's because abortion. It's because this. It's because that. And obviously, it's different for the black voting blocs versus like Hispanic voters and whatnot. But the reality of the matter is, one side does not even work to try to address the problem and show what the accurate reasons for said problem are. The other side at least gives you a false analysis and then turns around and says, I will also help save some of the things you care about. But Republicans literally use non-whites as scapegoats and demonize them as non-American. I don't get it. You will never get it if you don't. You will never get this if you only are thinking with the old mindset. The further you move away, like these polls show, the further you move away from the civil rights era where the Democrats did do something for the black population, the government did do something, in comparison to like genuinely being against it. The further you move away from that, the more people go, okay, well, neither party is giving me anything, so I'm just going to go and vote for the fucking guys that are at least like, I like guns. They're defending guns. This principle has been at the forefront of the Democratic Party's incompetence for my entire lifetime as I have observed the Democratic Party's operations. That very same fight you are seeing right now happen in real time. The more you capitulate the right-wing framing on issues and the more you refuse to counter narrative against things like immigrant crime, for example, and the more you cave and the more you concede that, like, yes, actually immigration is a matter of national defense and national security and not simply an economic proposition created by reactionary forces that want to create a steady pool of undocumented migrants that they can further exploit, that depresses wages for the natural-born working class and the other naturalized and documented working class in this country. The more you move away from that reality, the more people become reactionary. That's it. This is the fault and failure of the Democratic Party. They do not fight back against Republican framing on issues, and then they end up adopting it. And what do you think happens when they adopt right-wing framing? Well, you know what happens. People are going to go with the guy that they trust to deal with this issue. That's why Trump is always leading over Biden by at least 35 points last election cycle on the issue of immigration, and now it's like 60 points. Biden's arguments that they will be the ones who actually fund the police more than the Republicans, and Biden's arguments that they will be the ones who actually, have increasingly more white nativists and stronger immigration policies, is a massive failure for this reason. It goes beyond the ratchet effect that we've talked about, or I guess it's a complementary to the ratchet effect. And I don't think people recognize that. That's it. That's it. White supremacist propaganda also impacts non-white people. Internalized racism is a pervasive poison. That definitely is true as well. Wait, sorry, just asking for clarification. The Republicans want illegal migrants for labor exploitation? No, every capital. This is devoid of like the two-party structure. Capital owners want some migrants to be classified as illegal, so they are devoid of rights. So they have no legal avenues to resort to when they're being exploited. That's it. There's a secondary effect in that, in the creation of a temporary, a permanent underclass that also ends up depressing wages for everyone in the country. Okay? Because if we truly were a racist nation that like wanted to do Oregonian style intervention in immigration, we would start punishing the business owners that actually hire undocumented immigrants. That would destroy the agricultural industry. That would destroy all matter of food production in this country. Okay? Like, real racism in the Pacific Northwest was being for the abolition of slavery and being for making slavery illegal because you didn't want to even be around black people. Okay? This is a fact. Like, Oregon was a full-blown, no black people allowed state. They didn't want slavery because that meant slavery meant having black people live alongside white people. Okay? It's literally more racist somehow. A reliance on Mexican workers who contribute their labor to the U.S. economic enterprises but are denied access to the benefits that U.S. law affords its citizens has underpinned the economy for over a century. Take by Aviva Chomsky, who I paraphrase almost regularly anytime I talk about immigration. What you mentioned is literally this
Trump
clip.
or Biden?
Yeah, Trump.
¿Por qué?
No muchos inmigrantes, como nosotros también somos inmigrantes, pero no mucho.
No más.
No más.
Llegaste, pero no más.
Exactamente, no más.
Yep. I don't agree with you on how illegal immigration depresses wages. The academic consensus is that illegal immigrants don't decrease wages. No. The academic consensus is that immigration doesn't depress wages, and that is true. The academic consensus is on immigration not depressing wages. Illegal immigration does depress wages. No, both the studies show both. I have the exact opposite sentiment. The exact opposite sentiment that is expressed by those who tackle this issue, especially those who talk about it. Those who talk about this issue in the form of like, immigrants are taking our jobs. Okay? Immigrants are taking our jobs. Look at it from a framework that is fundamentally flawed. There is no concept such as undocumented immigration. There is a concept, however, of people being refused with the full knowledge that they will enter the country regardless. And our agricultural industry relies on it. Sorry, you got banned because you're not subscribed. Oh, dude. I love this study. Okay. The Cato Institute is a libertarian institute, for the record. I rely on them heavily when it comes to immigration studies. I knew you were going to probably use this one. This doesn't show what you think it shows, first and foremost. Okay? The Cato Institute wants to continue having undocumented migrants. The Cato Institute is the actual institute that loves the fact that they are undocumented. That's why they'll talk about immigrants being undocumented immigrants specifically being not a burden on the economy, but a benefit. It's true. On its face, it is true. Okay? It is. Because undocumented immigrants pay into the taxes, both in the sales taxes, but also pay into Social Security without being able to take anything out of Social Security. Okay? So technically, they are giving significantly more than they take back. This is something that the Cato Institute openly recognizes and sees as a good thing. Anyway, every undocumented immigrant pays into taxes, even property tax, so the notion that they're undocumented is laughable. Yes. A decrease in the supply of immigrants can only increase native wages if immigrants and natives are substitutes for one another. In other words, if they compete for the same jobs. See, this literally is stating that Americans who are documented don't want the shit jobs that are remained shitty as a consequence of having a fucking underfunded labor pool that will always replenish itself, that is threatened to be in that position at the barrel of a gun with the threat of deportation. That's, I mean, yeah, it's true, but this is a pro-capitalist argument. It also proves the point I'm making. It is exactly like I have read the Cato Institute studies as well. Like the Cato Institute will oftentimes say undocumented immigrants do not take anything from these social safety nets, with the exception of the 0.03% that they can utilize in the form of emergency rooms, okay, without paying. Right? That's the only thing that they get, which is true. Except I want to fix that structure. I want the undocumented migrants to be documented. Cato, I don't think cares too much about the fixing the documentation structure. They just simply talk about the current way of immigration being the way it is good, or they say it's not as bad as the way Republicans frame it. Here is the godfather of this sort of thinking, Milton Friedman.
I have always been amused by a kind of a paradox. Suppose you go around and ask people. The United States, as you know, before 1914 had completely free immigration. Anybody could get on a boat and come to these shores, and if he landed on Ellis Island, he was an immigrant. Was that a good thing or a bad thing? You will find hardly a soul who will say it was a bad thing. Almost everybody will say it was a good thing. But then I suppose I say to the same people, but now what about today? Do you think we should have free immigration? Oh, no, they'll say, we couldn't possibly have free immigration today. Why, that would flood us with immigrants from India and God knows where. We'd be driven down to a bare subsistence level. What's the difference? How can people be so inconsistent? Why is it that free immigration was a good thing before 1914 and free immigration is a bad thing today? Well, there's a sense in which that answer is right. There's a sense in which free immigration, in the same sense as we had it before 1914, is not possible today. Why not? Because it is one thing to have free immigration to jobs. It is another thing to have free immigration to welfare.
Yeah, our robust welfare state is propping up these free immigrants and their freeloaders, which he's going to address that point in a second and say exactly what I did say. Immigrants can't take advantage of the welfare state, and that's a good thing. It's not a good thing. It's a bad thing. The real solution, the permanent solution to immigration in this country is to greatly expand on the documentation process and allow undocumented immigrants to become documented, both through a pathway to citizenship and through opening up the migration structure, the migration processing that we currently have, so that undocumented migrants can become documented and alongside the already existing documented workforce, advocate for better wages and better conditions. This is how you create pressure, upward pressure from the ground up. This is the only way to do it, as a matter of fact.
And you cannot have both. If you have a welfare state, if you have a state in which every resident is promised certain minimum level of income or a minimum level of subsistence, regardless of whether he works or not, produces it or not, well, then it really is an impossible thing. If you have free immigration in the way in which we had it before 1914, everybody benefited. The people who were here benefited. The people who came benefited. Because nobody would come unless he or his family thought he would do better here than he would elsewhere. And the new immigrants provided additional resources, provided additional possibilities for the people already here. So everybody could mutually benefit. But on the other hand, if you come under circumstances where each person is entitled to a pro rata share of the pot, to take the extreme example, or even to a low level of the pot, then the effect of that situation is that free immigration.
If it's true that the illegal immigration makes a permanent underclass, explain why the Nazis say otherwise. Okay, come on. Boeing whistleblower found dead? What the fuck? No way, dude. A former Boeing employee known as raising concern about the firm production standards have been found dead? Yo, this is terrifying shit.
Would mean a reduction of everybody to the same uniform level. Of course, I'm exaggerating. It wouldn't go quite that far, but it would go in that direction.
Being documented alone does not give you bargaining rights. People in work visas are exploited. Yes, I know. I don't think that that is appropriate either. That is another fucking labor safety concern. The H-1B visa structure also creates a negative incentive, creates an incentive for bosses, specifically in the tech sector, and I'm sure many of you now formerly software engineers working at any number of different tech companies have seen. It is not an accident that many people got fired, with the exception of H-1B visa workers, because they can be further exploited. The solution to that is to make sure that that can't happen, so that they also have the same level of safety that natural-born U.S. citizens have. There is a reason why Elon Musk did this exact same thing. He fucking fired half the workforce, kept only the immigrant workers in many instances, in many of the places, because he knew he could work them to the fucking bone, because their job doesn't have the same pressure, doesn't just have the same pressure of being tied to your health care, which is another way that capital owners exploit you. Just remember, you have no mobility because your health care is tied to your fucking job. You have no mobility because you are saddled with debt, right? Think about that. Now, think about a documented immigrant worker. Their existence, everything that they know, living in the United States of America, trying to create a fucking life for themselves here as a documented part of the labor force, relies on them keeping their fucking job. It's not just the health care. It's not just the student loan debt that they have. But now there's a third reason. There's a third, much more severe consequence if you lose your job. So remember that. These are all pressure points. These are all ways that your bosses can exploit you. These are the reasons why we simply cannot get health care in this country. Something that is often forgotten.
And it is that perception that leads people to adopt what at first seem like inconsistent values. Look, for example, at the obvious, immediate, practical case of illegal Mexican immigration. Now, that Mexican immigration over the border.
Same with H-1A workers who are largely temporary migrant farm workers. Yes. So this is the other thing I wanted to mention. A lot of countries do this. Okay? A lot of countries, you have different ways of taking advantage of creating like somewhat of an underclass in your labor structure. The most common or the most woke version of this is the EU structure, right? You can either, one, rely on the currency exchange in the home nation, right? And you know, bring in migrant workers to be like, hey, listen, like you're getting paid a shit ton more here and you can fucking feed your family back home. Okay? This is another form of the unequal exchange that happens within the global north and the global south. That is literally the most woke version of this, okay? That's one form of exploitation. Another form of exploitation is by tying it to the wages in your country, right? Polish workers in the UK is an example of this. This also still creates a depressive force in the existing labor structure, because these people will voluntarily take on jobs that have shittier and shittier workplace conditions, a lack of workplace safety, really gruesome jobs without demanding the pay that is allotted for said gruesome jobs in a circumstance where there is only one labor pool. Okay? The problem with America is that it is hyper exploitative, right? Like it goes beyond. It takes advantage of all of those different forms of depressing wages. It already utilizes the unequal exchange in the form of currency exchange. It also then utilizes the H-1A visas, which offer migration, temporary migrant status to migrant workers that are utilized in California in the farmland, which is a form of documentation that, one, relies on the currency exchange and also relies on the poverty of the host nation where a lot of these migrant workers are coming from. And then on top of that, you have the H-1B visas, like I said, which is another form of taking advantage of the two different things that I just mentioned earlier. Plus, on top of that, the additional pressure of not wanting to lose your job and therefore lose your immigration status. But that is not enough. For Americans, for our capital owners who are fucking so hungry for exploitation, the last part of the dynamic is undocumented migration. In spite of it all, we still know that people from places that we fucked up, by the way, with our interventions, places that we have not allowed to develop evenly, there will come a steady flow of migrant workers that can't have access because we've greatly restricted the first three versions that I just mentioned, the first two versions that I mentioned of documented migration. So therefore, we then also rely on undocumented migrants constantly coming in. This is the group that is the least protected. Okay? This is the group that is the least protected, that works in the worst conditions, even worse than the other two conditions that I mentioned. Do you get it? Why? Because Purdue is a great example of this. The chicken producers at Purdue, in places like Alabama, they rely on undocumented migrants. They hire undocumented migrants willingly, deliberately. They create trailer parks for these undocumented migrants. And when there is a shit ton of back pay or sexual assault allegations launched against them, when the undocumented migrants say, like, enough is enough, you have to pay us more, or you have to pay us what you owe us, then they call ICE and they deport their own workforce, only to go back to the drawing board and do the exact same thing immediately after. Purdue Pharma is not Purdue Pharma. There's two different Purdues. There's Purdue Pharma, and then there's Purdue the chicken factory. So you have to remember, when you see the Alabama Hyundai facility utilizing migrant workers that are children, for example, that is by design. That is not an accident. That didn't like slip through the fucking cracks. That was a deliberate way to hire workers that have no legal form of restitution, no way to push back, no way to fight back. Okay? It is the most hyper exploitative structure that exists on the planet, with the exception of like slave labor in Dubai and places like that. Straight up, it's happening all around us every single fucking day, and it is a direct. It is what keeps the American engine running. Without it, we would not have an agricultural output at all. We would not be able to produce a surplus of food. We'll cover this in a second. Here it is. Chicken plants see little fallout from immigration raids. Because these plants are the ones who call immigration on themselves, for the record. I've covered this. These plants are the plants that call the INS or ICE now on themselves. They do it on purpose because the fines that they get that reduce their workforce only to because they know that they're going to be able to go and get new undocumented migrants immediately. The fines that they get, it's a math equation for them. Oh yeah, we get a slap on the wrist, we get a little bit of a fine, but guess what? We don't do the back pay. We don't have to now pay the back pay. They can't fucking sue for workplace harassment or sexual assaults, or even workplace a lack of workplace safety measures put in place in other places. So all of the money that they save greatly outweighs the money that they lose when they have to pay a fine for hiring undocumented migrants. It's a fucking tiny slap on the wrist. So the reality is, it's a cost-benefit analysis, and even the most like wonky Democrat, okay, even if you were, or the most wonky right-wing, hyper-nationalist, white supremacist nut job, if they wanted to greatly reduce immigration in this country, they would actually go after the business owners and make it so costly for them to hire undocumented immigrants that they can no longer get away with hiring undocumented immigrants and refusing to fucking give them the actual pay that they deserve. But nobody does that, because even the most racist motherfucker still is a capitalist in this country. Do you understand? Just remember that next time someone presents this to you. There is a lot of capitalist exploitation that many liberals would be willing and able to look in the other direction of. America goes far beyond that.
Is a good thing. It's a good thing for the illegal immigrants. It's a good thing for the United States. It's a good thing for the citizens of the country. But it's only good so long as it's illegal.
See? He's saying it.
That's an interesting paradox to think about. Make it legal, and it's no good. Why? Because as long as it's illegal, the people who come in do not qualify for welfare. They don't qualify for...
This is why Milton Fried... This is where the Cato Institute is coming from, by the way. This is the angle that they come from. They won't say it like Milton is.
Social Security, they don't qualify for all the other myriads of benefits that we pour out from our left pocket into our right pocket. And so as long as they don't qualify, they migrate to jobs. They take jobs that most residents of this country are unwilling to take. They provide employers with workers of a kind they cannot get. They're hard workers, they're good workers, and they are clearly better off.
He's right, by the way. He's absolutely right. This is the reason why I believe we have to fix immigration, not in the direction that the Republican Party is going towards, and not in the direction that the Democratic Party is going towards. We have to fix immigration in the other direction. Okay? We have to document every citizen that works here. We have to offer them workplace protection so they are no longer fearful of deportation if they speak out. We have to allow them to unionize alongside the documented labor force to truly create one singular labor pool. This is the only way to greatly improve wages and workplace safety standards in this country. And unfortunately, many people, due to decades of right-wing framing on the matter, don't ever broach the subject with the same certainty. Okay? That's it.
If you ever want to know how what people prefer, the surest sign is how they vote with their feet. And there is no doubt how the braceros vote. They vote to cross the border with their feet, on their feet, or in any other way they can.
He's
by
so
the
gross.
by the
He
thousands.
fucking said the braceros. Jesus Christ. Dog, it ain't 1943. The fuck? That's crazy.
And perhaps millions, for all I know. Illegal immigration is fascinating because it shows not only the main point I'm trying to bring out now, how interconnected are the various aspects of freedom, how interconnected is the problem of governmental arrangements for welfare and governmental arrangements for immigration and other things. But it shows a very different point that's kind of a digression. And that is how bad laws make socially advantageous acts illegal. And therefore,
like, one immediate solution to this, without even touching migration, would be sectoral bargaining. Okay? Obviously, we need to fix the immigration system. It's fundamentally broken for this reason that this fucking asshole is, like, gleefully recounting. Okay? But if you did sectoral bargaining that over-encompassed entire industries, okay, entire industries, including sectors that overwhelmingly hire undocumented migrants deliberately, then this would no longer be a problem.
Leads to an undermining of morality in general.
But we can't do that, and we won't do that. Anyway, do you believe in open borders? Our borders are open, dummy. Our borders are already open. There is no such thing as like closed borders. You either document those who are coming in and process them appropriately, or you don't. and you allow them to fall through the cracks and be hyper exploited. That's it. 52% of the country, 52% of the undocumented migrants in this country are visa overstayers. Okay? Breaking. Kansas Republican Party hosts fundraiser featuring accused child molester Ted Nugent, where attendees could donate to assault President Biden in effigy. A disgusting display designed to encourage political violence. The head of the Kansas GOP, Mike Brown, should resign. Dude, this is awesome. I feel like they're gonna throw out a hip trying to kick Biden. Biden's still standing, baby. Yep. Here's the Brandon take on the red lines. We're going to cover that now.
For anyone in the Middle East.
I think everyone, Mr. Prime Minister, is trying to figure out what is meant by President Biden, how that defines your relationship. We're trying to figure out what it means by a red line, what it means by what Lawrence is articulating, and what it means when President Biden says something like this on a hot microphone at the State of the Union. Let's listen together.
You got to keep pushing what you're doing about the humanitarian stuff and all this stuff.
That's so crazy. Fox News, once again, putting a foreign nation's leader at a higher value. What is up with these fucking right-wingers, man? What is up with these right-wingers? Like, it's so crazy. These guys are traitorous to the United States of America. It's making me fucking goddamn patriotic right here. Pissing me the fuck off. It's like they care more about the fascist project than they do about America. It's goddamn un-American. It ain't no different than fucking being like, America first, baby. That's why we love Hitler. Okay? The hell's going on? These guys hate America. They hate it.
I told him, baby, show me pieces. I said, baby, you know, should come to Jesus.
So what does that mean to you, a come to Jesus meeting?
It's like they're sad. They're like, oh, sir, Mr. Netanyahu, sir, do you see the little tattletales? This is what our American president said about you, sir. Can you please keep killing Palestinian children, sir? We love you. Oh, wah, wah, wah. Fuck you, you un-American bitch. I'm going to deport your fucking bitch ass, dude.
I don't know. I'm not familiar with the term, even though Jesus wasn't born.
Shut up, bitch. You fucking literally. Yes, you are. You grew up in Philadelphia. Like, you absolutely are familiar with the term. Okay. Oh, I've never heard this. It's like, no, shut up. You literally grew up in Philadelphia. Suck my dick. Okay. Fucking dumbass, dude. Jesus Christ. Oh, I do not know what this term means. It's crazy.
Born that far away from here. I can tell you that if it means having a heart-to-heart conversation, we've had that plenty of times over the 40 years that I've known Joe Biden, and over the 12 or 13 conversations that we've had since the beginning.
I'm not familiar with the term. Let me get some water before answering. Yeah. I'm not familiar with that term. I am, however, familiar with Geno's being the better version of the two, you know? Weird. It's weird that I know so much about Philadelphia, despite the fact that I'm the Prime Minister of the State of Israel. Very different. I don't know.
Of the war. But ultimately, you know, I'm the Prime Minister of Israel. I'm responsible for the security and future of the Jewish state. And I'm supported in my policies. That's important to understand. The overwhelming majority of Israelis support my policies, that we have to eradicate Hamas as a terrorist and governing organization, that we have to get our hostages back, and that we have to make sure that Gaza doesn't form a threat to us anymore. 99 to 9 Knesset members, that's over 90%, supported my policy of opposing a Palestinian state being rammed down Israel's throat. That's the vote we had the other day. So when people say, well, we have to have this talk with Netanyahu because he's holding back the prospect of this wondrous peace with the Palestinian state, you don't have an issue with me. You have an issue with the entire people of Israel. They're really united as never before in uniting to destroy Hamas and ensure that we don't have another Palestinian terrorist state like the one they had in Gaza that could threaten the state of Israel. That's something that the people of Israel are united behind, and from what I can see, most Americans support that as well.
Prime Minister Netanyahu, President Biden's been around a long time. It's easy to surmise, at least here in the American press, he knew he was on a hot mic in that moment. It was after the State of the Union, after all. I'm wondering what that does to negotiations, that message was communicated to you via the press instead of in the privacy of diplomatic channels. What does that do to the ceasefire negotiations? What does that do to the more than 100 hostages being held, including one-year-old Kafir Bibis, that sweet little baby, in Hamas hands?
Well, look, to the extent that the world thinks that America and Israel are united, that helps the war effort, and it helps our effort to achieve victory and obviously the release of the hostages. To the extent that Hamas believes that there's daylight between us, that doesn't help. I appreciated the support that President Biden and the administration have given us since the beginning of the war. I can only hope that it will continue and to victory, because victory is at hand. Victory is close. I mean, we've destroyed, as I said, 3/4 of those fighting battalions. We're very close to victory. The best thing we can do for the future of the Middle East, for the future of peace, for the future of those hostages, is get a speedy victory. And the victory will...
Sorry, I interrupt this part of the broadcast to show you the clean girl who just got groomed. Little baby. Hello. 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 Yeah, that's right. Why'd you let a groomer into your house? Don't care if it's a dog groomer. It's still gross that you let a person like that into your house and you let the top of the hour ad break into your stream. Oh my God. What a fucking ridiculous. What a ridiculous thing that I just read. I'm going to stop reading the chat, dude. I'm going to stop reading the chat. This is, that's just nutty. That's such a bad fucking debate. Hey, it wasn't even that good. Hello. Still got some hair on her, but. Here's the 3-minute ad break coming at you. If you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. Bibi still hasn't given 1 interview to the Israeli media, says MHUD, while giving 15 interviews to foreign press, including 6 to Fox News. He's such a transparently evil bastard who doesn't even give a shit about his excuses for genocide, doing everything in the dark. Yup. Well, he knows he'd get cooked. The thing is, Israeli media would absolutely fucking cook him, which is why he only does Western press, because he knows Western press's reception towards him is way more positive than the Israeli press. Because, like, Israel is totally on board with the ethnic cleansing campaign, but they are not on board with who's leading the helm. That's it. As a matter of fact, his continued ethnic cleansing campaign is what is, like, basically keeping him alive in Israel and not in the throes of the legal process where he does belong. Oh, fuck me.
Will come as soon as, I think will come sooner, the more united we are, not divided, or at least not given the appearance of division.
Well, I know what you're saying, but with Kayleigh's point, I did hear that you guys had virtually something agreed to with Hamas, and as soon as they see the fracture with the U.S., they said, we can hold out for a better deal since they're getting all this pressure, and that blew up the deal on the hostage for prisoner swap.
Once again, gross, wrong, and also on top of that, objectively un-American. He's saying that, yeah, sorry, Benjamin Netanyahu, that our American government fucked up your ceasefire deal, which is not even true, by the way. Like, he's just lying. He's just fucking lying he's lying against Biden and for Benjamin Netanyahu. Fucking awful nonsense, dude. Didn't Israel reject it? Yes, because Israel did not want any ceasefire. They did not want Hamas's conditions for a ceasefire, which was actually very valid. It reads like something that the American or international intermediaries would put forward, like a pathway towards a permanent ceasefire. Oh, also, lo and behold, shocking news. Oh boy, UNRWA report claims some agency employees admitted Hamas ties under Israeli coercion. Wow. Shocked that was a thing that Israel did. Shocking, I tell you. I don't understand. Wait, you're telling me the good guys are the ones who are torturing and offering coerced confessions under torturous conditions by humanitarian rights workers and AIDS workers from an international organization? Bro, it's literally like, yo, Israel is like operating in a comical villain fashion at this point. Straight up. Like, this is villainous. This is villain shit. Like actual B-movie villain shit. Not even like a complex villain that you can understand the point of and the perspective of. Just like straight up bad, evil, comically evil. It's incredible. Yeah. I love to torture UN workers. The good guys. Two things can still be true at the same time. They can be if you're motivated enough. Okay. Even if there was 100 UNRWA workers that actually participated in October 7, the fact that this would be reasonable, this would be grounds enough to fucking delete UNRWA, the primary mechanism for Palestinian existence, is unimaginable. It's insane. Okay? There is no metric this is no standard you would ever apply, because if that was the case, you'd fucking nuke Israel. Okay? Get the fuck out of here. You'd be like, well, sorry, there's 10. Okay? There's 10 UNRWA workers. There's one UNRWA worker. There's 100 UNRWA workers that worked and that played a role in October 7. Okay, how many fucking Israeli soldiers and government officials have played a role in the ethnic cleansing of Gaza? Okay, it's just like, it makes no sense. Okay, what do we do by that standard then? It's just, again, collective punishment to the Palestinian population. Also, my point was not that there were no UNRWA workers that participated in October 7, but the point I make still stands, which is that if there were that many UNRWA workers that participated in October 7, okay, then they wouldn't have to fucking coerce these confessions. That's the point.
Oh, I'm not sure that's exactly what happened. I think Hamas from the start has demanded just outlandish demands that were nowhere in the ballpark. So
yeah, outlandish demands like a pathway towards a permanent ceasefire. You know, outlandish. It's like, really? Is it that outlandish? Why don't you detail what Hamas actually put forward? Yeah. Outlandish demands such as, please stop killing Palestinian women and children every day, almost by the hundreds. Really fucked up, and it's not going to happen. We are going to keep doing collective punishment.
They weren't there in the first place. But I repeat it. We're not fighting just our battle. We're fighting the battle of civilization against barbarism. We're fighting the battle against the Iran terror act.
So for me, like I've said this before, I have no issue with prosecuting war criminals on any side, okay? Except if you think under international standards that there are going to be war criminals being prosecuted, if we lived in a perfect world where the international rule-based order was real, if you think even for a moment that there would be a significantly higher number of Israeli officials and Israeli military members and also the media in the United States that participated, aided, and abetted in the fucking genocide of the Palestinian population, if you think that that number would far greatly outweigh the Palestinians that participated in atrocities, you're delusional. Okay? Straight up. Straight the fuck up. 100%. There's no question. That's why Norm Finkelstein's approach to the matter, comparing it to the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising, is 100% valid. I totally understand where he's coming from when he said that this is akin to the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising that his fucking parents participated in, by the way. Okay? That he cannot sit back and criticize the Palestinian population for taking matters in their own hands after being victim to a brutal occupation, a brutal colonial occupation for almost a century. It's the same principle behind any kind of Vietnamese liberation. It's the same principle behind the FLN. It's the same principle behind the ANC in the violent actions that they took. This is a consistent position of mine since day one. Okay? Just join to hear the worst takes on the planet? Yes, I know. I am anti-genocide. If you are pro-genocide, you're going to have a fucking hard time with this. I know. It's pretty bad. I'm sorry to all of the genocide heirs and the genocide apologists that consider my commentary to be really fucking hard to come to terms with. His profile picture is XQC. Oh my Lord. Holy moly. Okay.
Which goes against America. They say that you're the great Satan and we're the small Satan standing in their way. These are the people who are your worst enemies, our common worst enemies. And at this point, the entire international community, at least the civilized community, should stand behind Israel, reject the vilifications and the pressures that are brought against Israel that is fighting this just war against these barbarians. That's what I think is required to do. Most Americans understand it, and I hope that...
Yeah, the barbarians that we keep killing, which is, you know, women and children for the most part. Like, I love civilizing the barbarians. Like, this is straight up the same exact manifest destiny rhetoric. Like, he's not even... He is saying it with full-blown clarity. And these fucking fascist assholes sitting at Fox and Friends is just eating that shit up. And so is your, you know, dumbass relatives that watch this shit. They are like, oh, yeah, he seems like such a good guy. He seems like he seems like the right guy for the job.
That's what will also be perceived in the Middle East because it'll help us get the job done sooner. But we're going to win this war. Yeah.
Mr. Prime Minister,
yes, and soon.
And I hope you guys do win the war. But there's a lot of concern, not just with the UN, but we got little jihadis running around here in the United States. You got people putting pressure.
He's like, sir, Benjamin Netanyahu, sir, can you please come and kill some of the Arabs here in America? Sir, we got concerns with little jihadis running around here in the United States of America. Can you please come and kill them? Like, what the fuck is this question?
On the President of the United States. I plan on going to Israel next.
Little jihadis are running around putting pressure on the United States president. Dog, 54% of the Republican Party want a ceasefire. 77% 77% of Americans, or 77% of the Democratic Party want a ceasefire. The majority, like I think of around 60% of the independents want a ceasefire. You are in the margin. You are unique in your approach. The little jihadis are actually going along with the majority interest. Go live in Israel then, jackass. Why the fuck are you breathing American air? I hate this shit so much. I don't get it. Motherfucker said little jihadis trying to stop Biden.
Next month to be with you guys before the Holy Week, but are you concerned about the anti-Semitism here in America and across the globe? You went to school here.
Yes, I am. Of course I'm concerned.
Yeah, he's fucking licking his lips. He's like, oh, yes, more anti-Semitism means more justification for Israel's existence as the only safe haven for Jews, of course. Biden is right when he said Israel's the only place where Jews can truly be safe. Make no mistake, October 7 happened under my watch, but that's totally separate. Please don't think about how unsafe it was for Jews in Israel on October 7. Please do not bring that up. Please. Very safe. Very safe for Jews in Israel, okay? The more we do apartheid, the safer it gets. Please do not look at the numbers that show the exact opposite.
Who would not be? I mean, and I don't think you have to be, it's not only...
Anti-Semitism is a problem, though. 1K synagogues had bomb threats called into them over the past 6 months. No, absolutely. Except anti-Semitism, not a problem for Benjamin Netanyahu. That's my point. I think anti-Semitism is a problem. It's just not one for Ben. Ben loves it. He's like, oh, please, more. If he could have it, he'd be fucking drawing swastikas himself and be like, oh, man, sure, it's bad. Oh, no, please, please come to Israel. Please support Israel harder. I mean, he is a literal Holocaust revisionist after all. So he loves it. He fucking loves that shit. I mean, he is also anti-Semitic, personally. I'm still stuck on that dude saying little jihadis. Yeah.
Only the Jewish people should be concerned. I mean, you know, anti-Semitism is the canary in the coal mine, because once you begin with this anti-Jewish hatred, you know that erupts into broader violence and just...
Yeah, that's crazy, man. Yeah, keep telling him more. He's right. Anti-Semitism is the canary in the coal mine. This is a leftist take. Weird that it's coming from a fucking outright fascist who's responding to a guy who just said little jihadis that want a ceasefire. Everyone's a liberal, dog. This is, don't forget, everyone's a liberal, okay? My man literally is like, yeah, anti-Semitism is a canary in the coal mine for much more devastation to come. True, except you're talking to the purveyors of said devastation.
Disrupts entire societies. I think that this is a real badge of shame for those who are supporting Hamas. They're supporting these mass murderers, these rapists, these baby burners, and they're supporting it against the one democracy.
It's just like, he don't give a fuck. He's like, yeah, no, I'm going to say all of that, even though half of the things that I just brought up have been shown to be untrue. You know what I mean? Yeah, fuck it. Why not?
That is fighting them with tremendous odds against a terrorist enemy that implants itself in civilian quarters, that uses civilians as human shields, that uses terror undergrounds, as no army has faced. General Petraeus was here recently. He said, listen, no army is facing what Israel has faced. Colonel John Spencer.
Yeah. He's like, no army, even the American army doesn't kill this many women and children, dog, in such a short period of time. He's like, yeah, Israel faces the gravest threat of all. Is the Israeli army, women and children that they're bombing with with Mark 84 2-ton munitions. No army, guys. Damn, y'all really doing this, huh? That's what he said. He was like, damn, dude, shit is crazy out here.
The head of urban warfare at West Point says no army has gone to the lengths that Israel has gone to
Yeah. Yeah, here are some other here's some other things that the American military at least like former generals have openly admitted. Israel greatly diminishing the prior rules of engagement. Like the ratio of civilian to military infrastructure destruction is insane. Okay? No army has done that. Even the American army. Just think about that. And when I talk about the American army, I'm talking like these guys are pretty fucking bad. Okay? This is not to defend the American military operations by any means. Okay? These guys have been doing shock and awe every single day for like the past 5 months.
To avoid civilian casualties. So Israel is fighting this just war against the most unjust of enemies. And these people are protesting in the streets, supporting these mass murderers, these modern Nazis. That's it's disgraceful. It's as though you were fighting in World War II and you had people demonstrating in the streets of New York and Washington in support of the Nazis. That's basically what you.
That did happen. That literally happened. Hello? They did that. We did that. That is an American. That is precisely that same energy that defended Nazi Germany. Okay, look it up. Madison Square Garden. What was it? Night of the Garden. Madison Square Garden, where the American Bund, the like pro-German movement, unironically had a huge Nazi rally. Except that exact same energy is the fucking same energy of defending Israel now. That is exactly what's going on. You are talking to the guys who literally are the guys channeling that same energy of the dudes who did the Nazi rally at Madison Square Garden. That's it, bro. Crazy.
You have here. So I think the majority of Americans have it clear. Their moral compass is clear. They understand that Israel is fighting this battle of civilization. They also understand that we're going to undue lengths to minimize civilian casualties. They also understand that
Dude, then you're the most incompetent. That's the funniest part. It's like either what you're doing is criminal, which I think it is, or your incompetence is criminal, which I also think it is. There's no way out of it when you've killed 30,000 people, 25,000 plus like women and children. You can't say it's negligence, okay? Oh, we're going out of our way to minimize civilian casualties. It's like, well, bitch, go out of your way further. You've done a bad job, objectively, by international standards. Even if I were to take your statement at face value, which I don't, because you're a liar and a son of a bitch, okay? Like, even if I were to take that, dude, that's crazy. This is criminal negligence that would require you to go to prison. Yeah, we're going out of our way to minimize civilians. Please do not look at the casualty numbers.
the future of the Middle East, the future of many Muslims, the future of Gazans is dependent on our victory, and we don't intend to give up. We're going to achieve this victory, I hope, with the solid support of the American government, as we've had up to now, and I hope it continues. But one way or the other, we're going to do it.
You got to finish the. Got to go for the win, or else we're going to be back here in 18 months right after this, with an.
Yeah. Little jihadis, bro. Fucking assholes, dude.
Mr. President, it's great to see you again. Thank you for doing this.
Now look at this dumbass. Look at this dumb fuck, okay?
So that was one hell of a speech you gave Thursday night. I'm going to touch on three specific areas there. The first one being, I noticed the look of surprise on your face when you walked into the chamber and you saw Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene. It was priceless. You feigned shock at seeing her. But during your response to her heckling of you, you used the word illegal when talking about the man who allegedly killed Laken Riley.
An undocumented person. And I shouldn't have used illegal. It's undocumented. And look, when I spoke about the difference between Trump and me, one of the things I talked about on the border was that the way he talks about vermin, the way he talks about these people polluting the blood. I talked about what I'm not going to do, what I won't do. I'm not going to treat any any of these people with disrespect. Look, they built the country. The reason our economy is growing. We have to control the border and more orderly flow, but I don't share his view at all.
So you regret using that word?
Yes.
What was it like for you to see Republicans not cheer your tough words for Vladimir Putin or for defending democracy or any of the other things Republicans used to stand for?
Well, I think some of them still do stand for it, but they're pretty much intimidated by Trump right now. I mean, the idea that, look, I'm talking to you, I'm down here talking to these folks who are starting businesses, getting endorsed by minority businesses. He's up with Marjorie Taylor Greene in North Georgia. Yesterday, he spends the time at his mansion with at his resort with Orban. He talks about his great respect for, the president of North Korea. I mean, he praises Putin. I mean, it's a different world.
Dangerous hot take that might make chat go insane. Everyone is brainwashed into believing. Wait, oh, come on. He had a good take. Everyone is brainwashed into believing and swearing Palestine is 100% just, but how many people are actually looking at the Israeli perspective? It's great, man. We have looked at the Israeli perspective. Any moment that I don't actually show the Israeli perspective, for the record, is literally a moment because I want to preserve the opinion that, like, Israel as an institution is not entirely comprised of psychopathic, bloodthirsty fascists. Okay? Just so you know. Because the Israeli perspective is all gas, no brakes. Keep going, keep going, keep going. It's really funny that you just said that when we literally just listened to Benjamin Netanyahu talk about the Israeli perspective. We just watched him. He said they're barbarians and we have to defeat them at all costs. People are not brainwashed into believing that Palestine is 100% just. People can make up their own minds on Palestinian justifications by seeing the asymmetry of violence. That's it. I also unbanned you, so if you have another take, you can maybe try and deliver it here. But just so you know. There is no world in which Israel's ethnic cleansing campaign is just. There is no world in which an apartheid state is just. You will never be able to convince me that an apartheid state is actually just and is totally morally permissible. Okay? It is antithetical to everything I believe in. It is antithetical to my values. It is insane, in my opinion. I got banned for free speech. No, you didn't, you dumb fuck. You're unbanned. You literally are only able to write this because I unbanned you. So you can keep saying dumb shit if you would like. Immediately, these fucking delusional clowns jump to, oh, well, oh, wow, you're hurting my feelings. I just simply wanted to defend the genocide heirs and their framework for a brief moment. Why did you do that? I'm being incredibly charitable, allowing you to fucking operate in here after you already, like, tried to run defense for a genocidal apartheid state. You are not a fucking martyr. Stop missing the point. Instead of crying about being banned potentially and saying, duh, go ahead, explain what you want to say about the Israeli perspective. Take advantage of the opportunity you have been given. Take advantage of the much larger platform that you currently have in this moment. They were banned because it's an account created on March 4th and has been following since March 9th and most likely is a sock account that is just in here for shit stirring. That's the reason why they got clapped fast. I would like, and also because they were defending ethnic cleansing. Okay.
Was that a mistake on Trump's part to host Orban? I mean, he is a member of NATO.
He's a member of NATO, but he says he doesn't believe in democracy. I mean, look, the guys I host, the people I'm with, are people who, in fact, in NATO have great respect for one another. And but look, when you have a president who in the midst of the carnage going on as a consequence of Russian attack on Ukraine, and talks about, come in, Putin, if these guys haven't paid their dues, you just do what you need in NATO. I mean,
yeah, the people he has on, like Giorgia Meloni, are definitely not fascists, even though they say they are. You know? But, you know, that doesn't really matter, I guess.
He talked about getting out of NATO. I mean, it's critical to our national defense. We made a commitment after World War II to never let it happen again. Look what he's doing. He's dangerous.
You were caught on a hot mic after your State of the Union address talking to Secretary of State Antony Blinken and Senator Michael Bennet, saying, quote, I told him, Bibi, and don't repeat this, but you and I are going to have a come to Jesus meeting. What do you mean by that?
What I meant was, it's an expression used in the southern part of my state, meaning a serious meeting. And it was, I've known Bibi for 50 years, and he knew what I meant by it.
So what's the come to Jesus part? Like, what tough love are you going to give to the prime minister?
What's happening is he has a right to defend Israel, a right to continue to pursue Hamas, but he must pay more attention to the innocent lives being lost as a consequence of the actions taken. He's hurting, in my view.
So nothing different. Got it. Okay. Nothing different at all. Got it. Sick.
He's hurting Israel more than helping Israel by making the rest of the world, it's contrary to what Israel stands for. And I think it's a big mistake. So I want to see a ceasefire. And I'm starting with a major exchange of prisoners for a 6-week period. We're going into Ramadan. It should be nothing happening, and we should build off of that ceasefire. And look, I've spoken with the majority of the Arab leaders from Saudi Arabia to Egypt to Jordan. They're all prepared to fully recognize Israel and begin to rebuild the region. And that's the focus. What comes after Gaza? What's next? It's a tough decision, but there's a lot that can be done.
On the ceasefire, it is Saturday. The holy month of Ramadan starts on Monday. Is it possible that a ceasefire deal could be reached in time for Ramadan to start?
I'm a CIA director in that region right this minute, still talking about it. I think it's always possible. I never give up on that.
What is your red line with Prime Minister Netanyahu? Do you have a red line? For instance, would invasion of Rafah, which you have urged him not to do, would that be a red line?
It is a red line, but I'm never going to leave Israel. The defense of Israel is still critical. So there's no red line. I'm going to cut off all weapons so they don't have the Iron Dome to protect them. They don't have. But there's red lines that if he crosses, he cannot have 30,000 more Palestinians dead as a consequence of going out.
I don't think he's honest about this. I'll say it. I'll believe it when I see it. Wait, what? You don't think the Israeli institution is wholly evil? Doesn't this unintentionally whitewash them a bit or portray them as capable of redemption? Because in my opinion, it's just like America's rotten to the core and has no gone way past the point of redemption and must be dissolved and only a peaceful Palestine then be created. I think you agree with, at least for Palestine. No, I've misunderstood you. I think the Israeli state is a fascist one, and that the current one state that is happening in Israel must be dissolved into a singular state. Yeah, he can't do 30,000 more dead people. He's like, you know, once you hit that 59,000, it's over. Sure, fair, but you may want to take a look at what is about to happen. The public does not know yet, which is by design. Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean, what is about to happen? The public does not know yet, which is by design. Wait, what? I don't get it. CIA. Okay, dude. Thanks.
If there's other ways to deal with the trauma caused by Hamas. It's like look, the first time I went over, I sat with them and I sat with the work cabinet. I said, look, don't make the mistake America made. America made a mistake. We went after bin Laden until we got him, but we shouldn't have gone into Ukraine. I mean, we shouldn't have gone into the whole thing in Iraq and Afghanistan. It wasn't necessary. It wasn't necessary. It just caused more problems than it raised, than it cured.
Who actually wants a deal? Do you think Hamas actually wants a ceasefire?
Well, I think Hamas would like a total ceasefire across the board because they would see they have a better chance to survive and maybe.
This, by the way, is also another really damning part of this interview I saw, where he's like, "Yeah, Hamas wants a ceasefire because, like this way they'll survive." Is like, okay. Stop saying rewind, dude. Yes, the U.S. invaded Ukraine. Oh, got it. Like, shut up. It's fine. Like, don't be like that. He has plenty of fucking flubs already. I did hear the Marjorie Taylor Greene take as well. Yes.
maybe rebuild. But that's not what I think the vast majority of people think. You have to look. After what happened in World War II and the carpet bombing that took place, what happened was we ended up in a situation where we changed the rules of the game, what constitutes legitimate rules of war. And they should be abided by.
Some have suggested you should go back to Israel and address the Knesset, the Israeli.
He's like, go back to Israel, damn it. Yeah, me. I've suggested it. Go back to your country. Listen, Jack, if you love Israel so much, why don't you go back there and marry it? That's what some have suggested.
Is that something you would do?
Yes.
Would that have to be at the invitation of the Prime Minister, or could that be at the invitation of the President?
I'd rather not discuss it more.
Does that mean that that has been discussed, the possibility of going back to Israel and addressing the Knesset?
Wait, why'd you say it then?
Let's talk about the temporary pier that you announced during your State of the Union address to get supplies into Gaza. It's going to take 60 days to get that constructed. What more are you doing in the absence of cooperation from Netanyahu and a bill from Congress to get supplies into Gaza, more humanitarian aid into Gaza?
Everything we can. We're pressuring Israel to open up access in the north from Israel. We're also doing airdrops. I know several people were killed with the airdrop. There's a way to avoid that in the future. We're working with our Arab friends to figure out how much we can get in. Everything, look, it's a desperate situation. Food, medicine.
Why?
Everything needed. They're badly needed.
Why is it a desperate situation? Who made the desperate situation? How did we arrive at such a desperate situation? How? Why is it so desperate? Who's doing the desperate situation? Someone should put an end to this desperate situation. Is it a natural disaster? Is that what happened? Was it like an earthquake? What's going on? Does anyone have an answer to this? I don't. I only listen to Joe Biden. So I feel like, damn, sure sucks that like the Palestinians were a victim to a massive earthquake or something. Seems weird. Okay, well, thanks for answering. Think then I misheard or something because you said you intentionally don't show parts of their narrative because you want to keep it believed that they're not all like that, which even if it's technically true is harm to highlight. Okay, stop. I still show the Israeli narrative. Okay, calm the fuck down. Anyway, wait, Evan Hill had a take. Evan Hill had a breaking story.
You're heading to Michigan, where on the campaign trail, probably in the next few days, where more than 100,000 people voted uncommitted in the primary to protest your handling of the situation in Gaza. Some have said they will never vote for you. One told Charles Blow of the New York Times, and I'm quoting, as bad as Mr. Trump's rhetoric was and him putting a travel ban on 5 Muslim countries, he wasn't overseeing and actively arming a genocide. Those are tough words. What's your response to that widely shared sentiment?
It's not widely shared. You guys make judgments you're not capable of making. That's not what all those people said. What they said was they're very upset, and I don't blame them for being upset. There's families there. There are people who are dying. They want something done about it. And they're saying, Joe, do something. Do something. But the idea that they all think is genocide is just not, that's a different situation. Look.
No, I think a big chunk do, actually. Some might agree with the genocide. That's the wildest part about American politics is that, like, yeah, the majority of Americans do believe that what Israel is doing is genocide, except some of them agree with the genocide. That's the only part of that is like forgotten. But everyone does agree that it's a genocide. A lot of people do.
I can fully understand. Can't you? You have a family member there. A family member, families that come from a family that is still isolated there and may be victimized. It's understandable they feel that way.
If we're talking
and that's
about
why I'm doing
uncommitted
everything
vote,
I can to try to stop it.
100% think no, it's a genocide, by the way. Is he delusional or in denial? Why not both?
To face the nation.
Skipping Bernie?
This.
Oh. Kate Middleton is dead. Is what many people are speculating. A campaign on social media was created like a month ago asking where is Kate after her leave of absence from the media for an extended period of time, the longest hiatus that she has gone through. And then, in the aftermath of that, there was a very weird photo from the palace, supposedly, that they posted. The photo was very quickly picked apart, and people were saying that it was doctored, it was photoshopped, or it was AI. Here, let's listen to the real journos here on this, and not the fake lamestream media.
I'll know that this photo has probably been photoshopped to hell and back, but I've been doing some research, and I really believe that this photo was taken back in November of 2023, or some version of this photo. And if you don't believe me that this photo is really photoshopped or fake or whatever, then look no further than this notice from AP that they sent out telling people not to publish it because there was evidence that it had been manipulated. I'm not going to waste your time pointing out all the different evidence of Photoshop. It's all over Twitter. Just go look. Instead, I'm going to say, let's take a really good look at these outfits. Okay, so in November, Kate and her kids went to a baby bank and put together a charity video that dropped in December. And if you know anything about Kate Middleton, you know that people obsessively track her fashion. So of course I was able to find a bunch of blogs breaking down exactly what she was wearing. Now, yeah, I know that the sweater in her picture was black, but stick with me because it's photoshopped. I think they changed around the clothes on the photo, but look at these boots and look at the pants. This is the exact sweater. It's from a company called Rice, I believe. And look at that neckline and look at this part right here. I've upped the exposure quite a lot so that you can see the ribbing better, but look how it lands on her like thigh area, the thickness of that belt of the ribbing, and then look at the turtleneck. Yes, I know a lot of turtlenecks look the same, but I do believe that this was photoshopped to be darker and it was just that cream sweater because they don't make it in another color. They make it in cream and in camel. Now let's look at the boots that she's wearing in this new photo. It's the same exact boots as this baby bank visit that she did with her kids. Let's talk about the little girl and what she's wearing. Look at the neckline on this sweater in this photo. And here she is in a very similar neckline on the same day from the baby bank. And you can see it even better here in the fashion blog from December, where they were breaking down what everybody was wearing in this video. It's a very specific neckline. I mean, take a look. It looks like they just added another sweater on top of this. But it doesn't stop there, because take a look at the shoes that her daughter was wearing.
Okay, I believe it. Say no more. Oh no, the kids are dead too?
Wearing that day. These are the same exact shoes and probably the same tights, but it's hard to tell because the photos are a little bit saturated and I can't see the ribbing in the original one. But it's definitely the same shoes. Now the older kid was wearing this navy sweater and plaid shirt underneath at the baby bank. But it kind of looks to me in this photo like that's the same sweater. They just made it a little bit lighter, and then they didn't want you to notice the checkered collar, so they covered it with blue. Unfortunately, I really could not get a clear shot of the pants and shoes of the little boy, so I didn't bother to go into his much, but it's weird to me that Kate is wearing a sweater that looks suspiciously exactly like that cream sweater, except just happens to be darker, with the same exact shoes and the same exact kind of looking pants, and then her daughter's wearing the same exact sweater with the ruffled neck, with the same exact shoes, and possibly the same tights. Now, yes, this skirt is different, but that is one of the most glaring Photoshop issues in this photo that a lot of people have noticed. Right here where the skirt juts out and it doesn't make any sense. So additionally, a lot of people noticed right here where they messed up the sleeves. So I'm kind of thinking that they probably took this photo the day of that event back in November when they filmed it. It didn't see the light of day until December, but I think they filmed it in November. But of course, they're not going to release a picture that's supposed to be brand new with them all in the same outfits from a publicized event. So they just kind of tinkered it a little bit. I don't know. I'm sure a lot of you will call me crazy, and I'm used to it, so go ahead. But they're definitely pulling the wool over your eyes with this one.
Not me. Not me. I agree with her. What is this? I can't watch this. Okay, I'm genuinely lost at who this is. Kate Middleton? The fucking Princess of Wales?
This morning, these were not the headlines Kensington Palace was hoping for. This photo of Kate, the Princess of Wales, and her 3 kids was first released on social media yesterday by Kensington Palace to celebrate Mother's Day here in the UK. The post.
Why are you watching this? Instead of covering Palestine, I am going to put you in a Mark 84 rocket in a JDAM guided precision guided munition and launch you directly into the sun. Be for fucking real, you delusional fucking loser. You came in here 3 minutes ago to just simply bait. 4 hours and 53 minutes into the broadcast, where the first 4 hours and 50 minutes of it were exclusively about Palestine. Nothing I despise more than these fucking dumb bitches who come in here to be like, you must not care.
Here on X includes Kate's first message to the public since January. Thank you for your kind wishes and continued support over the last 2 months. But that message has been overshadowed when late last night, multiple photo agencies all withdrew the photo over concerns of potential manipulation.
That message intended to show that all is well has backfired. So the point of this picture was very clearly designed to send a message to the world. Yes, she's here. Yes, she's recovering well.
The AP saying in a statement they retracted the image because at closer inspection, it appears that the source had manipulated the image in a way that did not meet AP's photo standards. Adding, the photo shows an inconsistency in the alignment of Princess Charlotte's left hand, seen right here. Moments ago, responding to the backlash, Kensington Palace posting this explanation. Like many amateur photographers, I do occasionally experiment with editing. I wanted to express my apologies for any confusion the family photograph we shared yesterday caused. The photo fiasco, as it has spiraled in the last 24 hours, follows weeks of speculation about Kate's health. Royal watchers reading into every little clue, and eagle-eyed observers this morning noting that Kate is without her usual jewelry, including her engagement ring. But Kensington Palace has been clear since her January abdominal surgery that she would not be returning to public duties until after Easter. But that hasn't stopped the social media frenzy and questions to Kensington Palace about why they haven't shared more details. The princess has only been spotted once since January, last week in a grainy image appearing to show her in a car near Windsor Castle.
And I'll pass those on to Catherine as well. Thank you very much, guys.
While husband Prince William has been balancing family time and carrying the burden of royal events.
Oh.
So one of the confusions, in this morning's PR disaster is that yesterday the photo was credited to Prince William. Well, today, Catherine, signed C, signed that statement, which really just fuels question, leaves more questions for Kensington Palace. We have gone back to Kensington Palace to seek more clarity, you guys. But really, a PR disaster this morning, and it's very confusing why.
All right. Okay, well, Molly Hunter there.
Disaster.
Wait, there's a lot to unpack there.
There is. I couldn't tell what. I guess you have to really be a professional to see what was happening.
There's nothing funnier than being a royal who has one job, and that is to be alive and do PR. And it seems like they're failing on that front currently. Like, you have one job. It's to stay alive and go to events and do PR. And you still fucking flubbed it. How? Yeah, I'll tell you how, because she died getting a BBL, and they're hiding it.
Manipulated. I mean, I think the thing that's catching a lot of people's attention is that she didn't have her wedding rings on.
Yes.
More so than was her daughter's hand.
Well, it's a problem is, if it's supposed to quell the rumors and it just feels more, that's the problem. But what can you do?
Hey, thanks for watching. Don't miss the Today Show every
Vaccine
weekday
injury.
at 11 a.m. Eastern, 8 Pacific on our streaming channel, Today All Day. To watch.
Vaccine injury. The
You've endorsed
BBL vaccine. She didn't die, you fool. Her BBL was a success, and it's too powerful. I have proof. 122K tweet about this. My analysis of the Kate Middleton photo saga is that they took her face in the Vogue cover she did years ago and called it and edited it in. Dude, this is so dumb. Oh my God, it's awesome. These people are so insane. She does social for Daily Mirror. Oh, this is such fun. They're just having fun with it, I think. This is like, let the ladies have their little fun. And the fellas. This is like taking We Did It Reddit to an entirely new level that we hadn't even seen before. Let the lovely ladies have their lovely little fun. Especially because, like, it's so nutty. Like, to care about the royal family, like, who gives a shit? Nancy Mace exposed the ABC host for rape shaming her.
Trump for president. Judges and 2 separate juries have found him liable for rape and for defaming the victim of that rape. How do you square your endorsement of Donald Trump with the testimony we just saw?
Well, I will tell you, I was raped at the age of 16. And any rape victim will tell you, I've lived for 30 years with an incredible amount of shame over being raped. I didn't come forward because of that judgment and shame that I felt. And it's a shame that you will never feel, George. And I'm not going to sit here on your show and be asked a question meant to shame me about another potential.
Wait, what? The fuck? Yo, that's wait, what? She's using her own personal rape to fucking to talk about her defense of Donald Trump? Oh my God. Dude, Nancy Mace that's a rising star right there, okay? That is a rising star in the conservative movement, baby. Of course, she's not really a rising star in the conservative movement because of the fact that she is a swinger, and that presents a genuine political liability for the Republicans as a woman and a swinger. If she was just a man and a swinger, that would probably present a political liability as well, but like they wouldn't really care. They would overcome that. A little bit of a no-no when you're a woman doing the swinging, though.
Rape victim. I'm not gonna do that.
It's actually not about shaming you. It's a question about Donald Trump.
No, you are shaming me.
You've endorsed Donald Trump for president.
Right.
Donald Trump has been found liable for rape by a jury. Donald Trump has been found liable for defaming the victim of that rape by a jury. It's been affirmed by a judge.
It was not a criminal court case, number one. Number two, I live with shame. And you're asking me a question about my political choices, trying to shame me as a rape victim, and I find it disgusting. And quite frankly, E. Jean Carroll's comments when she did get the judgment, joking about what she was going to buy, it makes it harder for women to come forward when they make a mockery out of rape, when they joke about it.
Doesn't it make it harder for women to come forward when they are
It makes it harder when other women
candidates?
joke about it, and she's joked about it. I find it offensive.
Yeah, that's what makes it hard for women to come out. And not what you're doing, which is defending the person who did the rape and shitting on the person who was the victim of said rape. That's insane. Dude, Republicans are so sick because there's so much cognitive dissonance that, like, if you sit down and try to pick apart what the statement is, it becomes this, like, unimaginably hard puzzle. Obviously, the solution to said puzzle, the key piece is always my side right, their side wrong. If you keep that energy, you'll understand and you'll be like, yeah, she's right. But there is literally no logic to this at all.
And I also find it offensive that you're trying to shame me with this question.
I'm not trying to shame you at all. In fact,
I have dealt with this for 30 years. You know how hard it was to tell my story 5 years ago when they were doing...
Yeah, it's hard because of people like you that's currently doing the thing that you're doing. What the fuck?
A fetal heartbeat bill, and there were no exceptions for rape, incest, rape or incest in there. I had to tell my story because no other woman was coming forward. No rape victims were represented, and you're trying to shame me this morning.
I'm just asking.
And I find it offensive, and this is why women won't come forward.
Women won't come forward because they're defamed by those who perpetrate rape. Donald Trump
they are judged and they're shamed, and you're trying to shame me this morning. I think it's disgusting.
I'm not shaming you at all.
Where is the smoke from George Stephanopoulos, who's capable of doing a good job, it seems, when it comes to any of the other issues? Where is it? Where is this energy that these guys have towards the Republicans? And I'm so happy when they do this, right? But where the fuck is that when talking about Israel or when shitting on the Democratic Party for lying about their positions 4 years ago and completely dropping said positions only to advocate for the opposite? Like on immigration. It is a wild thing. George Stephanopoulos is literally pushing back against a rape victim. Like, that is... This is what a solid journalist would do to reframe the conversation back and pry it away from her disingenuous hands, trying to weaponize her own personal rape in an effort to defend a rapist. George Stephanopoulos is doing a good job. I don't think he did a bad job. No, I don't think so either. I'm simply stating that liberal media only has the smoke when it's like something that they've decided is permissible. It's like against Donald Trump or against some Republicans who are defending Donald Trump. They never have the journalistic chops on any other issue. It frustrates me to no end. Because you know what this is like? It's like seeing a cop actually engage in de-escalation. Okay? And I'm like, oh, so you are capable of doing that. Turns out you are able to treat another person like a human being. So why don't you do that all the time, you fucking piece of shit? And it's the same thing. It's like, oh, so you are capable of actually being a journalist, just, you know, when it's against Donald Trump. So where is that energy for anything else?
Oh, I told my story. It took me 25 years to tell my story. I was judged for it. I still get judged for it today.
I'm asking you a very simple question.
And I answered it. You're shaming me for my political choices.
I'm asking you a question about why you endorse someone who's been found liable for rape.
It was not a criminal court. This was a civil court. It was a civil court. And by the way, she joked about the judgment and what she was going to do with all that money, and I find that offensive.
I'm asking you about the man
But as a rape victim who's been shamed for years now because of...
My controversial opinion is it's more valid to be able to joke about your own judgment than it is about defending a rapist by using your own personal rape. Maybe not so controversial, actually. Like, it's totally valid to be like, yeah, I'm going to go buy shit now with this defamation trial awards. You know what I mean?
for a rape. You're trying to shame me again by asking me this political question.
You've repeated that again.
I think it's offensive. As a woman, I find it offensive. For my political choices, I've endorsed the man.
Like, she said, she said, E. Jean Carroll is trivializing rape while defending Donald Trump, who is the rapist in the situation, and also simultaneously defending Donald Trump, who has trivialized rape by being like, yeah, you can grab women by the pussy. Like there are so many instances where, like, Trump is unironically trivialized rape. What the fuck are we talking about? You are not... You have no leg to stand on here, lady.
We're going to
skipping it, going to Georgia. I don't want to listen to this fucking freak anymore.
Now to the other big drama in this country, the presidential race 2024. New attacks by each candidate, dueling rallies in Georgia over the weekend, and tomorrow's primaries, ladies and gentlemen, could give President Biden and former President Donald Trump enough delegates to win their party's nominations. Weijia Zhang has our story.
Get out the vote!
In Atlanta, President Biden warned democracy is at stake in this year's election.
Donald Trump and the MAGA Republicans are trying to take our freedoms away.
The Georgia event was part of a month-long campaign blitz that started in Pennsylvania on Friday. Today, the president heads to New Hampshire, then Wisconsin and Michigan later this week.
You're destroying our country, Joe.
In Rome, Georgia, on Saturday, 70 miles away from Biden's event, former President Donald Trump held his first campaign rally since Nikki Haley dropped out of the Republican primary. In a state where he faces criminal charges over allegations connected to trying to overturn the last presidential election.
They're trying to take us out, and it's not going to work.
Trump also blamed the Biden administration's immigration policies for the death of Georgia nursing student Laken Riley. Police have charged an undocumented migrant with her murder.
When this monster showed up at our border, he was set free immediately.
Conservatives have made the case the face of border security, a top campaign issue that Biden addressed during his State of the Union speech.
Laken Riley, an innocent young woman who was killed. by an illegal. That's right.
Initially, President Biden defended his use of the term an illegal to describe the suspected killer. But this weekend, amid criticism from some fellow Democrats, the president said he regretted it.
And I shouldn't have used illegal. It's undocumented.
The Biden campaign says it raised $10 million.
Remember when people were trying to defend it in here? Listen, inside of you, there is a DNC operative, okay? You must kill the DNC operative inside of your brain. Just remember, I'm not here to name and shame. I'm not here to remind you that you were there and you were defending it, and I'm going to call you out or anything. I just want you to remember the steps that you took, to defend Biden's sentiment, okay? Because there were a lot that were trying to say. There were a lot of people that were trying to say, like, oh no, he was just like repeating what Marjorie Taylor Greene did, until he doubled down the next day. Okay? Just remember that. This is how you fix your thinking. You remind yourself that at the top of the hour there's a 3-minute ad break, and you subscribe ahead of time so you don't actually see the 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour. You fix your thinking so that in the future you don't run into the same problems. Yes, they are not allowed to use that word. Illegal is actually forbidden from the Democrat lexicon. It is true. Anyway, here's a 3-minute ad break now.
In the 24 hours following President Biden's State of the Union address. And that cash will be key as it plans a $30 million ad blitz in battleground states over the next 6 weeks and adds hundreds of new staffers. Nate?
Ouija, thank you.
An innocent young woman who was killed.
I'm on the new Philly D thumbnail. Uh-oh. What is this about?
Sup, you beautiful bastards. You were blocking so many nearby streets. Also, food cracking down on drugs.
Why am I in the Philly D Thumbo? DOJ criminal investigation. Haiti, Paul McCartney. Wait, what? What is he baiting me for? The second section, ceasefire protest delays Oscars. Oh, did he put my tweet in there?
A movie about the banality of evil during the Holocaust. It would have been odd if he didn't mention the parallels to Gaza. Respect for saying something to an otherwise hostile room. Remember, they booed Michael Moore's speech for criticizing the Iraq War. And so obviously that was a major part of the night. But then in addition to that, you had kind of the regular old Oscar kind of news. Oppenheimer getting Best Picture.
That's crazy. He's baiting you to take the views away from someone else. No, I thought, I was so scared. My heart sank. I was like, oh no, what did I supposedly quote unquote do now? I was a little worried. Because like at this point, I have a little bit of PTSD, like I will admit. You know what I mean? Even if I haven't done anything wrong, it's just like, in my mind, I immediately think, oh no, my brother is going to watch this and think I'm a bad guy. Just kidding. He's not going to. He thinks that already. Biden case of the woke mob apologizes the Lake and Riley suspect.
Illegal. Well,
That's crazy. Apologize to the Lake and Riley suspect.
I don't. It was technically not supposed to be here.
An undocumented person. And I shouldn't have used illegal. It's undocumented.
3 days, 3 different explanations from President Biden. This as he does bend over backwards to apologize to a migrant murder suspect for calling him an illegal. Good morning. I'm Dana Perino. Bill's off today. Good morning to you.
Thanks for having me, Dana. Good to start the week with you. I'm Sandra Smith. This is America's Newsroom. The man the president is referring to is charged with murdering Georgia nursing student Laken Riley. Republicans successfully pressured him into mentioning the case during the State of the Union address, though the president...
Remember I told you they're going to do a victory lap and be like, this is a big dub for Marjorie Taylor Greene and the Republicans in general for even mentioning it. Another big mistake from the Brandon camp.
mispronounced Laken's name.
That did not sit well with Laken's mother. She called the president pathetic. Republicans say it speaks to Biden's fundamental misunderstanding of the border.
This is his version, Lawrence, of Bill Clinton, what the meaning of is. To even argue this point in the face of this 22-year-old young woman whose whole life was ahead of her, was taken allegedly by this person who crossed the border multiple times, had a criminal background, to argue whether it's undocumented or illegal. Look, it's illegal, Mr. President, and it's a slap in the face of this family of...
Like, it's so dumb. Here's the parallel, okay? Here's the parallel. It's not a direct analogy, so don't get mad at me. If a black person murdered a white woman, okay, and Biden literally said the N-word about them, okay, there is no justification for it. You know what I mean? There's no justification for it. Like, what do you mean? So for him to go back and be like, I apologize for that statement, these guys are like, no, you have to say it, actually. The fuck? Obviously, it's not the same to say undocumented versus the N-word, or okay? Thug would be a better, more analogous situation. This will get clipped too. No, I'm just saying, like, it's so fucking ridiculous. The energy is the exact same place. Obviously, if it was a direct analogy, I would have said it is. Thug would be a better direct analogy. This will be on Reddit. Dude, shut the fuck up. Oh, God, I hate these wormy little fucking losers in the chat who are constantly worried about it. It's like, dude, you're literally invoking it. You're just trying to get people to do it at that point. Stop. They're woke scolding, even though Republicans say illegals in a heartbeat. No, they're Republicans are saying, thank God he said illegals because they are. We made him do that. And then they're going around, look at this pussy. He's like going back on his word.
Laken Riley. It's Laken, Mr. President, not Lincoln.
Yeah, retired Yuma Sector Border Patrol Chief Chris Clem is on deck. But first, let's get straight to Peter Doocy, kicking things off for us at the White House this morning. Hi, Peter.
Sandra, good morning. About a 2.5-hour drive away from Athens, Georgia, where Laken Riley was murdered, her family, her grieving family, greeted Donald Trump ahead of a rally there backstage. We have this photo here, and a few minutes after this, Trump went out to the microphone, and he really let it rip about President Biden's apparent deference to the man accused with their daughter's violent murder.
They just told me prior to what I'm doing right now that Joe Biden went on television and apologized for calling Laken's murderer an illegal. He was an illegal alien. He was a...
Yeah, bro. If he only fucking was more aggressive, if he called him like the B word or the S word, then the dude would get the death penalty. That's how it works. The more you say like unconscionable shit, the more the punishment, the more it tacks onto the punishment.
An illegal immigrant. He was an illegal migrant, and he shouldn't have been in our country, and he never would have been under the
GOP for the outrage. Yeah, no shit. They don't care. They fucking love it. What are you talking about? It seems clear.
Trump policy.
President Biden initially defended his decision to call Jose Ibarra, Laken Riley's accused murderer, an illegal, saying that technically he's not supposed to be here. But something changed, and quickly. And the president is now also explaining why he is filled with so much regret about calling anybody, even an accused murderer, an illegal.
I'm not going to treat any of you.
I hate this so much. Just pure vice signaling. Like, what's the policy here? The policy is pure vice signaling, being like, imagine being such a pussy that you apologize for calling a murderer an illegal. Okay. Like, what is this? What the fuck? This is not politics. This is just you being a fucking mean asshole. That's not policy. It blows my mind that the Republican Party is so openly being like, yeah, we got nothing, dog. We just want you to be a bad guy. Wow, imagine not being a fucking worse guy.
These people with disrespect. Look, they built the country. The reason our economy is growing. We have to control the border and more orderly flow, but I don't share his view at all.
So you regret using that word?
Yes.
The Biden campaign is hoping for a reset this week focused on infrastructure and on jobs and on jokes about the president's age. So far, President Biden's handling of immigration is not part of the campaign's 1-minute sizzle reel of the first term so far. Sandra.
Peter Ducey at the White House for us. Peter, thank you. Dana?
Retired Yuma Sector Border Patrol Chief Chris Clem joins us now. And Chris, I want you to just listen to President Biden one more time out of this MSNBC interview. He rarely does interviews, so this is a chance to actually hear what he's thinking without the helicopter behind him. Watch here.
And look, when I spoke about the difference between Trump and me, one of the things I talked about on the border was that the way he talks about vermin, the way he talks about these people polluting the blood. I talked about what I'm not going to do, what I won't do. I'm not going to treat any of these people with disrespect.
Chris, from a Border Patrol perspective, does it matter the language that leaders use from Washington?
Well, good morning, and I do want to, before I answer that question, I want to recognize the family and friends of Border Patrol Agent Luna, who died on Friday, as well as those National Guard soldiers,
yes,
and also Laken Riley's family. But yes, these kind of things do matter when we have to deal with consequences. That's the most important piece. So again, terminology, we can go back and forth on that. This administration has started off with using the word illegal alien, moved to undocumented migrant, and now we're talking newcomers. That's fine. But at the end of the day, it's about upholding the rule of law.
It's like, I don't give a fuck what you call him. As long as I can bag him and tag him, boys. Yeehaw, partner.
And giving consequences. So, if we can do all that and call him whatever he wants to call him, but we have to detain them, we have to get them in front of the judges, and we have to remove those that need to be removed. So bottom line, when we enforce the law, we can call them whatever we need to call them. But that's the most important piece to Border Patrol agents, is doing our job in securing this border.
Hey, Chris, it's Sandra here. Speaker Mike Johnson obviously had a pretty firm reaction to all this, saying the president's cowering to his base, showing deference to a man who deserves none. This man is an illegal immigrant who brutally murdered Laken.
Brother, what are you saying? This is... Dude, he could have called him the B word, or the W word, or the S word. There are many different racial slurs he could have called him. That shit doesn't change anything, okay? What the fuck? He's like, dude, you gotta say slurs when you're talking about a murderer. This is the dumbest fucking argument, dude. The point is, there are millions of undocumented immigrants in this country. It's a catch-all term that immediately dehumanizes every single undocumented immigrant. Okay? It's racist. That's it. It is the notion that like every single undocumented immigrant is illegal when no human being is, and that they are doing crimes all the time when the opposite is true.
Riley, President Biden should be apologizing to Lakin's family. What an embarrassment, says the speaker. What message do you think this flip-flop on the part of the president sends to any migrant that's here illegally right now who may be considering a crime?
Well, look, I agree with the speaker. This was not the time to sit there and start apologizing. He's yet to apologize to the Border Patrol agents on the horse patrol in Del Rio from a few years ago when he lied to the American people. So for him to apologize to the murder suspect, I mean, that is just ridiculous. And, you know, I do think it sends in a message of encouragement that that you can cross illegally and be supported by this administration. I mean, he has proven that time and time again. And it really is a complete disconnect from what's actually happening on the border security front. And you're seeing that in some of the reports this weekend from his progressive base. They're, again, conflating immigration and border security to score political points. But look, at the end of the day, we have a border security problem. And what we have witnessed in the last week or so, specific to this case, is exactly why we have to secure the border and we have to hold people and detain them until there is zero uncertainty who they are, what their intent is, if we can't remove them right away.
There's also a bigger question, and that is...
Yeah, as an undocumented migrant, I was on the verge of doing a crime, but then I found out that Biden actually called me an appropriate racial slur. Like, appropriate as in, like, whichever one that corresponds to my ethnic background. And lo and behold, I'm no longer interested in doing the crime. That's right. Maybe that's why white supremacists love defending being able to say the N-word. They think in their minds that if they say it, then like there will be no crime for black people. Only white crime is allowed. And there's no real slur for white people, so that's why white people can get away with crime, actually. Unfortunately, we haven't been able to find a fucking slur for the whites.
Going to be discussed today at a hearing on Capitol Hill about worldwide threats. And Senator James Langford talked yesterday about the real concern because of how many people have come across that have been targeted as on the terrorism watch list. Listen here.
Actually, it is our southern border right now is a major threat because what we've seen is 50 people in the terror watch list just in the last 4.5 months. We've seen more than 10,000 people come across our southern border, what are called special interest.
This guy's the biggest cuck, dude. Literally put forward the most like comprehensive reactionary right-wing immigration agenda. And because Donald Trump said we don't want that shit, he's now cooked. He's just dead in the fucking water. That bill that he could have put his signature on is now gone. Done.
Interest aliens. These are individuals who are literally being trafficked in from all over the world from very vulnerable places. They're coming right at the homeland. That is a major issue for us.
I mean, what's the Border Patrol supposed to do to try to catch these people that are on the terrorism watch list?
You know, well,
yeah, it's real funny. They're asking this question, and I don't agree, obviously, with the bill itself. But like, you guys are supposed to agree with it. You know what I mean? Like, this dude literally complained about like 8 key things that supposedly the Border Patrol is missing. Okay? There's a reason why originally the Border Patrol Police Union actually was in support of the fucking bill before Donald Trump said he don't want the bill no more. Like, he's over here talking shit like, oh, we need faster processing for these migrants. We need to shorten the process time from 6 years or 6 months down to a couple weeks so that migrants know they can't stay in the country for 6 weeks. Like, okay, that's the bill. That's the Brandon bill. I hate these fucking people. I hate Joe Biden for presenting the bill to begin with. And I hate these fucking assholes for being like, yeah, how do we deal with this border crime? If only there was a fucking bill that we could pass to deal with this migrant crime, brother. It's just like a byproduct. It's a byproduct. Like everyone is getting dumber and dumber as a consequence of this. It blows my fucking mind. Virtually every single thing he brought up here, as far as like what needs to change, is literally in the Biden bill. Is in the Biden border bill that was written by the other pasty fucking asshole that you saw earlier. This guy. This Saltine Sally over here. That was the bill. Oh my God, they censured him?
County GOP voted over the weekend to censure Oklahoma U.S. Senator James Lankford.
Fox 23 confirmed the censure vote, which took place Saturday at the Oklahoma County Republican Party convention. It comes amid continued fallout for Lankford's bipartisan border security bill to help deal with immigration. Now, we told you that bill was killed after members of his own party, including former President Trump, said that it wouldn't help and instead would allow millions of immigrants into the country.
Oh. God, it is so fucking stupid, dude. God, we're just such a stupid country. We're just getting increasingly dumber and dumber. Oh my God. And then there's this too, by the way. The sex trafficking victim responded to Katie Britt's misleading
the latest
story.
on the backlash facing Alabama Senator Katie Britt and her Republican rebuttal to the president's State of the Union speech last week. Senator Britt used the sex trafficking victim story as she criticized President Biden's border policies. But the story appears to have taken place in Mexico nearly 20 years ago. Now Senator Britt is acknowledging that it didn't happen on Biden's watch.
To be clear, the story that you relayed is not something that's happened under the Biden administration, that particular person.
Well, I very clearly said I spoke to a woman who told me about when she was trafficked when she was 12. So I didn't say a teenager. I didn't say a young woman, a grown woman, a woman when she was trafficked when she was 12.
Yeah, 20 years ago.
CNN's Rafael Romo profiled Carla Jacinto, the woman at the center of the story, back in 2017. Rafael, you spoke with Carla once again yesterday. How did she feel about her story being used in the Republican rebuttal to the president's State of the Union address?
Well, she's upset, she's concerned, and she's also worried about her story being used once again, because it's happened in Mexico too, without her permission for political purposes. This is someone I have known since 2014. CNN profiled her story as part of CNN's Freedom Project, which seeks to raise awareness about modern-day slavery. Jacinto says she's very careful about who she gives her testimony to and how and when she does it. So she was very surprised, Wolf, she told me, when she found out yesterday that she was involuntarily put in the middle of a social media storm. This storm was prompted by what appears to be the use of her story during the Republican rebuttal to the State of the Union address by Alabama Senator Katie Britt. I reached out to Carla Jacinto in Mexico City for her reaction, and this is part of what she told me.
I was a victim, it seems to me, starting in 2004. I arrived in Mexico City in 2008 when I was already a survivor.
Were you ever trafficked in the United States?
Not at all, no. I was a victim here in Mexico. In Mexico, I was a victim of human trafficking.
Wait, what the fuck?
What would you like to tell Senator Britt about what happened?
Well, at this moment, I would like her to get informed a little more about the topic, and that at some point, if she wants to contact me to talk about the topic, she can do so. She can also contact people who have really gone through what she says. I would love to have a pleasant chat with her instead of using it in a political way to gain a position.
And Wolf, CNN has confirmed much of what Jacinto has said in prior reporting, and her story hasn't changed since we first spoke. Jacinto told me no one reached out to her to ask for her permission to use her story as part of a political speech. Someone using my story and distorting it for political purposes, she told me, is not fair at all. Wolf?
Rafael Romo reporting for us. Excellent reporting, Rafael. Thank you very much. Let's discuss this and more with CNN political reporter Elena Treen and CNN congressional correspondent Jessica Dean. Elena, let me start with you. What do you make of Senator Britt's attempts to clean up what she said the other night?
Well, look, Katie Britt has
faced a lot of heat for her response, and specifically for sharing this anecdote about Carla. And I think, given the facts that have come out about this and that interview, that excellent interview that Raphael did with her, it's clear that it wasn't the right anecdote for the purposes.
Here's a side-by-side of Katie Britt against
I am
her.
looking forward to delivering the Republican response to the State of the Union. So tune in.
President Biden's border policies are a disgrace. This crisis is despicable. And the truth is, it is almost entirely preventable. And thank you to all the gentlemen behind me who continue to work diligently to actually secure our border. That's what the American people deserve. But unfortunately, Joe Biden refuses to give that to them. Mr. President, enough is enough. Innocent Americans.
Why did she do this? Like, does she not realize that this is so, like, it's so identifiable? Like, it's so obvious that she was doing a fake fucking, like, fake voice. I don't get why you would think that this is going to be fine.
Americans are dying, and you only...
You're breaking your fast? I've already broken my fast. I don't fast during Ramadan. I'm a bad Muslim.
have yourself to blame. Everything that we put forth that would actually secure and
Yeah, I'm a bad Muslim, unlike this guy. Wait, where is it?
السلام ورحمة الله وبركاته.
يا شيخ اليوم بالغلط وقع في تمي شاورما مع زيادة طحينية.
نعم.
وكمان قطعة تفاح وتقريبا 3 لتر مي.
أيه.
فمش عارف هل أكمل صيامي ولا أطعمني الله وسقاني.
Yeah, I fell. Now, was it Allah that fed me? Or what's the deal? A great question, in my opinion. Also, I saw this as well.
Muslim, but this year I will be celebrating Ramadan. Ramadan, I'm not a Muslim, but this year I will be celebrating Ramadan. Ramadan is a Muslim holiday celebrated by the followers of Islam as the month that the first initial revelations of the Quran were revealed to the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. The holiday is...
She said, peace be upon him. Yo, dude, this, along with Dune, has like broken white people, I think. I mean, what is going on, dude? Y'all rocking with the light of Allah? What's happening? I mean, good. Congratulations. I recommend it. Great. That's crazy. Libbed up shouty. I've got a few friends observing Ramadan that aren't even Muslim. I hit them with a mashallah and they dab me up. Dude, I heard Sean King has reverted. Okay. Sean King has reverted. He has seen the Wait, what? $120 uncensored iftar tickets? No way. Uncensored iftar? What the fuck? What is the censored iftar looking like? No dates. Dates only at the uncensored iftar. What the hell? Bro, I'm atheist, but more and more Islam has been looking like the move. What are you guys saying, dude? What? Oh my God. All right, great. I mean, more power to everybody, okay? If you want to do it, then go off, kings and queens, I guess. I don't really understand. As someone who did it, what?
I'm Muslim, and I believe in Jesus, but I don't believe in Jesus as being God or the Lord.
Jesus says that I am the way, the truth, and the life. No one comes to the Father but by me. He's the only way to the Father.
That's the Bible.
Islam came centuries later.
There was no Christianity, no Judaism, no anything when Abraham, may Allah be pleased with him, when he came here. What he believed in was one creator, one God. He was considered a Muslim.
Are you able to think of the two sons of Abraham? So you have Isaac and Ishmael. Isaac was the son of the promise through Sarah. She was very old.
What is happening? Yo, this sister, what the fuck? Wait, she's like, what? Wait, why does she know all of this? I don't understand. How, wait, she's
old and God opened up her womb. Ishmael was the son of the flesh. It was through the maid. Islam is a descendant from Ishmael. Christianity is a descendant from Isaac, who was the son of the promise. So all the way back to Abraham, remember he had the son of the promise in Genesis? It was Isaac. It was Abraham and Sarah, and they were very old, and God opened up her womb. It was a miracle. But Abraham also had a relation with the young maid, and they had birth a natural way, which was Ishmael. Islam comes from Ishmael. Christianity comes from Isaac. Isaac was the son of promise. Ishmael was the son of the flesh. So the eyewitnesses of Jesus saw him crucified for our sins, and the Quran comes centuries later and says that he only appeared to be crucified. Now, who are you going to believe? Eyewitnesses who lived at the time of Jesus, or a book that comes centuries later called the Quran that said he only appeared?
The Bible was written by man. People who wrote about Jesus were not even with Isa, alayhi salam.
Isa is Jesus, but in I guess, is it Arabic Jesus? I guess this is how you say Jesus in Arabic. I don't know. I mean, that's how you say it in Turkish. We say Isa. Moses is Musa. Moses is Musa, and Jesus is Isa.
Matthew was and John was. They were both disciples. And Mark got his information from Peter, who was a disciple.
And I was raised Christian.
It's sad that you departed from the truth.
No.
Departed from the truth. She reverted to the light of Allah. How dare you, my friend? My friend. Listen to me. My friend. She has found the correct path. Seems like she's going to fucking destroy you in the marketplace of ideas and make you revert to Islam as well. When she said Muhammad the prophet, what is it, like, peace be upon him or whatever? I was like, damn, dude. Your madrasa coming in clutch here? Bitch, I'm Turkish. I didn't go to a fucking madrasa. What are you, crazy?
Jesus said,
oh my God, yo, she's goated.
They were both disciples. And Mark got his information from Peter, who was a disciple.
And I was raised Christian.
It's sad that you departed from the truth. Jesus said, before Abraham was, I am. That's what he said from his own words. So before Abraham was, he is. He is eternal. The Quran talks about Jesus, but the Bible never talks about Muhammad.
It does. Ahmad. Jesus says, follow the one that will come after me, that will be the peacemaker. His name will be Ahmad.
Can you tell me where he says that? Chapter and verse in the Bible?
No, I can't tell you from there.
Jesus was crucified for our sins, buried,
that,
and he rose from the dead on the third day. He was witnessed to die and rise again by eyewitnesses. The Quran comes centuries later and says that Jesus only appeared to be crucified.
That's
so
correct.
who are you going to believe? Eyewitnesses?
I believe the Quran
or
and the Prophet.
a book that came centuries later that never...
Yeah, well, the argument here is that Islam is like the most advanced version of it. Like of the same Abrahamic principles, the same Abrahamic religion. It's like the final updated version. Or at least that's the way that like Muslims talk about it. You know what I mean? That's the reason why Islam has, Islam has, Islam recognizes Jesus as a prophet as well, just not the Son of God. It is pretty funny to have this like back and forth though, at a Walmart especially, with the most like based Islam pilled lady I've ever seen.
Saw Jesus.
But I can't believe what a man wrote down over what God revealed.
The Bible is a revelation from God about people.
Man wrote down the Bible. The Quran is passages delivered to the Prophet Muhammad directly by Allah.
Wrote it down. Prophets wrote it down. John wrote it. Peter wrote it.
No,
You have the prophets. So Peter, John, and the prophets and more wrote the Bible.
You're saying on the third day.
It's a revelation from God.
So, no, I can't believe that.
I promise you that he is the Son of God and he is the only Savior.
Bro, they're having a fucking crazy off.
I'm Muslim.
What is your hope for salvation? How are you going to go into paradise, to heaven?
I don't know if I will get to Jannah, but I know that I will only get to Jannah if I make no association with my Creator, with God.
Is it based
Yo, this woman is going, she's going to Jannah for sure.
on your good deeds outweighing your bad deeds? Is that how you get in?
Not 100%, no.
So you can't be certain if you'll make it, correct?
Absolutely not. No one can be certain.
I see Christians can be certain because I have a Savior who died for me and rose from the dead, and he...
Bro, this is so funny. This is my dad is better than your dad debate played out with like a video game lore, okay? It's got the same energy as like Xbox versus PlayStation. And the people on either side of it are just as like vicious about their belief, okay? I'm sorry, but this is ridiculous. Come on, dude. Just let it rip, you know? Let people believe things. What the fuck's wrong with this guy and her too? Jeez. Like
He took away my sin. He paid the price for me. And I'm going to be with the Lord Jesus in eternal life because of what he did and not what I did. That's the hope of the gospel.
So then you're saying it doesn't make any difference what you do here.
He calls us to obey him and follow him and walk with him. See, once some...
I mean, it all comes down to the vibes. And yes, the old lady is fucking destroying this dude in the marketplace of vibes, right? By just being chill as fuck, and the juxtaposition of like a very clearly like Pentecostal looking woman just dropping alhamdulillah like it's nothing. You know, she is alpha dogging this this fucking Christian soy jack. His ass is the one that harassed an old lady with a camera at Walmart. I don't even know how. Don't know if there's a Protestant thing, but entrance to heaven is not certain. Yeah, I think it's a Protestant thing because Jesus died for his sins, he says, rather than like having to confess and be cleansed of his sins through the act of confession and saying like a couple Hail Marys and stuff, right? That's how you do it. Like you wipe it out. In Catholicism, you wipe it. This guy is theologically unbased. Don't give him another second. Yes, he's a Protestant charlatan, obviously a heretic. He's going to hell regardless. Okay? Don't ask me any further questions on this. I will not, yes, I will not elaborate, okay? He's going to hell.
Somebody accepts the Lord Jesus, their life is transformed.
But he's not the Lord. He's a man.
He absolutely is the Lord.
How's he the Lord?
He's the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords. David said, the Lord said to my Lord, sit at my right hand until I make your enemies your footstool.
Dude, I'm sorry. This level of knowledge, like no disrespect to the believers in here, okay? But this level of knowledge is akin to being like really tapped in on Warhammer 40K lore and just like aggressively defending it. Okay? Like believe what you want to believe. Okay? Believe what you want to believe. Great. You know, I hope it provides you some kind of spiritual guidance or salvation. But like if you're literally being like, no, actually, your religion's lore is gibberish, mine is correct, and you're diving into like the deepest fucking depths of your religion to justify it, you're just like a fucking 40K nerd. The fuck? It's religion autism?
He is the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords.
Like you're a whole ass adult, man. He's a King of Kings and a Lord of Lords. Okay, got it, dude.
I'm Muslim.
Wasn't Muhammad married to a little girl?
Oh, that. Yeah. And then he hits the classic like, oh, Muhammad was married to a little girl.
when she was very young.
How is your sin and guilt going to be
My
washed?
sin and my guilt can be taken away with my
Classic. There it is, dude. Yeah. Oh man, I can't believe it. Yeah. Good thing the church doesn't do that sort of thing now in this day and age. Or how old was fucking Mary? Like,
my repentance, and the only sin that Allah will not forgive is associating something with him. I don't know for sure that all of my sins will be taken away. Now, the month of Ramadan
no, it's cool because God did it, so it's allowed.
is coming. I have a great opportunity in the month of Ramadan to rewrite on the night of power things that Allah wrote in the book that is with him.
God, people being like, Mary was his mama son. Yeah, I know. What do you think I was talking about? Yeah, Mary was his mom, and it was God that impregnated her and allowed her to deliver a virgin birth. So that's why it's chill. It's chill when God does it. Literally, the point is, yes, a lot of religious lore written at that time frame had that time frame's like that time frame's attitudes about the age of consent, or rather lack thereof. Okay? It's a ridiculous assessment, especially if you are a firm and committed believer in scripture as a Christian, to turn around and be like, well, yours is the pedophile religion because of the Prophet Muhammad. Okay, bro, what the fuck are you talking about? What about your fucking inception? Like, what are we talking about here? Oh, okay, he's cool that God did it then. Is that what we're am I supposed to believe that? Like, the difference between cradle Catholics and adult Protestant converts? A friend of mine told me about a date that her cradle Catholic friend went on with a Catholic convert, and apparently he took her to a Latin mass and started quoting scripture at her in support of some insane conservative views. The way this tweet has never been wrong. Every lifelong Catholic I've ever met is like, I think we're supposed to give food to poor people. And every adult convert is like, the Archon of Constantinople's epistle on the Pentecostine rites of the Eucharist clearly states women shouldn't have driver's licenses. Oh, Jesus Christ. I can't believe that we got like cradle Catholics and Catholic converts now. I'm sorry, bro. Like, if there's one religion out of all of them, I know I was defending the Catholics earlier, okay? And the Pope is woke and he's a communist, and, you know, more power to him. But if there's, it is wild to me that adult Catholic converts literally look to the ongoing like issues with the Catholic Church that have never really gone away and go, no, you know, the one with like rampant pedophile scandals, like that's the religion I'm going to go with, is insane to me. I don't personally get it. All religion has a litany of issues, obviously, and the zeal of a convert is definitely a very real concept, okay? Holy moly. And it's like, it's consistent. If there's one consistent through line, it is the zeal of a convert, or in the case of Islam, a revert. But god damn. Born agains are usually hyper annoying to directly abusive religious people I usually meet, super loud. It's just that, like, this is precisely why it's so important, as if you're a spiritual and or religious, to regularly seek ecumenical information and guidance. Arguing the details is completely irrelevant when the backbone of most religions is to guide you in the same path for life on earth. Even atheists can aspire for the same outcomes on earth as a religious person. The rest of religion is aesthetics. Focus on the basics of the teachings. Thank you. I agree. It's just like all religion can be reduced to be kind to one another and be kind to those who are less fortunate than you. Literally every single one. Those are the foundational tenets, okay? That's it. You can do that as an atheist. You can do that as any other religion. It doesn't fucking matter. When you start getting lost in the fucking sauce and start debating the minutia, you become like this weird fucking freak. Yeah, it's like murder bad, rape bad, you know, be kind to your neighbors and be kind to those less fortunate than you. That's it. Maybe not evangelicals as much, but, you know, it's the basics. Evangelicals be like, no, none of those things actually. And also, every single person is going to burn in eternal damnation except for me and my friends. We will get sucked into the heavens. I guess, I mean, you know, Islam has similar similar takes as well. Not the same as like the rapture stuff, but
God of Christianity, the God of the universe, he offers salvation to everyone who trusts in Jesus Christ, and their sins could be forgiven.
I don't believe that.
Search for the Lord Jesus. He is the Son of God, and he is the...
What is the Islam version of a hog? What do you mean, brother? You see it all the time. The Islam version of the hog is the most presented version of Islam in Western media. Like the dudes who are like, listen, bro. Alhamdulillah, we will do everything we can, bro, to make sure that women stay in the kitchen, bro. Allah will make it so. Sounds a little bit like Andrew Tate is what I'm doing, but I was just fucking talking about like the UK Salafists. You know what I mean? It's just like what you see on Memory TV is the fundies of Islam, and like the worst version of Islam is the most fundamentalist. Hogs are very consistent across the board everywhere you go. Okay? It's absolutely haram, brothers. Whoever denies the Son does not have the Father either. He who acknowledges the Son has the Father also. He who believes in the Son has everlasting life, and he who does not believe the Son shall not see life, but the wrath of God abides on him. Damn, he couldn't, he got owned by her, so he had to fucking end it on this note. She won. Alhamdulillah. Very smart woman. Islam is the truth. Allah Akbar. I love this woman. MashaAllah. May Allah reward her greatly. Damn, everyone in the chat. Everyone in the chat is just fucking owning this dude. Oh, Jesus. He had nothing else. He had nothing else to go on. So he was just like, I'm going to pause it right here and just fucking say that she's going to hell because she doesn't believe Jesus is the Son of God. The nature of the hog is a person who wants to justify their rotted preconception about social relations with something as ancient as religion. Yeah. Anyway, but yeah, no, I love these people who are like, yeah, I love Ramadan. It's sick. We should do it.
Day is celebrated through fasting every day from dawn to sunset, the entire lunar month, which this year is between March 11th and April 9th. During the fast, you can't eat, you can't drink, you can't smoke. Fasting for Ramadan is meant to be a lesson in self-control and gratitude. Self-control to tell yourself no, even when it's difficult, and gratitude to appreciate what you have that...
Oh, dude, playing some sad music in the background. Dude, it's so funny. Is Hasan fasting? I'm not Lamau. No, I'm not fasting either. It's so funny. It's great, man. It's look, here's the thing, okay? Here's the thing. I've made a joke about this quite a bit, like where I always say like Islam has no fucking cool capitalist holidays. And that's kind of mid as someone who grew up in a Muslim country, you know, as someone who grew up Muslim in a Muslim country. Like, I think this is kind of mid. I always was like, damn, why don't we have fucking like, why don't we have personally any of the fun shit? Like, I want like a Santa Claus figure. So much so that like we basically made New Year's Christmas. Okay. Like literally no Christmas. So we made New Year's into Christmas. You understand? Like, that's how you know that shit is on top. It stays on top. Okay. Christmas on top. Sorry. It's just the truth. Okay. Like, think about it. Think about it, dude. The only fucking, the most important month is the month of Ramadan. What do you do during Ramadan? You can't eat food and drink water from sun up to sundown. That's terrible. Like, I mean, I get the religious reasons for why it exists, but I'm just saying is like, from my perspective, I'm like, damn, dude, that's really like, that's the cool thing that we're doing. Like, that kind of sucks. What the fuck? Now, of course, the good reasons for it, it is not fun maxing at all. Yes, Islam is not fun maxing at all. The way that it is presented, at least in my upbringing, was to show that those to basically experience the experiences of those who do not have what you have. You know what I mean? That's it. It's you know, it's for you to comprehend the experiences of those less fortunate, and that's why zakat is a big part of it as well. Zakat is not like tithing at all, but it is actually a direct percentage of all the wealth that you have that you're supposed to give back to those in your village or to those in your immediate vicinity, those who are less fortunate. A version of this is basically done in Turkey, at least, and in many Muslim countries, as taking a sheep and sacrificing the sheep and then giving all of the meat to. Are you reading this up, Keck? No, I'm not reading this up. The fuck? I'm telling you my experiences with the religion from my own personal upbringing. So yeah, there's definitely, yeah, Islam is based. It's the most socialist religion, straight up. I love dudes who live in Connecticut who are so fucking far removed from these experiences that like the only way that you can comprehend it is by reading a Wikipedia page about it. Like no one, obviously I've never fucking encountered this with my own personal experience living in Connecticut, which is precisely the reason why I assume anyone who's like talking about this must not have actually lived through this process and is probably reading a Wikipedia page. You're just personally revealing your lack of interest and lack of knowledge in it. Anyway. Do you think Muslim people don't live in Connecticut? No, I think that people who live in Connecticut, not around Muslim people who are sheltered, they are the ones who don't understand that you could have lived experience with this. Anyway. If you have any religious Muslim friends, this is pretty basic knowledge. Yes. So yeah, it's like the good principles behind it is for it to help you be more cognizant of those less fortunate than you. And that's something I can get behind, which is the same energy that she's bringing to the table, I guess. So good on her.
Others don't. So why would
Still
I,
kinda
as
funny,
a
though.
non-Muslim, want to celebrate Ramadan? Because I think that all Americans need a lesson in self-control and gratitude right now. My relationship, like everyone else's, with consumerism in America is unhealthy. We are all addicted to buying and spending so much that even when faced with the grotesque price of our consumerism, we continue to do it. And we certainly don't express gratitude for any of it. So for the month of Ramadan, I will be participating in fasting with no eating, no drinking, no smoking, from dawn until sunset every day.
That's no shot she does this. That's insane. If you do this, just convert. The fuck? It's the hardest part of Islam, in my opinion. Because I'm a fat ass. And I love eating food. And also drinking water. Why non-Muslim Americans should recite the Shahada? Yeah, just say the Shahada and you're good, lady. The fuck? She's about to go to the Hajj before me, dude. She's about to go to Mecca. She's about to go to Mecca and Medina.
For the month. And I will be doing everything in my power to move with kindness towards the people around me. I'm hoping to gain some perspective from doing this and learning some skills in self-control and gratitude that I think will be really helpful for me as a person, but also in my activism. And if you're a non-Muslim American who's struggling with your own consumerism, I suggest that you try this as well. And while I have you here, happy International Women's Day. The women in Gaza are using tent scraps as sanitary towels. So, let's try to do something about it.
Bro, you pussy is just 13 hours. No way that's hard for you. What? Okay, anyone who's never actually participated in this, let me tell you, it's not fucking easy. Okay? The fuck? I'd say praying 5 times a day is harder. That is pretty hard too. True. That's not that hard actually, I think, in comparison to Ramadan. Because like that is more so a lifelong. Praying 5 times a day is like meditation, and it comes with like a lifelong habit building. Whereas I think like fasting in my opinion is way harder, like physically. Praying 5 times a day is not as hard. Cleaning yourself before you pray 5 times a day, that part gets hard. Antalya'da yaz sıcağında 16 saat su içmemek buz silik miymiş? Oğlum ne biliyor, anlamıyorlar ki bu Amerikalılar. Boş ver, siktir et. Konuşuyorlar götlerinden. Yeah. This guy says 16 hours in Antalya, which is like the Arizona weather. 16 hours, not drinking any water. It's not easy. Wudu is not shower, bro. Yes, that's why I said cleaning yourself. That's the hard part. Gotta take the fucking shoes off. Like, that shit's not easy, man. What do you mean? It's not just like the belly button and behind the ears and shit. Hasan, you do intermittent fasting. You're basically doing Ramadan on a different time zone. No, I'm not. Because guess what? I'm not, because I drink water and I also consume a lot of nicotine and I consume a lot of caffeine throughout that process. I thought Eid was a big thing with food after Ramadan, but I think it might have been bigger where I live. All the Muslim students would bring leftover Eid food to class to share it. It was sick. No, Eid is a big thing. For sure. It is a big thing. It's the most important day, I would say, in Islam. Çocuk orucu, no snacks. Anyway. I mean, you do the hardest job in the world, so we wouldn't expect you to fast as well. Thank you for acknowledging that. I am, look, make no mistake. I've said this since day one. I am very haram, okay? I am the worst Muslim. I even eat pork. And that is like the one, that's like a meme in the Muslim community is like, oh yeah, dude, I mean, holy shit, that's crazy. Of course I drink alcohol. Of course I do cocaine. Of course I gamble. But pork, no thanks. Okay? That's where I draw the line. So that is like the biggest no-no. So much of a no-no that is so much of a no-no that is like a meme.
About that too.
What the fuck? This is really dope. I bought a Quran to read after being amazed by the strength of the Palestinians. What is happening, dude? You did such a beautiful job explaining Ramadan. I'm not Muslim either, but I've been interested in the Islam faith most of my life. I'll be celebrating Ramadan this year as well. Bro, is TikTok really getting people to revert to Islam? What's happening? Are TikTokers actually finding the light of Allah or what? Or is it the Ottoman Caliphate will rise once again, starting at Walmart? True. About to convert to if I can get teaching from this shade.
Or striking the face is totally prohibited. You can pick up this sports or the MMA without doing anything haram. So striking the face is totally prohibited and haram. You may do whatever you want to do. You may
He said Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu is totally halal.
think whatever you want to think, but this is backed up by authentic hadiths, and the prohibition is not from me, it's from the Prophet himself, alayhi salatu wasalam. So you suit yourself. If it is a means of defending your family, your wife, yourself, alhamdulillah, there's so many means of doing this. You can pick up judo, you can pick different forms of martial arts, but with avoiding the face. You can pick arnis, these two sticks, very beautifully, very efficient and effective. Or you can pick a Glock 9mm. That's even the least of your worries. You don't have to shower every day after working out, and it's very effective and safe.
That's what? Are you going to cover the tomboy talk? Yes. That's insane.
How quick?
TikTok Zoomers shouting.
May Allah awaken the people and help them to see the evil doings of Israel and the United States. May Allah.
So all of Dagestan is wrong for being beasts? There's an Arab-Israeli cage fight. Arab guy beats the fuck out of the Israeli after he calls the guy a terrorist? What? Don't know what league is on, but it's on YouTube. Yeah, I mean, you've probably seen the many different versions of the same tweet of people being like, when people tell you, have you read the books about, have you read the Dune books? They're talking about the Quran, and they're right. Israel is turning the youth over to Islam.
Good people of Arrakis.
Okay, we've seen this already. Come on. Yes, I watched the Ramadan meme. Yes. What is this?
Hi, my name is Denis Villeneuve. I'm the director of Dune, and this is Notes on a Scene.
The test is simple. Remove your hand from the box.
Wait. Sean King probably sneaking a snack right now? Dude, that's so funny. It's I need to see more of this. But I need to pee first. Here.
I've never stood up in public and professed any in-depth knowledge of Islam, but what I do know is that most British Muslims, they don't want to be out abroad fighting British foreign policy. What they want to do is get on peacefully with their daily lives, and we support that.
Yeah. A good Muslim always keeps his mouth shut.
Oh, that is...
Yeah? Are you all surprised kids are going off to training camps?
That is not what I am
So
saying.
why are kids going off to training camps?
Right, well, first off, I object to the term training camps.
You just used it.
No, I did not. It's a Western fantasy. You people think of Muslims running around the mountains with guns and bombs. Yeah, that would suit you down to the ground, wouldn't it?
But they do exist, don't they?
I'm not saying they don't exist. What I'm saying is, if you'll listen, is that if they didn't exist, you people would have to invent them.
Absolutely right.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Man, this whole debate is twisted,
We'll take questions later, please.
No, man. You think we're all bombers, don't you?
That is absolutely...
No. When you look at someone like me, you think bomber, right?
Yeah, you do.
that is not the case.
So why shouldn't I be a bomber if you treat me like one?
Mashallah, brother.
Yeah, mashallah. Yeah. I'm a mujahideen, and I'm making a scene. Now you're gonna feel what the boom boom means. It's like Tupac said, when I die, I am not dead. We are the martyrs, you're just smashed tomatoes. Allahu Akbar! Mashallah, brother! Oh, what, man? Come on. What? What? Just because I'm Muslim, you thought it was real?
I fucking love Four Lions, dude. It's such a good movie.
Wrong state, police, state, state, police, state. Remember the name, brothers and sisters. The Go to Cuba. He's being rendered. He's being rendered.
Inshallah, innit, mate? Fucking hell. Mashallah, brother. Brother. Mashallah. Fucking hell, mate. Best scene.
Dancing in the moonlight, everybody's feeling warm and bright. It's such a fine and happy sight. Everybody's dancing in the
Oh, man. I'm watching Dune 1 on Netflix and they talk about Imam Mehdi. That's crazy. The Mehdi. What's this movie about? Just watch it. Just watch it. It's a great movie. But yeah, speaking of reverts, Sean King. Ladies and gentlemen, Sean King has officially reverted to Islam and he's already doing an iftar. And in the iftar, he's charging people in what he calls an uncensored iftar. The movie's called Four Lions. Which I find interesting. Isn't the first Ramadan tomorrow? The first Ramadan, you mean iftar? I mean, there's sahur that already happened, which is at night. And I guess like the first iftar is happening tonight. I mean, it depends on which time zone you're in. Sahur happened already. Tariq, for example, did it. It's when you open, when you eat your last meal before you do your first. Wait, you know your stuff? Oh my God. What the fuck? What do people think my name is like actually Hank Pecker or some shit, bro? I grew up in a fucking yes, I grew up in a Muslim country. Hello? For the first 18 years of my life. Motherfuckers are really like, wait, what the hell? Why does this guy know? You eat pork, opinion invalidated? Yeah, I mean, I'm not like I'm not a committed and firm believer in Islam, if that's what you thought. What is this example of Gen Z converts? Young Americans are picking up the Quran to understand the resilience of Muslim Palestinians. That's great. Oh my God. Good for them. I don't know. I don't know what to say. It's like going to an American and saying, "Do you know what Easter is?" Yeah, literally. Sean King about to turn into Sean Sultan. But your name is one of 99 mandatory Muslim names, HasanAbi. Yeah. No joke, my white coworkers from Alaska and as white as it comes told me he wants to learn Arabic because of Dune. The Dune and Palestinian impact and changing the post 9/11 narrative is hard to deny. I mean, great. The Economist YouGov poll, McConnell stepping down, 76% approve. And then the Turkish r/atheist will get mad and say Turkey's not an Islamic country. Yes, Turkey is a secular nation that happens to have that happens to somehow have overwhelming majority Muslims living in it. That also has become increasingly more fundamentalist in the last 2 decades. It is always funny though that like it's always funny when the Turks come in here and they get real mad about this because a lot of Turks, especially like in my age range, and like that are English speakers and shit like that, they're very angry with the Erdogan regime in general. The government and some state institutions maybe, but not the population. Well, the state hasn't really been that secular recently, has it? Nüfus 15 tarikatçı, 15% ateist dengeli. Turks are literally more Islamophobic than Westerners. Oh, dude. Depending on what Turk you're talking about. That I mean, I've talked about this before. Like, I used to be way more aggro. Like, I was a r/atheism guy in my younger days living in Turkey, 100%. Many Turks are like that. Straight up. Like a lot of younger progressive Turks are like that for sure. Sean King converting footage today.
It's my honor to be here with you all tonight. Sheikh Omar is a dear friend and brother to me, and I want to start there because my friendship with him means everything to me. And never once, we've been friends now for nearly 10 years, never once has he pressured me or squeezed me in any
I can't wait for your conservative arc when you grow up. Yeah, dude, totally.
way. When he told me today, he said, Sean, this is something I've been praying about for 8 years. It surprised me, and then it made sense to me because this decision, it felt easy, even for my wife and I both. And my wife, who's an amazing woman, she did not make this decision because I pressured her. She made this decision because she felt it on her heart as well, and that was even another confirmation for me. But I don't know that I would be here today without the past 6 months of suffering and pain and trauma that we've seen in Gaza. And so many men and women and families there have welcomed me as their friend and have allowed me to walk with them through their grief and their pain, but also through their faith and strength and resilience. And it has touched me in the most profound ways. to see people right now in the most dangerous, traumatic place on the planet still be able to sometimes look at nothing but rubble.
Yeah, Rafat called them talcum eggs. Rest in power.
And the remains of their family, and still see meaning and purpose in life. And their faith and their devotion to Islam has not only opened my heart, but has opened the heart of millions of people around the world. And so, thank you.
Are your
for
parents
allowing
religious?
me
No.
Here. Certainly, I want to.
Not at all.
I want to honor our dear brother Malcolm X, who introduced many of us to Islam generations.
My dad is the classic, like, relatively progressive Turkish Muslim guy who just like picks and chooses. Okay. And if you ask him, he's a believer who is like firm and committed. No, ridiculous. It's like your dad in Christianity. Okay. Ridiculous. My mom, r/atheism feminist. Maybe a little bit too much of a rad lib, as a matter of fact. It's just like, it's just, it's, you don't know my dad? Okay, well, it's just what it is. It is what it is. He's like, no, you're like, he is, he's like, he cares a lot about like, you know, like bread being sacred and stuff like that. So it's just like all very like picky choosy, if that makes sense. Ekmek kutsaldır. I don't know actually if this is something that like other Turks know what I'm talking about in the chat. You can chime in if you want. Ekmek kırıntısının üstüne basılmaz. See, yeah, there's one. You're not supposed to step on even breadcrumbs. Bread is holy. Okay? Which I don't even think is like is rooted within Islam, but I think it's more like a, I don't know, maybe like a Turkish thing. It's just like food. Yeah, nimet. Any nimet is holy.
Ago, and first even softened my heart to Islam as a teenage boy. And to all of my dear Muslim friends, men and women who have been the most kind and compassionate people in my life and in my wife's life. Many of them flew here from around the world to be with us, and I'm so grateful for that. And so, more than anything, it's been friendship, sincere friendship, and just the deep devotion and faith of the Palestinian people that has moved my heart. And I can't wait. I haven't had a chance to check in with any of my friends there yet. I was able to tell many of them that today was going to happen. And
wait, what is he? He's hitting up dudes on the ground that are getting fucking lasered by Israeli rockets to be like, "Yo, I converted to Islam." Like, that's crazy.
I can't wait to check back in with them and just share how happy and excited we are about.
By his friends, he means his homies in the Al Qassam brigades, because he was securing a hostage negotiation deal, if you recall.
The rest of our lives. So thank you for welcoming us home. I appreciate it.
No contradiction. Sean King, welcome to Islam. May Allah's blessing be with bro Sean King and wife all the time. Oh my God, this guy Jenna Ortega, follow his old account, even post about him. MashaAllah. I don't know what to say about it. China about to shut this TikTok thing if they see all the Allah stuff? No, dude. China is doing this as a 5D chess move. 5G. They want to take down America by making all the American country, making the religion of peace such horse shit. Why do I have so many motherfuckers like this? I don't know what I'm saying. Don't listen to me. Take a day off, bitch. Do you co-sign this message?
Is kissing the homies goodnight haram? I don't think your homies would like you to kiss them goodnight. And don't do it even if they did. You can get married and kiss your wife goodnight. Is kissing the...
What is this? Left, 19th century Japanese depiction of an Englishman. Right, 18th century depiction, Chinese depiction of an Englishman. Left, 1860 Japanese depiction of an Englishman walking. Right, 18th century Chinese depiction of English people. Depiction of an English people. Compared to the 18th century Chinese depiction of a Swede. Speaking of which, the new episode of Shogun comes out tonight, and I'm fucking excited. Oh, this...
Everyone loves Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wasallam. Brother, please, when you say his name, brother.
Brother,
Everyone claims they love the Prophet, but no one wants his sunnah. What do you mean? What do you mean his sunnah? Eat on the floor. Eat with your fingers. Grow a beard. Live simple lives.
Brother,
Brother, what's that? What's that, brother? We love Rasulullah. Wallah, we sing his songs and we'll parade and we'll have big protests when something happens. We show.
He's saying y'all fake. Brother, This is 100% British? Yeah. Bro, I'm telling you, there's some in the water over there. I don't know what the fuck happened, okay? He's an Aussie, I can't tell. Is he an Aussie? I don't know. Aussies is so the same as fucking British. It's just they're just like the British people of the South, okay? Like England and Australia are basically the American continent, continental United States. With Australia being like our southern version. And like England being, you know, northern US. Australia not British? Oh, okay, you know, same shit. You fucking take that back, mate.
Do it in Arabic and then we'll do it in English. Say Ashhadu an la ilaha.
Everybody repeat. Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah wa ashhadu anna Muhammadan Abdul Rasulullah.
Illallah wa ashhadu anna Muhammadan Rasul Allah. I bear witness that there is only one God. And that Muhammad is his final messenger. Allahu Akbar. Takbir.
You have now officially converted to Islam. Think about that, dude. You say that shit last second. Let's say you got cancer, okay? Light is coming. Okay? The light is going out. Just whisper those words and you will go to Jannah. I'm just saying.
Congratulations, brother. You can pass the mic now to Ray. Sister Ray, if you can repeat after me and say Ashhadu.
Ashhadu.
An. La.
Did you learn Arabic growing up or do you only know parts of Islam? No, I don't know I don't know Arabic at all. You just learn some of the stuff in the Quran in the original Arabic. That's it.
Ilaha.
Ilaha.
Illallah.
Illallah.
Wa. Ashhadu.
Ashhadu.
Anna.
Muhammadan.
Rasul. Allah. I testify.
I testify.
That there is only one God.
That there is only one God.
And that Muhammad.
And that Muhammad.
Is his final messenger.
Is his final messenger.
Takbir.
Allah.
Takbir. I repeated along with her. Am I good? Yes. Remember that Israeli politician that recited the Shahada and accidentally converted to Islam? There are no accidents, brother. Brother, there are no accidents, brother. Only the light of Allah, brother. Will you be attending the Sean King Iftar tour? Yes. The uncensored Iftar tour. Three-course meal with standard seating for general admission. Premium meet and greet tickets, $120. What is this? Parents publicly shaming their kids online? Ugh, why are you sending me an Internet Hall of Fame tweet, man? Don't do that. The one thing I miss from Ramadan in general is oh my god, I'm forgetting the name. Güllaç. It is this is a controversial take, or not güllaç. It is a controversial take because like a lot of people don't even fucking consider güllaç to be that good in Turkey especially, but it is objectively my favorite. Like I don't personally like the little pomegranate seeds on top of it or anything. Or I don't like the actual sometimes they put like strawberries on it, or sometimes they put like the fucking fake cherry on it. I don't like any of that shit. I love güllaç with walnuts. Oh, it's so fucking good. Oh my god, dude. Abi soğuk baklava denedi mi? Birkaç sene önce çıktı, o kadar iyi ki. Soğuk baklava ne demek lan? Zaten normal baklava da soğuk değil mi? Yani sıcak da yenir de. Ne farkı var abi? Yok güllaç gibi. Öyle mi? Dare I say it's better than baklava? No, baklava is number one. Nothing touches baklava. Yok bildiğin soğuk dolaptan çıkıyor. I think baklava is the absolute best, but güllaç is really, really cool. Maybe because it's like just only in the month of Ramadan. Oh, baklava though. My Zionist ex tried to convince me baklava was Israeli. Okay. Yeah, no, that's right. You know, yeah, Israel invented baklava and also Islam. Many people don't know this. Yeah. I don't even know what Israel hasn't invented. If you aren't fasting, no treats for you. I don't give a fuck. I'll still go to iftar. Anyway. Samira Khan says this accent needs to be illegal and women should be banned from doing manual labor like this. There's nothing feminine about American women. American women are literally men. The final stage of conservatism on Twitter is when you just negatively polarize yourself from like women having the same shared interests as you as a conservative man.
Good morning, y'all. Quick update on the house because I've been pretty terrible about giving y'all these. We took a little break for noodling season and to put out boxes.
You can't be doing noodling. That's unwomanlike.
Now that it's dried in, we can do it at our own pace. But here she is. We're going to stain all that wood a darker brown. And the shutters, when we get that on, we'll have handrails, of course. There's the carport over there. Quick run through. All these trusses are going to be exposed. And we're going to have old tin in the ceiling. Got Daddy and Paul up there working on a wall we're gonna put up for the upstairs office. And we got Def Leppard playing in the background, of course.
The fuck?
Back porch.
Did he die up there?
View.
What happened? Am I crazy?
And then...
Did he just nail gun his own hand to the wall or some shit? Am I the only one who heard that? Didn't it sound like he went, oh? Or is that just the nail gun?
The walkway to the car. Have old tin in the ceiling. Got Daddy and Paul up there working on a wall we're gonna put up for the upstairs office.
Oh! Am I crazy? It might be like...
And we got Def Leppard playing in the background, of course. Back porch, beautiful view. And then the walkway to the carport. I'll try to be better about these, but you can also use my code Hannah25 for 25% off We the People holsters. Hope y'all have a good one. Appreciate y'all. Good morning, y'all. Quick update on the house because I've been pretty...
Lebanese women are literally perfect and they're actually feminine, unlike the estrogen deficient American women who hold the record for highest testosterone levels in the world. Wait, what? High value American men should become passport bros. Don't they deserve better than the filth they are limited to their own country? Do you agree or disagree? What are your thoughts? Dude, this woman's like transition, the Samira Khan's transition has been so funny. Yet another person who went from being like, oh, I'm a anti-American, like anti-imperialist, like leftist to like, no, I'm just actually a straightforward, like pro-American Republican who just hates America. Didn't she start as your reply guy? Yeah, she was. So many of my reply guys have like become full-blown pro-Russia. Full-blown pro-Russia, pushing Z. Like, there's a lot of them out there. I don't know what compels these people to behave like this. Anyway, let's continue.
If we hurt these fish when we catch them, well, for one, we put that zip tie in there. I don't know, we've been doing it for years. This is probably one from this year, but obviously the fish is fine. The way I grab them is when they come up and bite me, I grab them with this hand. That's why I always get chewed up here. And then I run this arm between their gill and their gill plate. When they're this big, you can run it between without hurting the gills. Because see, it's between the gills and the gill plate. Arm goes through, gills are not messed up because all the pressure's going on that gill plate. The fish is fine. We'll turn her loose. Sorry, Mr. Mark, I know you want to eat some, but this is a big female. We got to turn her loose.
I hear you, baby.
And then maybe catch her again.
Okay, you're on to something about exotic white women? Dude, I'm telling you, dude. This is literally like, for me, this is like I've joked about this before, but like I orientalize white women, but like this is it. This is what I'm talking about. Like this is so out of pocket beyond my like mere comprehension growing up in Turkey. Like when I see this, I'm like, what is this? It's like when Mitt Romney met a bisexual woman by the name of Kirsten Sinema for the first time ever. He was like, women can be like this? Like, what is that about? You know what I mean?
Someday, like we've caught her before, we'll probably even put another zip tie in her so we know we caught her twice. Appreciate y'all.
So for me, it's just like, this is odd. Like women are built this way. Most physically attractive, American women, Levantine women, Eastern European women. Oh, I wonder why. I wonder why her fan base said American women. Why are people even upset? Because I'll just say it, dude. You want to know why people are upset? Because conservatives are gay as fuck, okay? That's why. That's literally it. That's the only reason. Conservatives hate video games and they hate women. And I don't mean like, oh, they hate women. Like they want to, because they just don't want to fuck women. They don't. They don't want to fuck women. They want to fuck each other. That's it. It's like if you're losing it at like getting mad at this person who like very clearly is like a TikTok influencer and
So I jumped up on this stack of bricks here that we got to send back because the block man didn't need them all. You know, pretty tall. And when I jumped up, I had my sunglasses right here in this little overall pocket, and they fell down.
They're like, wow, I hate tomboys now. Like, the fuck is this?
In one of the holes in the bricks and went all the way to the bottom. So Carolina might get a brand new pair of blue water sunglasses because I don't think I can get them out. But look at our floor system. It's so pretty. So I jumped.
I got engaged in Positano.
What is this? Why is she posting this one?
In Italy in 2021.
She's not saying she's ugly too,
And
right?
he took me to the San Pietro Hotel. I was with my little sister McKinley, and
She's also picking and choosing because it's like, I don't understand. She's wearing a blazer. Is she a girly girl? Why is she wearing a blazer then? And she's wearing pants. How far does this go? You know what I mean? This is what I mean. It's like you're literally showing on the one hand a woman doing like outdoor activities in overalls.
and he was like, let's
And then you're showing a fucking Victoria's Secret model, but she's wearing blazers and pants too. So what? As long as they look hot by whatever Samira's own personal standards are, then it's like allowed. Oh. You cannot bring illiterate twits like Hannah Barron home to mom.
So I ain't sure about the back of this because I either go from looking like a rotisserie chicken when I'm relaxed or a dude.
Dude, I'm sorry. You just don't find women attractive. Like that's it. If you're like bent out of shape about this woman not being like feminine enough for you, you just don't like women, I think. Like it makes no fucking sense. I don't understand it. I think like I know I've said before you can't be gay, but maybe conservatives have like negatively polarized themselves into being gay somehow. Like I don't know. Like what the fuck?
Yep, we're at the local gym / Super Walmart.
Hannah responded to a Twitter post yesterday on Insta. Like the ultimate men's rights. I mean, this is full circle. This is like literally turning around and being like, wow, I've decided actually like the greatest thing to have sex with is just a man. Which, by the way, more power to you if you believe that. You know what I mean? This is where real conservatives are.
down on me.
Stop there and let me
go down on me.
Wait, what happened?
Stop there and let me correct.
The community note. Sad we need community notes to describe reality to right-wingers. Being attracted to a woman as a man is not gay. It's by definition heterosexual. I just like... I legitimately don't understand
Good
it.
morning.
Hannah Barron responded to a ridiculous commentary about her on X. I think it's a classy response to a classless comment. I was a tomboy growing up. I think tomboys have an amazing potential to grow into strong, independent
And
women.
y'all, I don't have a Twitter. I did at one point, but my account got removed for whatever reason, and I just hadn't got around to making another account. But apparently I'm trending.
Like, I suspect this woman is also, like, a conservative, too. She's not even a tomboy, by the way. That's the other thing. She's not even a fucking tomboy. What the fuck is she doing that is, like, tomboy related? What, because she wears flannels? Like, I don't understand. Not really. I don't think she's a tomboy. She's just a little bit more muscular. That's it.
Trending on Twitter right now because some girl, hey Meryl, some girl said that my accent should be illegal. Women shouldn't do manual labor. What else did she say? American women are basically men, and she just said that I was not feminine. Ooh. And I would tell y'all this girl's name, but I can't remember it because I don't have a clue who she is.
She's like, I can't remember because it's some Arab shit. I don't know. Some kind of Arab said that said that American women are not hot, and then said Lebanese said that lesbian women are hotter. What are you saying? Am I a lesbian, or are you saying the lesbian women are hotter? What do you mean?
So that should tell you how relevant this person is. But I just think it's hilarious because I grew up as the weird kid in high school who hunted and fished too much, because back then it wasn't cool for women to hunt or fish or the whole country lifestyle. And I'm so proud of all the women in the outdoors now who are making that more cool or popular. I'm so proud of us. I think we're doing great. But I've been helping Dad build houses since I was 15. When I was a senior in high school, I taught kids how to...
You know what a tomboy is, right? Yes. I think she's like way more feminine than tomboys, in my opinion. Like, just because she hunts doesn't mean she's like... I don't think she's a tomboy at all. I think she dresses feminine. I think she is very feminine. The only thing that is like not super feminine is, I guess, her interest in hunting and fishing. Doors open. Doors open.
Wield in ag class. So I've done not manual labor. When I think of manual labor, I think of what my dad does. I'm nowhere near that. I just help as much as I can, and I try. And it's fun. And there's nothing wrong with that. There's a lot of blue-collar women out there who are also feminine. And so I just think that you should embrace your own individuality. You should be yourself. And don't worry about what anybody else said, because these folks talking about me and think they're going to offend me, that ship sailed a long time ago. I've been getting picked on my whole life. I grew up around men. Well, so don't be scared to build your own box and don't try to fit in anybody else's. Be your own person and you'll be happier in the long run because of that.
Like I said, I feel like only soft hand, white collar cons are like this. Most blue collar country boys I know prefer her to a more girly girl. No, this is literally what you're right. A lot of like, it's the same principle behind what we talked about previously earlier in the day about like converted Catholics versus cradle Catholics and like adopting the aesthetics of something to specifically like engage with it from your own personal like weird reactionary worldview. So despite her circumstances and her upbringing, she seems to be very open-minded on this issue. I don't know what her takes are on like, you know, trans people or whatever, right? Like I'm not expecting her to be woke at all. But what I'm simply stating is like on this issue and on this issue alone, talking about like not fitting neatly into the confines of like a rigid gender structure. Yeah, she's just saying, be yourself. You know, enjoy the things you want to enjoy. I don't really give a shit. Now, the thing is, like, it's only people who are bi-coastal. It is a bi-coastal fantasy of a tradcath or a traditional conservative woman that just like stays in the kitchen and stays at home and like is bare naked and pregnant in the kitchen at all times. And that like she's seen but not heard, doesn't go outside, doesn't engage in like physical hobbies. That's it. That literally is like you're basically just like revealing your own like bastardized, weird, conservative, reactionary. I meant barefoot and pregnant, not bare naked. Sorry. Barefoot and pregnant in the kitchen, not bare naked in the kitchen. Those women don't exist. No, they do. They do. There are plenty of women who want to be housewives and mothers and shit like that. The point is about like allowing everyone to be whatever they want to be and not forcing people into that categorization for no reason, regardless of what their own personal interest is. That's the issue that many people don't comprehend. Is this a tomboy? I mean, that's a butch lesbian.
You're gonna go for two. You're gonna go for two.
This is that's the Burger King. That's the Burger King manager. Yeah, that's it. That right there is a Lebanese. This guy had a good point. Okay, let's...
Picture me and you. Now I'm about to tell you about the pain that I go through every day when I'm without you. Sick like I got the flu. I just need a phone call. Baby, dog is all gone.
Bro, this goes on for so much longer than I expected it. Awesome, bro. M-Hud, where do you find these fucking dudes, man?
I just want to come home. I can't be no hero, but I won't be no zero. I'ma be right here though, praying like a weirdo. Kill it with my weird flow. Ready, you a weirdo. Here it go. Oh no, but I'm not afraid. I can't be no hero, baby, and you know that I can't be no Superman. No Superman. I can't be no hero.
Bro, he's just as bad at lip syncing as I am, so I'm not gonna make fun of him too much, okay? Not all of us are capable of lip syncing.
Baby, but I'll try if you just come and take my hand. Won't you come and take my hand? I can't be no hero, but I'm not afraid. Listening to the music every time it plays. Now
Also, you guys are laughing, but this is a normal symptom of smoking K2, okay? If you smoke synthetic weed, before you know it, this is what you turn into, okay? This is why I have been for weed legalization since day one.
Now I'm about to roll up another fucking J or some sticky Mary Jane, cause she take away my pain.
Why does Samira make that post about country girls if her main base is Trumpers? Because a lot of like Trumpers that are on Twitter are like cryptocurrency weird nerds that live in like Los Angeles, New York, Chicago, and many other cities. And those Trumpers have a very specific fantasy about like the lifestyle that they believe conservative women should abide by, principles that conservative women should abide by. This convinced me they should ban TikTok.
Edge.
Have you ever been on an edging streak? Edge.
Edge.
Do they keep you in a state of edging? Edge.
Edge.
When you're not performing your edging, do they make you goon? Edge.
Edge.
Riz.
Riz.
What's it like to hold the yacht of someone you love? Riz.
Riz.
Do they teach you how to feel? Sigma to sigma. Riz.
Riz.
Do you long for having your heart rizzed? Riz.
Riz.
Do you dream about being rizzed?
Riz.
Is this the human test for fucking from like Blade Runner? This is so stupid.
Baby Gronk, rizzed up Livy Dunn. Riz.
Riz.
Do you feel that there's a part of you that's skibbity? Riz.
Riz.
Skibbity edge riz.
Skibbity edge riz.
Why don't you say that 3 times? Skibbity edge riz.
Skibbity edge rizzed. Skibbity edge rizzed. Skibbity edge rizzed.
And bloodback nothingness began to spin, a system of edges rizzed within edge rizzed within edge rizzed within one sigma. Oh my God. Maybe we should ban TikTok. You're right, actually. Maybe Tom Collins making some good ideas, good choices. Clout chasing piece of shit. I didn't think this was gonna be the fucking quote retweet, dude. Congratulations to Elmo's friend Miss Billie Eilish on her Oscar. Oscar the Grouch, did you hear that? Miss Billie has a friend named Oscar too. That's so funny. He's right. Oh my God. Yeah, fuck Elmo, dude. They're right. I have no idea what the fuck happened with, oh my God, Trump called it on CNBC. Oh, here. China's People's Congress concludes, and then we'll get to Tic Tacs and like fun reacts. But actually, I kind of want to watch this real quick. Cutie Cinderella is the hero we need.
Kaya's birthday, it's gonna be huge. We got doggy bingo. We've got a dog obstacle course. We've got a splash pad. We've got dog karaoke. We're gonna do a doggy talent show. Kaya, I got Kaya a tutu. We got birthday hats. We got a
No, Kaya's a tomboy. She don't wear no tutu.
a sign that says "Let's party." Farley will make an appearance.
It's true.
Kaya's.
Sorry, my son heard you say that about Elmo. I have to unsubscribe now, dude. Lead him away from this fucking Elmo trap, dude. Okay, the Elmo path is the path of a non-believer. Don't fucking do it. Can you explain this? I'm sorry, but I had no idea he was stacked like that. Awooga. Yeah, bro. Fucking Doug. What the hell? Dude, are you kidding me? Look at them titties. My boy's got mammaries, dude. He's got a shelf, dude. That's elf in a shelf status. You could put some fucking... You could put like little trinkets on them titties, okay? And those things will fucking not even jiggle. You know what I mean? Unless he wanted them to. And then he can make them titties jiggle. He looks like he was drawn by Oda. Yeah, I'm talking like post time skip Oda too. None of that fucking early stage in the Toei animations. We're talking massive honkers, awoogas. We're talking about them Nancy Pelosi's. We're talking about them Yeonmi Parks. My man needs a double D bra pronto. Put them shits away, dog. Those are weapons of mass destruction. Don't get me started on this dude's titties, man. Holy moly. He's got them Sydney Sweeney's. We're talking SNL. Fuck. Wokeness has lost, ladies and gentlemen. Wokeness is dead on this day. Doug, more like Jug. Am I fucking right? Holy moly. Yami Park's got titties on her? Bro, come on. Come on now. They are making Helldivers woke.
Why are the automatons attacking humans? Snowman was one of the first to theorise that the automatons are actually not advancing to Super Earth, but instead pushing north to a liberated planet called Cyberstan. In the first Helldivers, Super Earth weren't actually fighting against the automatons, they were fighting a similar faction known as the Cyborgs, a group Super Earth deems as terrorists that have broken away from the peaceful ways of Earth. They claim that Super Earth is a lie and claim sovereignty from Super Earth, with their home planet being Cyberstan.
Cyberstan is Turkish. Let's go. Restore the Cyberstan Caliphate.
The Democracy Officer states that
in the First Galactic War, we cast the Illuminate from our galaxy and secured the half-human cyborgs safely in the mines of Cyberstan.
Arrowhead released a cryptic tweet, which MDHX translated to, "We, the collective from Cyberstan, unanimously assert our independence from Earth. Our children, the automatons, will not suffer as we had under the oppression of Super Earth." So maybe the automatons were set forth to free their creators.
Sounds a whole lot like woke nonsense to me, brother. All right, we'll do the Boeing guy later.
Just ended a once-a-year meeting of its rubber stamp parliament, the People's Congress. Thousands of
rubber stamp parliament, dude.
Leaders from around the country voted on the government's priorities, but only one of the officials mattered. China's supreme leader, Elizabeth Palmer, is in Beijing for the meeting.
Normally a headline event in the communist calendar, this year's People's Congress has been muted. The setting is as grand as ever, the Great Hall of the People in Tiananmen Square, with President Xi Jinping sitting front and center as officials reeled off the government's achievements, with regular shout-outs to him for his wisdom and leadership. But the Congress is ending days earlier than in past years. Premier Li Qiang boldly predicted China's economy would grow by 5%, but he's cancelled the usual big press conference, so won't have to face tough questions about high unemployment.
Cher made a TikTok about calling Congress about the TikTok ban, and now every Chinese newspaper is calling her for interviews, literally on the phone all day today. Let's go one step closer to becoming a Chinese citizen.
Especially among the young, and a serious real estate crisis.
Very shortly, the 2024 National People's Congress is going to wrap up in this chamber. It has acknowledged formally that China is facing some real economic challenges, but hasn't proposed any bold fixes.
So outside the hall, we looked for delegates who have to head home now with no clear answers for people.
As Americans, we're so fucking far removed from Congress doing anything that we're just like, we're hating from outside the club. We can't even get into the club. Okay, we're like, damn, dude, it's crazy that they're that they have a lot of accomplishments that they're celebrating. It's like, what about us, bitch? What do you mean? Why are we hate watching China?
People in their regions worried about the future. Some gave us the textbook party line. Our country is developing so fast, said Liu Suying. We love the motherland. Le Jiru from Sichuan said he was pinning his hopes on more tourism. But Lu Weiding from one of China's richest regions had his doubts.
How far do you think you could get it if you stood up after the People's Congress ended and criticized the government? You think you could make it out the door? Probably not. But honestly, brother, look at the results is all I'm saying. Okay?
A 5% growth target, he said, in this climate? That would be impressive. He didn't say impossible. No one would. But many are thinking it. For China, used to developing at world-beating speed, these are uncharted waters.
There is quite a challenge ahead. Consider this, although youth unemployment is already very high, stubbornly high, and very few good jobs, 11 million new Chinese college students will graduate in this coming year. And
China's housing minister says real estate developers must go bankrupt if necessary. Dude, this is chaos. She didn't say we love the motherland. She said we are so proud. Yeah, but it reads a lot better for an American audience if she did say that. It'd be a lot cooler if she said that. So maybe hush now.
And they too will be looking for work. Tony?
How is China allowing this fucking straight hater operating inside of their borders at Beijing? You know what I mean? The fuck is this, dude? You ask me, this is wild, okay? She's over there putting a mic on Chinese officials' faces and misreporting. Misreporting what the fuck's going on. Yao Ming chilling at the NPC. Former NBA player, now NPC deputy Yao Ming attended the ongoing annual session of the National People's Congress in Beijing. Wait, what the fuck? Why is he sitting alone? Thank you for this photo and the interesting update on Yao Ming. But what is also very interesting in this photo is the person in the white robe behind them, wearing a unique hat. Is there a story? This is such a cute way to... Wow, people still use Twitter like this? That's so cute. But what is also very interesting in this photo is the person in the robe behind them, wearing a unique hat. Is there a story you can share with us about this representative? A representative from Inner Mongolia, a teacher in the local Mongolian primary school. Aw, thank you. I'm glad to see such diversity welcomed in that setting. What the fuck? That's cool as hell. That's a cool ass way to... That's least obvious CCP shill. You think that's what's going on? No, I want to believe that this is a real, like, Midwestern mom or something. I also want to understand why Yao Ming is sitting alone on this row. It's weird. He's too big to fit between the rows. Bro, that shit must suck. Being like 7 foot, sitting on those horrible chairs. I'm not even kidding. I feel like he's like, what is it? Like 7'8" or some shit. Like, that's got to be terrible. Terrible, terrible just sitting there like that for hours. Oh my God. How Temu's explosive growth is disrupting American e-commerce.
Discount retail app Temu a year to get to 51 million monthly active users in the US. That's approaching the 67 million user base that Amazon spent decades building. Temu gained ground by selling cheap goods shipped from China, like this $20 coat or $9 stainless steel water bottle, and it's positioning itself to be a bigger player in the US e-commerce landscape.
Anybody who's not Amazon is the short answer of who should be worried.
Here's how a one-year-old brand is keeping the e-commerce industry on watch, and how, just like Amazon, it's redefining what it means to shop online.
I legitimately don't understand how people like buy stuff from Temu, because like it looks so sick, and all the Instagram ads that I get, it looks so goddamn sick, like all the shit, but there's got to be a catch, and I just genuinely don't understand what the catch is. Like, what is it? Is it all just like stuff that they were going to throw away or something? Like, what is it?
If you are an internet
People saying like it's like Wish. I don't know what Wish is either. I don't know what Wish.com is. I've never used
user,
it.
you'll say Temu everywhere.
In just over a year, the retailer has flooded social
My chicken plant coworkers love Temu because it's cheap.
feeds with curious consumers.
Is Temu a scam?
She's a serial Temu user.
I guess I'm known as a TEMU girl now.
It aired ads at back-to-back Super Bowls and stirred up debate on how to even pronounce the name.
They're freaking. I just don't get it because, like, isn't this what Amazon is too nowadays? Like, they just take like all the drop shipping garbage and post it on Amazon until everything is still being made in China. You know what I mean? Like, that's the problem. It's just like people will be like, oh, dude, it's really fucked up. It's like disrupting e-commerce. It's like, no, this is just like a direct way to get the. It's basically a more streamlined Alibaba where you don't have to buy in bulk.
Gaslighting you. The name of the company is TEMU, not TEMU.
I'm gonna be honest, I don't think I'll ever say TEMU.
For the record, the company confirmed it's now TEMU. That confusion hasn't slowed the company down. It quickly acquired over 161 million monthly app users across the world.
It's pretty extraordinary. It's a speed of adoption we really haven't seen in the past online.
When I first wrote about TEMU, we reported that it launched very quietly, and now TEMU is the opposite of being quiet.
That omnipresence is by design. It spent $1.7 billion to advertise in 2023, and JP Morgan analysts estimate that TEMU could spend nearly $3 billion in 2024. It can spend that big thanks to the deep pockets of its parent company, Pinduoduo, or PDD, the Chinese e-commerce company raking in billions annually.
PDD Holdings emerged out of nowhere when China's
Yeah, but now China wants to get rid of the drop shippers and people order straight from them. That's why they push so much ads in the US. Damn, dude. This is gonna kill a massive industry and also the entire secondary market of podcasters that rely on this massive industry of drop shippers.
e-commerce industry was already dominated by two companies, Alibaba and JD.com.
So Temu's strategy of selling extremely cheap goods from China to build market share isn't entirely new.
They're just hoping to replicate its strategies that worked very well in China.
Other China-founded companies like Shein and TikTok are also making their mark in US e-commerce. But Temu sets itself apart in how it gamifies shopping online.
You open up the app and there's like a roulette wheel that you spin and you get a prize, and the prize is usually, here's a whole bunch of, dollars to go buy stuff. And then as you're searching through products,
there ain't no way this exists in China in the way that it exists, right? Like, I suspect this is yet another one of these fucking products that like the Chinese government would kill you if you sold in China. Like, if you were to do gambling e-commerce, the Chinese government would execute you on the spot. But then it's like, if it's America, they're like, very cool. No, definitely.
products, first off, you're amazed at how low the prices are, and then you see a ticker of how much time is left before this offer expires or before they're sold out of that product.
That strategy has paid off. Temu amassed more users in 6 months than Shein has in 8 years. Research firm AllianceBernstein estimates that $17 billion worth of goods were sold on Temu in 2023. That helped boost PDD's market value 74%, allowing it to briefly overtake Alibaba as China's most valuable e-commerce company. In the US, Temu's growth is putting e-commerce giants on watch.
Temu and Shein's success tells us that consumers are willing to wait as long as the products are really cheap.
Temu says its standard shipping takes 6 to 22 days, while express shipping is 4 to 11 days.
Temu connects factories and wholesalers with consumers directly, cutting the...
To be honest, I like AliExpress better. I got a Lego Trafalgar Law, and they even give an extra set of hands in case you lose the first set, 10-10.
middlemen.
Meanwhile, the biggest e-commerce companies in the US have been betting big on faster delivery. Amazon's delivery time has more than halved since 2022 to less than 2 days on average.
I wanted to let you know that the person who was asking about the representative from Inner Mongolia is a real person, just an older person, obviously, nearly 15-year-old account with 1,304... Wait, what? 1,340,000... No. I'm so goddamn dyslexic. 134,000 plus human tweets. Just no profile pic. Because old. 134,000. Yes, I'm so fucking dyslexic.
Other retailers are catching up, with an average of about 4.6 days in January. As Amazon sets the standard on speed and Temu takes on price.
Expect price to get more competitive. Everybody needs to focus in the e-commerce space about making sure that they've got a distinctive value proposition that appeals to a consumer, and not just the first time around, but has them coming back, for more.
For now, Amazon's hold on the industry is still ironclad, but the e-commerce giant has made some changes. In late 2023, Amazon announced it would reduce the fees it charges sellers for clothing under $20.
Some analysts believe that Amazon's move shows it's worried about losing suppliers as well as consumers to other platforms.
In a statement, an Amazon spokesperson said that the company reduced the referral fee to help drive and incentivize even greater selection for customers and competitive prices. But it's not just cheap prices and seller fees that's putting pressure on other companies.
Download the Temu app and shop like a billionaire.
It's driving up.
What billionaire is buying fucking $1 Legos and shit? Like, that's such a funny tagline. Like, who the fuck? What do you mean? Anyway.
Digital ad costs. That means it's more expensive for everybody in the space to acquire new users.
This seems like yet another one of these. This seems like yet another one of these issues where like all the fucking e-commerce giants and everyone else is like pissed off that China is doing what they've been doing. Because like when you think about it, what Temu is doing is like predatory pricing, is undercutting the competition and like dominating the fold because, or dominating the field because they have the manufacturing advantage. Okay. And it's hilarious to get mad about this because that's exactly how Amazon became a monopoly on e-commerce. That is literally how Amazon did it. Every single time people get mad at like a Chinese company doing this shit, they're basically mad at the system, but because you can't get mad at the system and like demand regulation over the system because that would disrupt the American homegrown commerce terrorists, okay? Then you're just like, yeah, what we must do is ban the Chinese, which is hilarious. It's the same shit behind TikTok. It's like TikTok is a hotbed for misinformation. True. But every single fucking app is a hotbed for misinformation. You're just mad because it's the Chinese app that's doing the misinformation, and you don't have the same level of control that you would over like being able to bully like Facebook, being able to bully Twitter if you wanted to. And I don't get it. Like, it's just like, okay, well, fix it. Regulate it across the board if you genuinely want to solve the problem. Like, the major reason why I suspect Temu probably pops off now is because all the shit that you get on Temu, you get from a drop shipper on Amazon. I've complained about Amazon's dumbass drop shipper scourge many, many years ago in a famous rant where I was talking about trying to buy a fucking basketball. And it was like every basketball was like bow bow basketball. And it's like, no, I just want fucking a normal basketball. Okay? I don't want like Xin Xiaoping basketball that's like glow in the dark, okay? I want the regular fucking Wilson basketball. And it was literally, it was that. That was it. That was like literally all of the basketballs on there for all eyes to see is like directly drop shipped from China. And is this racist? No, there's, first of all, which one is it? Am I xenophobic or do I dick ride China? And I would probably say I dick ride China a little bit on this spectrum. Okay, I'm infinitely closer to dick riding China than I am closer to xenophobia. Okay? Anyway, my point is, if it weren't for dropshippers, if there was like a higher level of quality that people were used to with a decent fucking price point, nobody would be like, oh yeah, let me cut out the middleman. But like I said, the more middlemen you cut out, the more podcasters you cut out. So I am joining the war against e-commerce on the side of Temu. Because guess what? No more drop shipping means no more dropship podcasters, no more crypto influencers. It also kind of sucks because, like, if you can't drop ship, then you can't buy a subscription to the HasanAbi broadcast at the top of the hour, which is the only way that you can avoid a 3-minute ad at the top of the hour. So there's that. I'm buying all of these. Sorry. Wait, what? Sorry to contribute to the problem, but wait, what is this on TEMU? Vintage Hasan Piker journalist. Hasan Piker and happy dog. Hasan Piker wearing headphone. Hasan Piker and happy dog throat pillow. What the fuck? Hey, yo. You have a girl over, these on your bed, she calling the FBI? So fun fact, all those dumb ex-Boeing brands on Amazon are because Amazon gave preferential treatment to brands that had a watermark. So sellers would create dumb names like that. The overwhelmed U.S. Trademark Office because of that dumb policy. Oh, that's awesome. Why did they put a Chinese name on it, though? Half the time it's like a Chinese name. Like, isn't that... wouldn't it be better for the dropshipper to name it like American basketball? I don't fucking know. Easy to get a patent at the office. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. The problem is that TEMU is only the dropship garbage without the actual name brand thing you're looking for. Yes, you're not actually going to get it, but if you're getting a cheap-ass trademark, fake trademarked Chinese basketball, you might as well go to the source and cut out the fucking middleman. That's the whole point. How is TEMU cutting out the middleman? They are the new middleman. No, the middleman is the drop shipper. TEMU's getting it straight from the fucking source. That's why their prices are even lower than getting it on Amazon from a drop shipper. That's what I mean. So technically, it's a middleman on top of a middleman. They cut out one middleman. Capitalism is very innovative, folks. It's very innovative. In one field only. Finding new middle managers and new middlemen to create value out of nothing, to tack on an additional cost. That's the only thing capitalism is good at. The hell is this? Okay, that one I'm selling myself. You've outed me. It seems to me like people are down to wait 2 weeks and have even like a shoddier product overall, as long as they're getting a $10 discount.
No question that that TEMU and Xi'an are having an impact in the market. I think those two players are almost single-handedly having an impact on the cost of advertising.
Those digital ads are especially important for e-commerce companies.
They need to be there on social media, making sure that they're right in front of the consumer to either purchase or to download the app whenever they're in a mood to go buy something or they're more intentional.
It's like a game of chicken, and for companies like Etsy that are not growing as fast as TEMU, they cannot keep up with this level of ad spending at all.
An Etsy spokesperson said that the company is seeing a strong return on investment for its marketing costs, and the Etsy marketplace is profitable. That's the short-term threat TEMU poses to its competitors. But in the long term,
what it's done is that it's actually changed or is changing the economics of what it means to run an e-commerce business. The existing incumbents in the global e-commerce landscape aren't just going to lie down and say, well, I guess we've lost the sale. They're going to have to make some hard decisions on whether they're okay to maintain that with lower sales volume or whether they want to be more aggressive in acquiring consumers and retaining those consumers.
But some analysts say Temu's stratospheric growth isn't sustainable. A Morgan Stanley report noted that the
Chinese news site 36KR suggests the company currently loses about 30 to 35% on every U.S. order. It only loses that much instead of much more thanks to how aggressively it pressures the cup prices to the thousands of third-party sellers it works with.
company's momentum is cresting.
So what we really now need to see is, can they drive that repeat purchasing behavior? And that's still very much an open-ended question.
Still, Temu has cash to burn.
It's willing to lose money to exchange for market share to acquire users.
Analysts estimate the company lost about...
Yeah, this is literally what Amazon did, okay? Until it became the monopoly. I wish that America would look to China and get the right lessons. Like, for example, not just cutting the Chinese out of the market, but instead fixing the market conditions itself. Or look to China and go, oh my God, look at how many fucking high-speed rail lines they've opened. Why are we getting lapped by the Chinese? We should do the same. But instead, we just look to it and we're like, no, we're not letting the Chinese come over here. And it's like, and the problem is you do it when it's far too late anyway. You do it, by the time you want to do it, it's like it's already captured the attention of the entire American audience, like TikTok. So now it comes with a major political price. And my point is, you should work expeditiously and extra hard to fix the market problems anyway. Whether it be Chinese spyware versus American spyware, how about no spyware? Like, social media can exist, but just regulate it.
$7 per order in 2023. In a statement, Temu said that its business model boosts efficiency, and that the idea that Temu sells at a loss to gain market share is simply not true. But with explosive growth comes more eyes on the company and more controversy.
That junk was trash. The sizing is off. It literally looked like the pattern that I asked for was printed on it. I think only one thing actually looked like what I ordered. Everything else was trash.
Consumers have been concerned about the product safety and quality. I think selling really cheap products is the first step for Temu to acquire users.
Temu said in a statement that it works closely with our independent sellers to ensure that their products meet the required standards.
Yo, I'm sorry. No, this is like a buyer beware situation. If you're buying a fucking fake Stanley Cup for $1 and waiting 3.5 weeks for that shit to come in, yeah, what did you think was gonna happen? Like, there has to be a catch, man. What the fuck? Yeah, no shit. I just don't get it. Like, what was your expectation? That it was going to be the real Stanley Cup? The fuck? That's the other thing. There's also essentially no returns. Yeah, that's the whole point. They're selling you garbage for $1. The real smart thinker is supposed to go and find the factory that makes the makes the Stanley Cups in China, and then, you know, tries to nail down that factory on AliExpress or whatever. But that requires, I assume, a lot more time and effort. You can essentially return anything? Yeah, dude. I don't think anybody's like... I don't know, dude. My $8 fake Stanley is pretty cool, and I wear Temu clothes all the time, and nobody notices. And it sucks to understand wanting to buy clothes from sites like these because clothes are so fucking expensive. I can't even afford to buy a simple outfit without breaking the bank, and I'm not really even that broke. I just don't. I don't know. Am I crazy? People are gonna be like, Hasan, you're rich. That's why you don't care. But it's like,
and the U.S. government is already watching the fledgling company thanks to its Chinese ties. A 2023 report from a congressional commission called out TEMU for concerns around data risks, exploiting trade loopholes, and use of forced labor. The company says that in regards to the trade loopholes, it is open to and supportive of any
people talking about use of forced labor. Okay, where are the dropshippers getting it from? The same fucking factory. Where's literally the same factories making everything? In China, the exact same factory, depending on how much you want to spend, is making the Forever 21 t-shirt blanks and also making like high luxury wear blanks as well. It's the same fucking factory. They're not like bringing in child slaves for, you know, the Forever 21 shirts. You know what I mean? They're like, hey, this one was made by children. I want you to know. Okay, these are cheap because we whipped the children on this. The other ones are a little bit more expensive because we didn't whip the children. It was still children. And then this is the most expensive version because these were made by adults. They were whipped, but they were adults. And the most expensive one is the adults that we don't whip. Like, is that what you think is going on? No, it's the same fucking factory. Fun fact, the best nylon factory in the world was owned by Prada, which they bought after the introduction of their nylon handbags. When I order toaster, factory makes my toaster special. Everybody knows this. The official Stanley Cup already has lead in it. Yeah, this way you can get even more lead if you would like.
Policy adjustments made by legislators that align with consumer interests. It added that it considers privacy and security to be core functions of the platform, and that it's committed to ethical labor practices. But the company is still primed to keep growing.
I think that's what TEMU, Xian, TikTok are really going to bring to the marketplace. Is they're going to force everybody to level up their game, and we're going to see who's real and who was just a pretender.
Yeah, Americans be like, you can pry that lead from my cold dead hands, brother. I love me some lead. How dare you? How dare you come after my lead? Joe Biden has 138 years of policy experience and knows how to thread the needle and get stuff done. Oh, Lolo called it a middle-of-the-road speech. Honestly, weirdest sports cheating scandals. This gave me trust issues. I'm gonna close that one. Have you touched on Boeing news yet today? No, I have not. Yes, I saw. Boeing whistleblower found dead in the U.S. John Barnett had worked for Boeing for 32 years until his retirement in 2017. In the days before his death, he had been giving evidence in a whistleblower lawsuit against the company. Nothing to see here, folks. Very normal. Who amongst us has not actually, whistleblown and then ended up killing yourself while you were working on a court case against the company that you were whistleblowing on? Boeing said it was saddened to hear of Mr. Barnett's passing. The Charleston County coroner confirmed his death to the BBC on Monday. It is said that the 62-year-old had died from a self-inflicted wound on March 9th, and police were investigating. Mr. Barnett had worked on the U.S. plane giant for 32 years until his retirement in 2017 on health grounds. From 2010, he worked as a quality manager at the North Charleston plant, making the 787 Dreamliner a state-of-the-art airliner used mainly on long-haul routes. In 2019, Mr. Barnett told the BBC that under-pressure workers had been deliberately fitting substandard parts to the aircraft on the production line. He also said he had uncovered serious problems with oxygen systems, which could mean 1 in 4 breathing masks would not work in an emergency. He said soon after starting to work in South Carolina, he had become concerned that the push to get new aircraft built meant the assembly process was rushed and safety was compromised, something the company had denied. He later told the BBC that the workers had failed to follow procedures intended to track components throughout the factory, allowing defective components to go missing. He said, in some cases, substandard parts had even been removed from scrap bins and fitted to planes that were being built to prevent delays on the production line. He claimed that the tests on emergency oxygen systems due to be fitted on the 787 showed a failure rate of 25%, meaning that 1 in 4 could fail to deploy in a real-life emergency. Mr. Barnett said he had alerted managers to his concerns, but no action had been taken. Boeing denied his assertions. However, a 2017 review by the U.S. regulator, FAA, did uphold some of Mr. Barnett's concerns. Yeah. Dude, whistleblowers kill themselves all the time. All the time. Just, especially when there's an active DOJ investigation into the company. I just want to mention something that makes this story a little bit more interesting. The Department of Justice launched a criminal investigation into Boeing literally like 2 days prior. Okay? The Department of Justice has officially launched a criminal investigation into Boeing. It's established that the location of at least 53 non-conforming parts in the factory was unknown and that they were considered lost. Boeing was ordered to take remedial action. On the oxygen cylinders issue, the company said that in 2017 it had identified some oxygen bottles received from the supplier were not deploying properly, but it denied any of them were actually fitted on the aircraft. After retiring, he embarked on a long-running legal action against the company. He accused of it of denigrating his character and hampering his career because of the issues he pointed out. Charges rejected by Boeing. At the time of his death, Mr. Barnett had been in Charleston for legal interviews linked to that case. Last week, he gave a formal deposition in which he was questioned by Boeing's lawyers before being cross-examined by his own counsel. He had been due to undergo further questioning on Saturday. When he did not appear, inquiries were made at his hotel. He was subsequently found dead in his truck in the hotel car park. Speaking to the BBC, his lawyer described his death as tragic. In a statement, Boeing said, "We are saddened by Mr. Barnett's passing." Did I do that? Is what the Boeing officials say. And our thoughts are with his family and friends. His death comes at a time when production standards at both Boeing and its key supplier, Spirit Aerosystems, are under intense scrutiny. Hold on.
Proof that we live in a simulation.
What's the name of this song?
Would you consider me? Proof that we live in a simulation.
Does anyone know what that song is? I want to play it in the background as I read the rest of this. It's not X-Files. How have you not bookmarked it? Oh my God, stop saying Darude Sandstorm, you fucking assholes. Oh my God, I hate all of you. I hate all of you so much. Oh my God, you're so cringe. You're so cringe. You're so cringe. All right. His death comes at a time when production standards at Boeing and its key supplier, Spirit Aerosystems, are under intense scrutiny. This follows an incident in early January when an unused emergency exit door blew off a brand new Boeing 737 MAX shortly after takeoff from Portland International Airport. A preliminary report from the U.S. National Transportation Safety Board suggested that 4 key bolts designed to hold the door securely in place were not fitted. Last week, the FAA said a 6-week audit of the company had found multiple instances where the company allegedly failed to comply with manufacturing quality control requirements. That's right, a former Boeing employee is now found dead a couple days after giving another deposition after working at Boeing for 32 years until his retirement in 2017. This comes right around the same time where the Department of Justice has officially launched an investigation, a criminal inquiry into Boeing. 2 days ago, here it is. U.S. is set to open criminal inquiry into Boeing. The investigation is tied to an incident on Alaska Airlines flight in early January. Boeing also told the Senate panel that it cannot find a record of the work done on the Alaska plane. But whistleblowers die all the time. There's nothing to see here. Especially considering that he's been doing this since 2017. You know? Who amongst us doesn't openly whistleblow against the company that they worked at for 32 years for, 7 years in a row, only to be overcome with feelings and kill themselves? 2 gunshot wounds to the back of the head. Actually, I don't know what his, what the coroner's report looks like. In their car. Boeing is a small mom and pop operation. They never pulled it off. They never could have pulled it off. Yeah, I agree. Seems normal. Natural causes, it seems. Suicide is pretty likely if the company was pressuring him further. It doesn't take away the blame, but the idea of Boeing assassinating people is ridiculous. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. Like, listen. Pretty wild accusation. And I would never make that. I'm simply stating that it's a wild time. He must have just gotten a COVID vax or something. I mean, the dude outside the car threatening him, then him taking his own life, I guess is still suicide in some places. Wait, what do you mean a dude outside of his car? He committed suicide in the hotel parking lot? Yeah, I know. Anyway, Boeing will engineer weapons that ignite children, but one assassination against a whistleblower is too much. I mean, look. All I'm stating is that the timing of it comes right as the U.S. is set to open a criminal inquiry into Boeing. Like, he literally, he killed himself the same day that the United States announced that they are going to launch a criminal inquiry into Boeing. I don't know, man. Like, it's not Jeffrey Epstein. Like, that one I'm convinced is not a suicide, right? Good luck if you think that it is. He tried being a streamer for a day? Stop, dude. That's ruthless. That's fucked up. That's messed up, dude. clipping this so your clip of you covering this can be featured in the HBO Max true crime documentary that will drop in like 2026. 95% of whistleblowers kill themselves just before the government opens an inquiry. Yeah. Yeah, people don't know it. Yeah, 99% of gamblers quit right before they hit big, and 99% of whistleblowers quit by killing themselves right before the DOJ opens an investigation into like their lifelong project of getting people to be aware of the thing that they were whistleblowing on right as they were about to testify. What? You got to see how bad this shit is? I mean, that one is not as bad. That's insane. Like, this one is not as bad, but this one is insane. That is... What? Why'd they make him so yacked? What the fuck? He kind of looks like a buff Ichiban. He had one too many beers. He's like brolic as hell. They have to keep the models relatively same, not to confuse the players. You have to know what character it is right away. Cutie had a message for you yesterday.
He needs to beat
Isn't
himself
that what
up.
we should be doing? Practicing what I preach, baby. Just kidding. I know people will take this seriously. I did not know that it was going to be like that.
No, he needs to beat himself up. I'm standing on business. He's got to beat himself up.
Point.
He needs to beat
Isn't
himself
that what
up.
we should be doing? Practicing what? What? Should we trust Edward Snowden 10 years after the whistleblowing? What's your take on him currently? Wait, what? Yes. All right. Let's do the TikToks. Fuck it. The collab trailer was dope. No. Chatters are hitting derangement hour. It's almost 10 p.m. Fair. Facts. All right. It's TikTok time. Where the hell is the TikTok? Is it hashtag TikToks? Is it under hashtag TikToks? Rules. Must be an upload of a TikTok. No links. No TikToks longer than 2 minutes. Use KEKW and KEKWait to vote for the best TikToks. Posting anything TO is a 1-month ban. Star means it was so bad, I'm keeping it. Yes, IG Reels and YouTube Shorts are allowed, but make sure they're funny. It's hot score time, baby.
Hey, bro, how much you coming out with, bro? How much you... 250! How much are you leaving with?
Probably at least 350.
How much you leaving today with?
I'm leaving out here with at least like 200.
What's up? How much you gonna leave with?
Man, honestly, I'm gonna put 5K in to get...
Yeah, these guys quit right before they hit it big. I can tell you, I know right from the jump.
What's your thoughts on like toxic masculinity?
What the fuck is that? Big man saying, I don't even know what that hyper masculinity thing is, bruv. But shout out to my LGBTQ people, bruv. You get me?
Caleb, people are telling me that the Swedish accent sounds just like Stitch. But I don't think that's true. I think
I've
Swift's
seen this
accent sounds a little bit more like a fairy.
No. I think you sound like Stitch.
What? No, I don't.
Order a cheeseburger.
Excuse me, can I have a cheeseburger, please?
Yeah, that's Stitch.
No, it's not.
It's literally true. I've seen this TikTok before. Your item is sold.
Wow. Okay. I actually remember I had to, they asked me to, they asked to scan my, like underneath my feet for a reference when I was at Consumer Production.
Dude, I'd let Kojima tickle my feet. I'd let Hideo. I'd let Kojima-sama tickle my feet if he wanted to, if he said so. Yeah, I don't care. I said it.
You look like a busted can of biscuits.
Oh, man. This is so much better than the other monkey meme. You know what I'm talking about? The other one that was like about to be eaten. Unless it's one of those like weird TikToks where they are gonna cook this monkey in the next frame. Please don't be one of those TikToks. I fucking hate those TikToks, man. You know what I'm talking about? This is In the Tub with Austin show? Oh my god. I mean, that's the cost, dude. That's the cost for greatness. Just ask the Trend twins. One of them actually hospitalized after taking 700 milligrams of caffeine while on Trend. I keep up to date with TikTok shit. I know what's going on. I know the gym head memes. Huh.
Oh shit. Kill everyone in your family. Stab them. Stab them.
What the fuck?
Kill everyone in your family. Stab them.
Bro, this is like a weird genre of TikTok where people are like, yeah, these are my intrusive thoughts. And it's like, I've never had that intrusive thought. I don't get it. Like, what? Some of y'all are not all right. Do you understand me? You are not all right. Why would this be an intrusive thought? I do not understand why this is an intrusive thought. It is not an intrusive thought that I have. Maybe I'm fortunate. Maybe I'm blessed to not have like crazy ass intrusive thoughts, I guess. But stop being neurotypical. Sure.
Let me get this straight, dumbass! You have a fully reloaded shotgun, but you chose to use a one-bullet.
Dumbass baby.
Il a la carotte. Voilà, il y a la carotte, il doit encore regarder, regardez.
The fuck?
This is my pet duck, Adam, going for his first swim. Be careful, Adam. Adam! Adam!
Money can't buy happiness. The robots I made to destroy New Jersey. Not New Jersey. You can't do that, man. And we don't got no good bagels, no good pizza. Like,
think about that. Is that a goatee? Is that Dwayne The Rock Johnson? That is Dwayne The Rock Johnson. As a Mardi Gras figure? It's the Rocktopus. We were given this. By who? I don't know. Were they black? Look at this and tell me if they were black. See how they treat us? See that? You got a nice
They want us
setup
to
here,
look
though.
silly, bro.
It's a nice setup here. I like that Jay-Z is over Rick Rubin and John Lennon.
Put him over these white men.
They shot 50 Cent 9 times. He's still here. They shot John Lennon once. And look at that. Look at that.
true.
So, guys.
Is the Vince Staples show good? Vince Staples, if you're watching, please come on the stream. Please come on the broadcast. Vince Staples, please. I summoned Vince Staples to the HasanAbi broadcast. That would be very chill and very cool. I swear to God. I swear to God, I will repent for my racist ways. I will no longer be a racist. I wasn't really a racist beforehand, but I'm just trying to sweeten the deal. Think about that. It would be like the guy who meets... I feel like this is the wrong direction that I'm going in. Fuck. I was about to say, it'd be like the dude who used to meet with the Klansmen and convert them away from being Klansmen. But I promise, I am not a racist. Just a little bit. Delete the VOD. My elevator pitch. Number one, I have been banned for racism. This is true, except it was against white people for saying the C word. Number two, since then, I think we are now allowed to say the C word. The C word is cracker. And I think we are allowed to say it. I think. I'm not sure. I do have, number three, I do have a Nabisco certified placard somewhere that gives me the pass to say the C word. I will gift you the Nabisco cracker pass if you come on. That would be so sick.
Guys, I just wanted to give you an example of how hard it is to photograph these giant spiny panther chameleon hybrids.
The fuck?
I'm moving the camera around my finger to try to get a good shot.
How does he know?
See, no luck. You gotta really oh.
Bro, how does he have awareness of where the camera is? Like, what the fuck? It has eyes? Yeah, but it must have awareness for where the fucking, what a camera is and what the awareness of the camera is. What the fuck?
So
He's got
guys,
eyes, dumbass. Yeah, but does it have a fucking brain to know what a camera is to hide away from it? Like, it doesn't make any sense.
Next time someone's mean to you, do this.
We lost a little bit of everything in the tragedy of 9/11. So
Go.
stupid.
We're Polish. Of course our country is the land of the gays.
Stop. You had to say Poland is the land of many different landscapes.
Okay. We're Polish. Of course our country is the land of femboys.
Okay, stop. That's enough.
sorry,
It's
I
not
thought
funny.
that was funny.
And it's not true. They do not need to know.
I feel like that shit is played out. The we're this, da 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 da. I feel like
Yo,
it's
why
played
my
out.
man driving sideways, bruh? Yo, what's going on? What's going on with my man right here? Hey, yo, he drifted down. Yo, what's up with old boy? Hey, yo! What's up with old boy going
Wait, what the
sideways
fuck?
with it? Bruh.
Bro, this is like, dude, this is so much worse than my fucking Camry. Jesus Christ, dude. This dude needs way more than just an alignment at this point. How the fuck? What the fuck?
What's going on?
It's called dog tracking, semi-common.
Let me make sure I'm going under 40 because I'm on the boulevard. I ain't trying to get no more tickets. But what's going on with old boy though? No, and then the turning signal was crazy. He just sliding over. Yo, this is crazy. Yo, he playing Mario Kart.
He's about to boost.
No, wait till you get over it. Wait.
Bro, why? This is why he keeps like, this is why he probably got into a fucking crash to begin with. Because he keeps going through different lanes without using his turn signal.
No, the way he slide over is funny. God dang.
A few pints with the lads tonight. Up the Ra.
Up the Ra, Nigel. I mean, I know that you said sorry. I know you get a...
A few pints with the...
That's so funny. The fuck?
Shots fired! Shots fired! Shots fired!
Ma che vuoi? Rispondi a questi cattivi. Bravo, ma che vuoi? Diglielo. Ah, che sono cattivi. Dici, tu sei troppo educato. Siediti. Siediti, fai vedere quanto sei educato.
Y'all are laughing, but it actually translates to at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. Did you know that? Yeah, see?
Ma siediti.
He's saying if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. Not so funny, is it, when you find out?
Siediti. Seduto?
You can also
fai
get
vedere.
gifted a sub.
Bravissimo.
Yeah. Here's a 3-minute ad break now.
Excuse me, sir. Do you mind being in a video?
Sure. Oh, I've seen this
Okay.
one.
Guess a number between 1 and 10.
1 and 10, I will choose 9.
9?
Yes.
Today's your lucky day. You just won brand new AirPods.
Okay.
No, you won.
How?
Well, you won.
Why?
You guessed the right number. You won.
Sure.
Yeah, you win. All right. Have a good one.
Oh, that's so awkward. That's fucked up.
¿Qué pedo, güey?
People have so much fun. In Mexico, me and my son's ball because I chose gay son instead of thought daughter.
Jarrell! Run the road again! Damn it! It's cut! You don't have anybody to flat!
Huh.
Boy, I can't walk past this snake. I can't walk. Whoa.
Oh! Oh! What the fuck? Yo! Yo, he just fucking yeeted that shit. That's crazy. That's fucking ultra instinct, dude. That's crazy. My child will not wrap socks in copper wire and throw them at power lines. Wait. What? That's insane. Oh, I'm covering it. You can't even see it. What the fuck?
You seem to have personal issues. You should consult a professional who can help you.
Bro, these videos are cool, but the best videos are like when cats... Dude, cats and their connection to Islam is unparalleled, okay? You know what I'm talking about. Like, the videos of the cat, like, fuck, I literally bookmarked it on TikTok because it was so sick. God, I'm such an old man. The cat that meows about... Sister Minnie? Yeah, the cat that says Alaikum Assalam. Oh, I've seen this one too. This one is like disrespectful because it's so correct.
You got the black Lexus, white Lexus, what is that one? The Porsche right there. You remember the Porsche you wanted? No, that's the G-Wagon, right? The G-Wagon you wanted? The G-Wagon. The G-Wagon. Yes, yes, yes. Sir, yes, we gotta be ready.
Okay, are you guys thinking a Toyota?
What did you say?
What is that?
What did you say? Put your earmuffs on, sweetie.
What is that?
Put your earmuffs on.
What is that?
You think I gotta put my queen in the Toyota?
Mama,
huh?
Wallet.
Of course not.
Wallet.
Here's my wallet. Here's my wallet. Relaxing. Brother, bring me which color G-Wagon you wanted?
The red one, Mama.
The red G-Wagon. Give me the most expensive G-Wagon you have it. Toyota. Tuwalek Wishiklek.
Oh, Bob, that Lexus is sick. That's a 2022 right there. Hey, Bob, remember? The Toyota. The Toyota. Toyota.
Yes, sir, we ready. Brother, please just taking me to the clearance aisle where you have it, the bullshit, dirty, scrap, junk, old cars that you're not selling, that shit. Please, just one, please, for my son, please, if you can do it.
What?
Don't yell in the dealership. Don't yell in the dealership.
It's true. It's 100% true.
Don't let him know you're scared of him. Then I'll fuck with you.
Hey, buddy. Hey.
Welcome back to Grandma's house. He's choking me out. Welcome back.
That was what I was afraid of.
You alright?
God damn, dude. He didn't seem scared of him at all, too. What the fuck? woke up to that one.
You wanted him, bitch? Is that who you really wanted? You sure about that? Dun, 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 dun. There he is, bitch.
Oh, okay, okay, chill, chill, chill. Oh God. Hello. Hello. She is way too big. Yeah, I saw the hornet's nest, but I was dealing with my own situation here unfolding. As you can see, a big baby who recently just got washed, groomed up. She's so big. Okay. She's like, I want to be on daddy's lap, but I can't stand on daddy's lap anymore because I'm too fucking big. All right, Kaya, we're going to keep watching TikToks together, okay? I thought he was going to go through it.
No, I'm okay. No. No. I'm okay. No.
俺の名はドン・キホーテ・ド・フラミンゴ。
We've seen this already on stream, but fuck it. We ball. Okay, big lady. Okay, big lady.
Me bamba.
Up at their tiny post, Ryan and his team were being pounded. Almost instantly, every one of them was wounded.
Yeah. Damn, dude. I think I'm on TikTok too much because I've seen some of these already.
No, I can't come from Lil Shawty, don't do no copping. Hey, look, she gon' keep her hands in my pants.
Oh, shit. I didn't know Cass could have swag like that, dude. I'm reconsidering my position on Cass right now as we speak. Okay, calm down. Calm down now. Hold on now. Calm down now. Oh, Lordy. Oh, Lordy, she's so big. Oh, Lordy. Look at how big she is. What? A cutie patootie. Okay. Oops. What? 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 Here. Here you go. Here. Give me your hand. No? Give me your hand. Oh. Oh, she does this both hand thing now where she sits on her back. She sits on her back feet and her hind legs and then gives me both of her hands like that. What are you smelling? Huh? What are you smelling over there? No, that's hummus. That's not for you. Israel invented that. I'm lying to my dog.
Did you know that in As Above, So Below, the cast accidentally enters hell when exploring the Paris catacombs? This is a misdirection, as they had already entered hell upon arriving in France.
Some of these are mid, not gonna lie, boys. I think the TikTok content, maybe I'm not in the mood for it. I don't know. Some of these are just A-okay. Some of these are okay. Some of these are okay. They're not like laugh out loud. You know what I mean? TikTok well is dried up, it seems.
I don't need you. I'm a single mother of 2. I'm strong.
How strong? Your brain is fried? I don't think so.
Come with me on a first date wearing the Apple Vision Pro.
I mean, I've seen this.
Are you gonna keep that on the whole time?
Yeah, no, it's super trendy right now. No, but what are your favorite hobbies?
I'm actually really into bird watching right now.
Bird watching? No way, I love bird watching.
What's your favorite kind of bird?
Oh, that's such a good question, to be honest. No, I mean, like, so many cool birds out there. Because there's so many, right? Like, if I had to pick one, I think I'd probably go with the golden peasant. Yeah, no. Anyways, what was your ex like?
He's a $7 million bull rider. J.B. Mooney.
That's cool as hell. That's a swagged out horse.
The guys are putting their flag in the sky now. This is what they're doing. They're trying to they're trying to groom God himself.
That's right. Only in California. Only in California. Ow, fuck. I just see God punished me. God punished me for me. Ow, fuck. I just hit my elbow. Ow, 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 ow. Right in that spot, too. You know the spot I'm talking about? Fuck. Why does this get off full screen on its own? It's like freaking me out. The fuck?
Hey, you're finally awake.
Garlic is not only going to add a ton of flavor, but it also adds a ton of volume and fiber to help keep you.
Wait, we watched
400 degrees for 40 fucking minutes, huh, buddy? Fix the fucking video, man. You owe me $8 fucking. This thing came out like burnt little fucking crispy.
You got soft hands, brother. You got soft hands. You ain't never worked a day in your goddamn life. 85 hours a motherfucking day. I'm on my goddamn motherfucking on my job.
Every time someone tells me autism isn't a disability, it's a superpower. I just imagine.
Roll up, kick back, chill out. You tuned in with the hood's favorite DJ, DJS. Running up racks for life. With a point to prove. We don't get popped. Yeah. You walking around with a point to prove. We don't get shot. They got a switch block. Turn the yellow hard and then I slap it like it's Chris Rock. Japanese bitch, keep a block, plus you kickbox. Me eternal.
Okay, you don't get this? What's not to get? Messi is autistic.
Big ass boots to some flip flops. 2 blocks, 30 shots, wrap them like a gift shop. Fuck your baby mama, grab your son and do a TikTok. They gon' have to call the me to let this bitch hop. Worse than the hoes ass boy, how you dick hop. When it rain, it pose. When I walk out, I'm a drip drop. Running in the stove.
Messi is autistic, or autistic coded. Places on Earth that don't feel real. The pyramids of Sheffield. What? Mount Sheffield. It's crazy. Why they got American legends on there? I'm confused, Hasan. These TikToks are actually funny, but the ones on the Twitch stream are dead. Is Hoscord actually based? This is propaganda created by the Hoscorders and the Hoscord regulators working tirelessly around the clock for a week at a time to find some of the best TikToks that they can find specifically so they can do Hoscord apologia. Okay, this is the Hoscord PR year. It's carefully calculated TikToks. Yeah, it's Hoscord Bara. Like Hasbara, but for Hoscord. Hoscord Hasbara. You get to switch bodies with one person and live their lifestyle for 24 hours? Who are you
Time
picking?
and time again, you taught me how to fail. Now we're walking out that dealership on quarter mil.
A book, a skeleton, a cactus, and a hedgehog. Things with spines. He's insane. Noble, democratic, sad, erotic. What is my Bernie Sanders fan fiction?
Cause I'm ready to go. Let's have a good time. Let's go.
Ziggy gang in this motherfucker.
Uh-oh, he's so dead.
No, bitch. Nigga, what the fuck?
Oh no.
I'm so passionate about the things I do in my life. Every day I'm shaking before I get to do them. That's just the dedication that someone...
Average juicer experience.
I need somebody on my Facebook to let me know what this is and how the fuck this happened. Look at this glass. It's supposed to look like that.
What the fuck?
You gotta grab it by the neck to drink. Look at, choke that shit.
It's called gummy worm in it. My dick for real? Are you Drake?
But you're an Uber. We are literally paying you for this ride. I don't care. I don't want to drive it. It's disgusting. You're serious? It's dead. My friend, I just got the car wash yesterday and she come in here messy. I'm joking. I'm a joker. Close the door. My friend, yes, we are different, but I still love you, okay? It's gonna be a good ride. Buckle. But fuck messy.
This is... All TikToks are staged, unfortunately. That was the most Israeli man I've ever encountered in a TikTok.
Same size as my nephew. I'm good. What? Yo, what? Nah, you an action figure.
Oh no.
That I just want to pick you up and just fuck out of here.
Oh no.
You gotta stand up here to see where we coming from, bro, gangster. Just stand right here to see where we coming from, bro. You ain't gonna understand from all the way down there, gangster. No, why don't you know he got a short shift? He lying.
Oh no.
He only doing a half a day.
False advertising in its final form.
Man,
game was so good and these cinematics are crazy. You know, I'm gonna download League of Legends. I'm about to play it right now.
Yeah, it's kind of funny, but it's actually a TOS violation because he killed himself. You guys think it's funny, except, yeah, not so funny when you find out the truth, huh? Yeah. That's what League does to you. Not even once. Don't touch it.
You're so hairy. I love that. Are you Italian?
The fuck?
This isn't funny. Italian Americans aren't a joke. We didn't choose to be hairy. It's just how we were born. I'm disappointed in you, Sydney, and SNL.
This one was bad, bro. IOF soldier when the guy next to them gets shot by
Bring that fucking dick over here. Ah, let me suck the cummies out of your cock. Let's go.
What? Who made this? Bro! That's fucked up. Why is this so deep fried?
Bring that fucking dick over here. Ah, let me suck the cummies out of your cock. Let's go. Bring that fucking
It's me, chat. It's just deep fried as fuck.
Oh, sorry, buddy.
Give me a gold now. Come on, no! Okay, one more.
Oh my god. Coming after both XQC's fans and Trainwrecks
For
fans.
one, the sexiest one of them all, we have the British accent.
Who wants a fucking burger?
True. Facts.
What are you sitting on?
I can actually make myself cry again to make myself cry. That's a chat. And then I can just stop myself from crying. That's some poor control. Oh my god.
How was that even?
Let's talk about the fact you love getting rimmed, bro.
Bro, I don't love getting rimmed. It's not my favourite thing. I'd rather some slops. I don't love it. I enjoy it. Yeah? Alright? It's enjoyable here and there, but I don't fiend that. I don't love it.
The ancient Greeks ran into the allegations 2,000 years later. Dude, I've been, speaking of the ancient Greeks, I've been watching Alexander. It bangs. Straight up. Bisexual icon. Bisexual legend. He don't fiend it. He love it. Speaking of another who loves the rimming.
Guess where get a better meal than a race to? They get a better meal than a fight. Man, yes, you got they got a man for my hair. No, fuck me, shut to the all fight. Nobody matter, shut up. For the mouth, dude, break me the fight. No way, you now, get out. What?
This is so perfect. This is literally what English sounds like. Like American English sounds like to people who don't understand the language.
Finish! Woo! Oh, need to attack, but
By the way, this is yet another form of cultural imperialism. Now, like, I mean, this is straight up, like, think about this. These dudes are repeating shit that they've heard in fucking TV. Fucking, why does it keep locking me out of full screen? It's annoying. Looked up from the studying and thought I had finally developed internet brain rot. What the fuck? 8 down bugs. Ooh.
oh my God.
Ban whoever posted this, bro. I can't ban them. They're already Canadian. It's like, it's just like their life is already sad. You know what I mean? As Canadians.
MashaAllah, Sister Minnie.
Yes.
I catch her. She loves the adhan. MashaAllah. She is listening to the call for prayer. Now we will pray to God. She wants to unplug. Unplug is very haram. Don't unplug. Don't.
No, it's not this one though. There's another cat that says like alaikum assalam when people say well, salam alaikum, and then like the cat will say like it's just weird. Stop winding the dogs up. True.
The last car, that's the caboose. But I like to call it the caboosey.
What? That's crazy. What are they teaching our children? They need to investigate this, bro. They fucking what?
Oh.
Can I search you? Repeat after me.
No, officer, I do not consent to a search.
No, officer, I do not. Ain't no way. Can you send him back down?
That's cute as hell. He got embarrassed.
It's a funny bit to imagine every time he's sucking his fingers that he's threatening suicide.
It's not.
Mommy, it's funny.
It's not funny.
Daddy, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it, Daddy. Don't make me do it. Dad, I swear to God, if you don't give me a puff, I'm gonna blow my head off.
Nick, it's not funny. It's not funny.
I mean, you have no sense of humor.
I do, and that one funny.
He's threatening it. Oh, we took it out. He's gonna bring us.
Don't listen to your phone.
Oh, it's back in. Oh, sorry, buddy.
I hate your haircut. It looks terrible.
What is wrong with my haircut, sir?
Oh, come on. Why don't you ask your friends? You're shaved all the way up and you got, what, a high and tight? So you might as well go back in the Army.
I was never in the Army, sir.
Well, no, I hate your haircut.
I was in the
It doesn't
Marine
go
Corps.
with your face shape. And that's my
It doesn't go with my face shape?
No, you got a long nose. And
I got a long... Now I got ugly hair and a long nose.
And you got fine hair and you're
I mean, turns out he does.
shaved, like bald. It looks like a...
What's it look like? You ain't gonna hurt my feelings.
Yeah, you sure?
Yes.
You look like an uncircumcised head. Sorry. I'm sorry. It's terrible.
It's terrible.
It is.
And you're telling me to be nice.
Yes.
I like my haircut.
Come on, God gave you hair. At least grow some, all right?
You know what?
Yeah,
I'm gonna
really.
go home and shave it bald now.
Found dead next morning. Wait, what the fuck? What did it jump to? Oh, here.
I told you not to step out of the shower naked in front of my cat.
Turn this off?
No, you're going to your own home if you keep traumatizing my
care.
cat.
I don't have no
Look at
problem
him.
doing that.
Look at him. He is traumatized.
The fuck? What kind of dicks he working with? This is a classic bit.
Welcome, my friend. Welcome, my friend.
God damn, it's hot. I'm sweating like R. Kelly in Disneyland.
Classic. Two guys who played the villains at the end of the school play. The fuck?
مريض. ايه القبلة هنا الكعبة هذه الكعبة يا مسلم هنا الكعبة.
No. How do you miss that? He's saying
القبلة هنا الكعبة هذه الكعبة يا مسلم.
Oh no, never mind. He's saying the Kaaba is right there. God damn, dude. Missed point blank.
Quality, all my shit broke and shit. Did it break in the middle of you making it?
My new headphone broke. My old headphone broke. My keyboard broke. My controller broke. My screen broke. My computer broke. My phone charger broke. My phone broke. My interface broke. My wall is broke. My door is broke. Your port is broke. My shoes is broke. I get rags while you're broke. My MIDI keyboard broke.
Did Pokelaws make this?
My hard drive broke. My LED is broke. But I am not broke. My floor tile broke. My kitchen tile broke. My basketball hoop is broke. My basketball
is broke.
Yo, who the fuck is this? Who the fuck?
Luffy and Zoro educating Nami on they them pronouns.
I don't know. It's not he. Huh? If it's not he, then what is it?
Probably they. Come on, let's go.
What do you mean they?
Wait, what?
Who was he? I don't know. It's not he. Huh? If it's not he.
Zoro's woke. Twitch chat, if you're reading this, type !Discord. If you would like to submit your TikToks for a review, channel will be reopened after stream. Oh, this is the Salam cat I was looking for. Hold on.
Does that dog kind of look like me?
So stupid.
السلام عليكم.
كيف حالك؟ الحمد لله. يا عيال كيف تسولف؟
God, am I like an old head for liking this? I feel like this is some old head shit. Cats are Muslim canonically, though, for sure. Thanks for watching, Hasan. We love you. Hoscored PR year. No, I'm not participating in Hoscored PR year, okay? No. Did you watch the Danny Jason Nash? No. Banger stream, which we did last news. Bro, people do not fuck with anything but the news lately, okay? Imagine if I did a whole stream without news. Well, I mean, that's Saturdays and Sundays and sometimes half a day on Friday. And people immediately, as soon as I switch over from the news, people will immediately be like, dude, I can't believe you're looking at TikToks instead of covering Palestine. I can't believe you are not covering Palestine every single moment of every single day, even though you do actually do that. Even though, yeah, Saturday did turn into a 2-hour argument about police brutality. You scared the Gamer Frogs by killing Mousy the other day? Fuck you. No. Haiti coverage tomorrow? Maybe. Maybe. When Poppy playtime? Oh yeah. That's right. We got to do Poppy playtime soon. Eventually. Soon it will happen. We need a better stream success metric than raw viewer numbers. I don't think we're getting enough data. There's different folks in different shows, etc. I've discovered left communists and they fucking hate you. Lol, do you fight the liberal allegations? Yeah, good luck. Tell the chatter you left comment their mom. True. You should try that new left communism. They sure did. Got him. You did miss the Kate Middleton discussions. You did. My assessment is that she's dead from a BBL. Lost but not forgotten type shit. You know what I mean? You being a lib is so 2020 discourse. Dude, great. I want people to think I'm a liberal. Fuck, man. Much larger audience. Yes, I'm a liberal and I love capitalism. Now listen to everything I have to say, please. Anyway, love you guys, and tomorrow we'll be back. That's all I got for now. All right. Bye-bye.
Says Hasan. The starlock to the starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box. Uncle Uger's face. Sat in Discord at your prop. Great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments, Austin show chat advice, and all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find the system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming.